All right, hello, and welcome to our Victoria 3 live stream. I have not played this game in over a month because I have been a little busy with Europa Universalis 5. I kind of decided last minute to go ahead and make this an Ironman stream because why not be just a little insane? There have been some changes in the updates, and I'm actually not fully up to date with them, so we're going to be taken a bit by surprise here. I know there are a couple of changes that has to do with the sugar and tobacco plantations. You can now engage in exploitative practices that actually reduce the building wage target and make them less attractive. It also increases mortality, which I'm not a big fan of. But making more goods I am a big fan of, so it's kind of hard to decide here. Do we actually have tobacco in Spain right now? Is that a thing we actually can make? Quite a lot. I don't know if that's normal, because again, they did a number of changes to places like Spain. For example, all of your iron is now small levels, and it is just spread out everywhere. Don't know if I like it as a change, but being able to kind of place these everywhere is not necessarily a bad idea, because then we can get easier market access price impact with the construction, which, by the way, we're going to have to be a little careful with, because we actually start in debt as Spain thanks to the ongoing civil war, which is very fun. Definitely necessitates a tax increase right at the start of the game. Obviously, we're going to start with railroads because you kind of need railroads for a lot of your infrastructure. I also really want to mess with the political mechanics they've changed. I know certain laws can have amendments. We actually have two at the start as Spain. We have the Chamber of Procurators, which, trust me, I might mispronounce here. I kind of jumped in last minute. Which not only gives us legitimacy based on votes, we're actually able to have votes thanks to the amendments that Spain starts with. It also gives political strength of votes to all of these classes. We also have the electoral clientism, which is mainly because the election keeps getting... Oh, it gives you 10% authority. Maybe we should just keep deciding the election results. Now, low electoral confidence does cause you to get less legitimacy, and you have less political strength from votes and more from wealth. But you have to keep in mind, oligarchy is not meant to get votes to begin with anyway, so if anything, we're benefiting from being able to manipulate this. In fact, I'd love to get the Liberal Party in charge instead. I think right now we're only on vote, or only on clout. But if we could get the Progressive Party in power, I would like that. We are going to go for kind of a reformist Spain, but it's going to be a reformist Spain that tries to form Iberia and retakes its empire. Because only Spain knows the direction its empire should take, and thus we need to make sure we lead it. That being said, I mean, yeah, if we're going to go for a simulation run with it as well, we definitely need to switch to public schools for the assimilation bonus. And then charity hospitals is not bad, but public health insurance is still the best in terms of reducing mortality. I know a higher standard of living can be a net negative sometimes, but it can be a net positive too. We also need to reform the tax law. There's so much we have to fix, and Spain's currently on fire in the background. So this is great. We're already off to a fantastic start. I'm just trying to figure out where everything is, because I didn't really go over the details of its start. Because I see we also have a net negative in bureaucracy at game start, which is fun. We could sell off our owned building levels, actually. What do we own? Apparently we own nothing. Oh, you know what? We at least have access to the atmospheric pump at the game start, which I don't know if that's normal for Spain. We do not have tools. We have no tool production here? We have no tools at the start. Okay, that is a problem. I thought Spain had at least a small amount of tool production at the start of the game. I did not realize it had no tool production at the start. So what we actually need to do is build a tool workshop at the start first, or else we're going to have to import everything, and I can't cover all the imports. We're already running a deficit at game start. Let me fix that really quick. I'm going to have to use all of our authority at the start to fix the deficit, and that's just going to have to go on a lot of things that the upper strata uses, because if we harshly tax the lower strata at game start, we are just going to choke and die. God, we have what? So we have no weapons, we have no tools. I guess we don't have coal either at this point. Technically, we could switch straight over to iron production, but Switching all 5 would not be a good idea. Switching even 3 of them would be a bad idea. Is there one? Can we just switch 1? No. We'd have to switch 2, and that's an immediate 100 to iron when we have basically no iron. We're actually importing our iron, and we have no tools. In other words, I need to get at least 1 tool workshop going before we switch over, because our trade capacity is not going to be able to cover all of that. It's already at capacity. So we're going to have to import something before we do anything else. Actually, you know, there is this really fun thing called a treaty system, which allows you to import specific goods as long as they're not too discontent by the idea. Of course, we'd have to give Britain something that they want. A power block embassy is the easiest, but we intend to form our own power block. They also added the addendums, which does nothing. You just add writing, which I find very amusing. Speaking of which, I actually do need to make sure we have good standing with the British and specifically the Americans. We're actually going to do the... Oh, God, do we do the... The Americans are antagonistic. So, we go to the one who's protective towards us for at least 8 years until they decide the treaty is no longer in their favor. They actually don't dislike it, which is a little intriguing. They usually don't like it. Yes, we're delaying because I don't know if we're set up properly here. I did put us to Ironman this time, which is not usual. Wait, can you do this for dye? Wait, you can do this for dye plantations too? Why is standard labor... Why is it organized differently in each one? That's weird. I did notice here, the exploited rollers gives you 5 more tobacco, but if you get to factory radios, it'll actually make the job more attractive and give standard of living bonuses to slaves? Wait, so Lectors gives increased building wage target, but factory radios doesn't. That is so weird. You're not allowed to have enacted censorship law and free speech. Wait. So I don't know what Lectors are, so clearly I'm going to misunderstand this, but you're telling me this production method, which allows us to gain... I guess it's because someone's talking there, yeah. But it also makes us just straight up make more tobacco. What other... I'm curious. I don't think wineries have this, but I'm just curious. Because I didn't realize they had added those production methods too. Violent treatment. Oh my god, minus 75 job attractiveness for laborers. It increases slave imports too. We have to check out Brazil later and see how many slaves they get by the end of this. So army-wise, we probably don't have groceries. Do we have groceries? I have to check now. We do have groceries, so we at least have that going for us. So we are going to use that. Basically, with the Carlist War, we're in a guerrilla phase, and it's best for us to get the 10 points. And the best way to do this right now is to just dig in and defend, because you actually don't gain that many points, if any, for winning battles. And so what we're going to do is just dig in and fight it the hard way. We also have a Carlist movement at game start. It is a very authoritarian state. It also wants us to go back to agrarianism or traditionalism, which I am not a fan of. There's also other changes in the game too that I haven't really gone over because I've just been so busy with EU5. I actually forgot to check some of the stuff. So there's actually a lot of changes in the game that I'm not keenly aware of that are probably going to throw me off, which is fine. Oh wait, is this a special land reform for tenant farmers? It is. I didn't notice that. Oh, it makes the aristocrats have less contribution efficiency and less political strength of the peasants. I'm not a big fan of that. It makes the aristocrats very strong too. So what you're saying is that we need homesteading. Okay, let's let things start to tick. The Carlist War starts off as a guerrilla war, sidelined by the courts in favor of Queen Isabella and ordered into exile by his late brother King Ferdinand. Don Carlos has defied his brother's testament and set out to claim the throne. And of course, we get an election at game start now. So we actually get to decide here. This is one of the new decisions. You can actually decide which party just straight up wins. This will hurt your electoral confidence and prevent any additional events. But if you're wanting to ensure a specific party wins, this is a good way to do it. You can also just let the chips fall where they may, and it adds progress to actually having free and fair elections. Which, right now, our progress would actually be to removing this, but I kind of want to keep it. I kind of want to keep it because it gives us authority. But we said that we wanted the Progressive Party to win, and you're going to see very quickly how this changes the makeup. There will also be no future events for the election, so we basically decided that they're going to get most of the votes. Technically, apparently, this is less votes than what they got before, but I don't even know if it's actually applying that to our legitimacy system right now. It's actually more legitimate to have everyone in government. That's oligarchy for you, I guess. It's more legitimate if everyone partakes. So I don't know if we could actually pass this right away. Something we could also do immediately is we could just form the new power block right away. Obvious downside here is that everyone who's in a power block will like us less. But it might be good to do it now. But what is happening? Wait, what do I have my game settings on? High AI aggression. Okay, so... I figured I had it set to that, but I didn't think we'd see the outbreak of a war this early. You know, we might actually get called into this war. Because we technically have a defense pact with France. But I'm already in the middle of a war, and I really don't want to, but... we'll see. We might get pulled into war day one. What is this election? I'm gonna wait for the election to end, because it ends in 38 days. The Bride of Christ. The region now has the opportunity to appoint a successor more amenable to the Isabelline cause. Oh, this is for the Catholic Church. And the papacy gets a notification of it in 7 days. So if we choose a moderate, it's 2% of clergymen get radicalized. And the guy who just died is a traditionalist. Or we can appoint a reformer, which I think would be a lot better for us here in the long run. What is our women's rights law? Legal guardianship? Well, we said we were going to reform, so we might just throw pop growth out the window here. Because at least then they don't oppose us as much. I am seeing the notifications look a bit differently, and I kind of like that. Please don't call us in France. Pope refuses to confirm Archbishop of Toledo. The Pope has refused to confirm Maria Cristina de Bourbon's appointment of Pedro as Archbishop of Toledo in accordance with the... I was reading, game! Basically, the Pope just opposed us. You know, chat, Protestantism is looking great right now. Might be the wrong game, but it's looking great right now. So, the Catholic Church actually got kicked out of government, which is interesting. They're no longer a part of the moderate party, but they don't want to be a part of the progressive party. Wait, let me give it another tick, chat, because I think... Okay, so that actually made the landowners stronger, because less votes, I guess. So, this is just our government. Everyone's in it. I guess we can try to pass per capita taxation. That would help us tax-wise. We could even lower taxes and almost get... Oh, we would just die then, I guess. I'm trying to decide our first law here, because our first law is probably what decides whether we live or die. Racial segregation would not be a bad law to embrace, in my opinion. I would like to get multiculturalism... no, that's going to hurt the simulation. Maybe we stay on national supremacy, actually. I've changed my mind. Dedicated police force is always good, just to weaken the landowners, because we are wanting to weaken them. But I think the first step might just be... just pass a better tax law, because we have no money. And as you can see here, this is the new negotiation system. And what decides whether they're willing to negotiate with you, Chad, is a couple things. First off, if the law is likely to pass anyway, and they're not really angry at you, they have a good chance of helping you pass it. The landowners, for example, they have a lot of clout, which makes it where they don't want us to pass it, but they're neutral towards us right now despite opposing the law, and it's likely to pass anyway. So they're willing to kind of negotiate with us here in exchange for not opposing it. 10 years. Okay, it's decaying, though. It's a decaying modifier, but that puts us in debt. Minus 30 bureaucracy. What is staple crops? It's just wheat. It's wheat. Okay. We'd have to go from 26 to 53. Oh. And if you refuse, then for the next 5 years, they're less likely to negotiate. Wow, I mean, this is kind of good, because you have to think, it removes the stall chance, so there's no chance of failing this. We would eventually, inevitably pass it. Maybe that's why it's calling it tense negotiations. Oh, it's quoting Otto von Bismarck. Very nice. I kind of don't want to do this because a 30% reduction to our bureaucracy right now is the equivalency of just putting him in the charge of the treasury. The only issue is that backroom dealings exposed in 300 days might occur. They also get buffed for 10 years, and this is a decaying 10 years. I mean, see, private construction contracts for 10... What? Wait. Wait. It would reduce the amount that private construction gets, and we would get more construction for 10 years. We would suffer construction sector building throughput negatives, though. That's a little strange to me. I don't know if that's working as intended. We get put them in charge of the treasury, I guess. And then you can also negotiate with those who are more neutral, that are more pragmatic. But since we're not going to touch it for now, though, because we've already made it to where this will inevitably pass. There's no need to sink ourselves further. Sometimes you've already sunk enough into the abyss. I'm actually going to stop suppressing the Carlist movement. I know it's a threat, but I just need to tax the rich more. And the non-rich. We have to tax everyone. Everyone gets taxed equally. And as you can see here, we're actually pretty net neutral in our strength against them right now. So there is a chance that they will win some of these battles. And the only thing we can do is hope they take more casualties than us. But we'll also win some battles ourselves too. It's a guerrilla war right now. All you can really do is kind of dig in. Technically, what we can also do... Apparently our cavalry is not upgraded, so there's that. So we could upgrade our cavalry. That would be a good start. One thing we can do is conscript, except, no, we can't. That's right, because the modifiers at the start are not only debuffing everything, Spain also has a modifier to where you have no conscription chance because it's been nerfed by 4%, which is the whole thing. So right now, the best thing to do would just be to dig in and hope that we actually start winning. Or hold out till 1839, which also means no wars for the first few decades because we're too busy being in a civil war. Per capita tax has gone into consideration, at least. There's no debate chance either, so the law will inevitably pass. It's just going to be a matter of time. Man, they're really winning all these fights, despite us having a high defense score and near equal numbers. In my previous game, when I tested it, they only won about half the battles. This time, they're winning all the battles, which is very interesting. And keep in mind, our scores are relatively equal in strength. It really is kind of down to the generals. One of them is an experienced defensive planner, so it might be better to have him attack. But we also have one who's actually really good at defending, and maybe what we should do is just coalesce all these armies together. Just kind of merge the three of them into one. And let him defend it. Yeah, let's do that. We'll merge them together. Ooh, liberal ideologies. I usually don't see that on the generals. Is there a new defender we could recruit too? Not really, unfortunately. There are royalists, though. Republican, Carlist. Oh, I like it. The little hat, the little Carlist hat he's wearing too. Oh, that's cute. I'm very suspicious of him, chat. I don't think we should trust him. So I guess we'll just combine the armies together. I don't think that's going to affect anything, but we'll see if that gets them to fight more cohesively together, or if they still die. We are still technically suffering... We are suffering an iron shortage. Really? I did not think we were suffering an iron shortage in our barracks. Right, because we just switched over. No, that makes sense. We just switched over to the better cavalry, but we switched to the better cavalry, so we'd technically have better units. Look, in 14 weeks, we'll have an iron mine built, and everything will be well. And by then, the Carlists will have killed us. It's actually wild how they're winning every battle. But I think we'll be fine. If we lose, I'll be amazed. Oh, yeah, no, I know why, because the tool workshop is also trying to use tools. And what we actually need to do is not use tools in that right now. We actually don't have tools at all in the market, which is really painful and sad. Okay, there we go. Now that we are not getting the -5 from the iron, we are winning at least one battle over here. Well, okay, we were winning that battle, and then we lost it. Huh, we're not winning a single battle despite being on equal terms. That is kind of really bad RNG. Because their offensive stats are even lower than our defense scores too, and the numbers are equal. Suppose what else we can do is just raise military wages. I don't think that's gonna do much. It will give us the armed forces offense and defense, and that might turn the tide here. Actually, yeah, I think that might work. I'm guessing they have good offensive commanders too. Yeah, tactful, mountain expert. This area is mountainous. Meticulous. Charismatic, wrathful. Experienced defensive planner. Yeah, so the Carlists... it makes sense that the Carlists have some good generals at the start, actually, because without those generals, I think they just lose. You know, they have to give you some difficulty so you don't win easily. Unstable government, timed modifiers. Is that the Carlist War? The Regency period. So I noticed now they're not trying to attack at all. It definitely wouldn't have to do with the fact that we technically have better stats than them, right? So we'll go ahead and have one of our generals start attacking then. The experienced defensive planner, ideally. The Hungry 30s. As if we didn't have enough expenses. And that alone could actually throw us into more turmoil because you might... No, actually, grain barely moved. Okay, we got a little lucky there. Grain did not move that much. If grain had moved a lot, we'd be doomed. Yeah, let's just have him do single offensive. Technically, we are going to reach 39 here. And that will allow us to trigger flush them out to end this. But I guess that's the point here, is the Carlists need to try to win before 39. Because once we get to 39, we actually gain these benefits. They'll gain last stand, which gives them a lot of offense and defense. But we'll also lose our conscription negatives. And this will turn into a full-scale war. Their last stand also decays really fast. Yep. So they gain last stand, which oh yeah, there we go. It's now a full-scale war. Everyone's mobilized together, and they did not roll well in the first offensive. I think it actually just crushed... We actually just crushed their army in that offensive. That's brutal. Cuba's requesting that we grant them foreign rights of accept... Wait, I thought you couldn't do that. Wait, what? Wait, what is your... Hang on, what is their relation to us? Colony. Oh, I guess colonies can be given mutual investment rights. Is that right? Oh, I just denied it because I double-clicked. Hang on. Oh, that's new. Can you just... Really? Huh, that's new. It used to be, in the previous version, you couldn't even give your subjects investment rights. It wouldn't let you. I guess they've made it now to where you can grant them investment rights to where you can invest into each other. Foreign investment rights may decrease liberty desire in the short term, but it allows the subject to seek freedom by investing in the overlord's lands, rapidly lowering their economic dependence. Oh, we're also a great power chat, which is nice. So I guess it's because, what, they would own some of us, which would change the numbers here. I could see that helping them. I also know they have ongoing journal entries that we probably can't look at. That is about whether they seek independence or not. So I am actually going to grant the investment rights out of just morbid curiosity, chat. And because we're a great power, we really should do the cultural commonwealth. There is a new primary for that principle as well, which is called the shared canton. The shared canton. The first one makes it where everyone just gets more tech spread, which is not bad. And then you get 10% assimilation, which is kind of the point of the block. And then radicalism for your fully accepted pops is decreased. Honestly, I feel like freedom of movement might be better here, but we want to fully experiment with the new systems. Of course, that is going to drop our relations by 30 with... what are you? The UK, Jesus. Britain, the UK, whatever they're called. And to my understanding, I don't think it's bugged, but... the power block statute that you get for this one is the same one that you get as a monarchy with the... What is it called again? I have not done this in a long time. It's whatever Russia and Britain start with. Sovereign Empire, that's what it is. So, the decree cost reduction is good. I like that. That is definitely a very nice one to have. Kind of weird to me that it doesn't buff assimilation instead, though. I feel like it would make more sense if it was something that buffed assimilation. I actually do want to import wood. I don't want to lose too much of it. Okay, we'll mobilize everyone now because most of the Carlist army is actually dead at this point. So they've lost this war. Which is great for us, because then we can end the war and actually have more money. Speaking of money, we actually have a surplus. So I'm going to switch one of our production systems over to start using iron in construction, because we were actually running a deficit, too much of a surplus. Oh, cool. They have the little symbols here now for the movements that get the political organization buff. I like that. And getting per capita definitely helped us out. We could do no health system. I really don't want to do that, though. We kind of need it. Technically need social security. We could ban slavery eventually. I would like to get better women's rights, but yeah, the landowners would get angry. Right now they're neutral. Probably don't want to upset them too much. I say as I consider other laws that would upset them a lot. I kind of want free trade, just because mercantilism is making our imports a bit harder. Who is opposing it? Just the rule folk? Actually, the landowners would support it right now. Why is that? Oh, hang on. Our landowners actually have something special. A moderate liberal outlook. So they actually support appointed bureaucrats. They actually support free trade. Usually the landowners are not supporting free trade. That's a little unusual. I would love to get appointed bureaucrats, actually. Do we have any tax capacity issues? We kind of do, in the sense that not really. Okay, so let's actually take advantage of the situation then. Because our landowners actually support switching over to free trade, let's go ahead and enact that. We could also try to negotiate with someone on it. We don't need to. The rule folk, for example, yeah, they don't really have clout, and the law is going to pass. So if we're willing to negotiate with them, they would be great. Hi, Major. Hi, Vincent. We are our oligarchy on the start. Yeah, Major, I promised that we would do at least one stream for Victoria 3, and we're just taking a small break from EU5 because I've been playing it for a solid month straight. The only reason I stopped playing Victoria 3 was for this. I am curious... yes. So, here's an interesting thing, chat. Political concessions is an amendment. So, if we were to do this, the bourgeoisie would get a 20% clout strength increase, but they'd also get +1 group approval while in government. So, we might remove the voting amendment. We'll see. So, what a funny thing we can do here, chat, is we can do this to give them more clout, but also get +1 approval from them. So, invest more textile mills. 2 textile mills would not be hard, actually, in 10 years. That would not be difficult at all. Like, we could do this for easy. We don't need to do this. It just makes the law easier to pass. I mean, it's already going to pass guaranteed. There's basically no opposition. I say basically. The problem is that we have to do this within 10 years, and... You know what? Let's make that promise, and then we're gonna go negotiate again. Let's go to the intelligentsia chat. Okay, so the only downside here is that none of these are great, because improving the standard of living to average to 11 in 7.5 years significantly radicalize. If we say no, then for the next 5 years they're upset, and we'll go ahead and do that in this case. It also shows us that we've tried to negotiate with them recently. Let's reach out to the rule folk. I just want to see what it gives us here. We could give them political concessions. A special subsidy for these good people. So we could actually give the rule folk some clout, which is funny to me because 1, they're Carlists, and 2, it's the rule folk. I don't know if they'd actually stay strong for a long time. But the rule folk getting... I'm going to do this, chat, just to show how it works with the political concessions. That is going to be just to show how it works, because I want to dig into it a bit, and I don't know when we'll get that opportunity again. The embrace of Vergara, Vergara. We will soon be faced with the reality of the 2 Spains. For the next 20 years, the intelligentsia and PB get bonuses, because we have doomed them. Okay. And yeah, we can actually announce a delay. They get upset with it, but it buys us 3 more years. So, at some point, we'll get 2 textile mills in the next decade here. We have 2 tooling workshops now as well, which is great. They also did add, and you might have seen this in the update, they did add more, oh wow, wait, how many river bonuses are this? 2%, 5%? Get out of the way. What is this? 10%, just, okay. Okay. We actually have a lot of mappy bonuses over here in Spain. Ooh, I like that. We have a nice chunk of mappy bonuses in Spain that I wasn't aware of. This is only 2%, but 2% is still good. It's a bit easier than what it otherwise could have been. Now, we still don't have iron, we still don't have tools, which is funny because it means I don't have enough for anything. Because both of these are suffering at the same time. The good news is that now that we are demobilized, we're not going to go to war right away because I need to fix the economic situation. We are going to decrease our import of guns. Because we really need to focus. Also, the 2 Spains is triggered. The Spanish Main. With the order restored at home, Spain must decide her stance towards her former rebellious colonies in the Americas, whose independence remains unrecognized. Wow, we're just diving straight into this? This will set us on a path of normalization with our former colonies, which means less infamy for 5 years. Add to the Hispano-America journal entry of Spain. Or Reconquista. Oh. Wow, we're having to make this choice really soon. This is honestly sooner than I expected. I can't even see the journal entries in here. Okay. So... what do we do here? Well, the reason why I'm just delaying it a bit is because I want to get tools and iron going, because we start with none of either, and we need more of both to build faster. So, actually, we have to decide here really quickly, chat. I mentioned restoring the former Spanish Empire, but we have to note here that choosing this is going to, it's going to make Britain and the US upset unless we have very good relations with them. So the alternative is that we go on a path of normalization, which means we are kind of acknowledging that directly. What we could do is try to just get them all in our power block instead. We could try to form, like you said, reconcile and treaty ports. We could try to form a new Spanish Empire, kind of like how the British Empire of today is, where it's the British Commonwealth. This came way sooner than I expected, so why don't we do that? We'll try to get as many of them in as possible, which reminds me. I'm just going to quickly do all of that. But we'll keep Cuba as a colony, because I'm not giving that up. So, let's face the reality of our situation, and that gives us Hispano-America. Okay, we will not waste men and resources field out attempt to restore once was. Instead, cordiality and mutual benefit will define the Spanish relationship with our former colonies. If complete, it triggers the event of masters and servants, a most special relationship for 10 years. If we are the leader of a power block, Spain gains 100 leverage in all former Spanish colonies. Let's go. So, until Spain formally recognizes the independence of her former colonies using the Recognized Independence Treaty article, bilateral diplomatic relations will remain severely hindered. Wait, so... Wait, really? So I just gotta go get some influence then, and we could just start popping all of these off at once? Because right now we have no influence thanks to a lot of our defense packs. We actually have a defense pack with Britain and... Oh, we have a defense pack with Britain and France. They couldn't call us in at all. We actually did form the Pact of Madrid already. And it is the Cultural Commonwealth, which does allow you to spread your primary culture and power block members, chat. And to my understanding, what this means is that if we go over to Cuba as a good example here, what we can do is we can make it to where Spanish is a primary culture alongside Carabino. So it wouldn't replace Carabino with Spanish. It would make some of them become Spanish and add it as a primary culture. So it doesn't allow us to fully spread it. Regeneration journal entry is really OP. That will be interesting to find out. I can't wait to see it. We can always puppet them later too. Yeah, but we gotta stick with a good journal entry. Anyway, the 2 Spains. Tension. We have a tension meter, chat. The progress bar will drift towards over time. Tension bar. Having high tension will cause increased movement activism and an elevated chance of a coup. We'll conclude in a liberal victory if liberal progress has reached 90%. The Catholic Church and landowner cloud is less than 5%. All interest groups choosing radical leaders. Oh, wow. So this literally decides the future fate of Spain. Candidates will be more likely to have liberal and radical ideologies. Armed forces will lose the patriotic ideology and gain the Republican ideology. Wow, so it will literally turn the armed forces into pro-republics. And let's see if we get the other one. Wait. So if you go to the conservative path, you could either get 10 legitimacy and 100 authority, which I don't know if that's permanent, or like 200 authority, 25% conversion, 15 acceptance for state religion. Those might not be permanent, but I'm going to assume that they are permanent. Wow, these are wild. Strong for Austria because of South German unification. I'm kind of trying to coup resistance. Oh, right, coups work differently now, chat. If a interest group is in charge and they're powerful and they're upset with you and they have members of the army as generals, they can try to coup you. So, for example, technically the liberals could try to coup us, but they're not strong enough to actually attempt a coup. So if the landowners have a general, they could just try to start coupping us, which I really love the idea of. So how do we decide this? Let's see, clout, interest groups. Okay, I like this journal entry. Ooh, I like this journal entry. So we need to weaken the landowners then. Okay, so that's going to be a very long-term project for us. I am thinking we might go full liberal, but I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes over time. Because the two Spains is either go liberal or go conservative. You should try to squeeze between both, but I don't know if that's a good idea. I think you're going to have to make a decision to go one way or the other. Oh, do we have another state of elections going on right now? Sweet. I guess we can just keep supporting the the progressive party, so the moderates just die in the background. It is, I would say it's partially more meta, but you also have to be a little careful with who you're promoting. Because if the interest group changes ideologies later on then, and they decide they don't like you anymore, that could be a really big problem. Does Portugal owes us an obligation, chat. They owe us an obligation. I am most intrigued if I can use that for something. Probably not, because this is all very expensive. Actually, North Angola they'd be willing to give, which is funny. Speaking of which, power block leverage. They're already in the British Empire? I mean, I know they can do it quickly, but wow, that was fast. I feel like that was almost record time fast. Shared cultural traits, strategic adjacency to Venezuela. Oh, right, because of Cuba. That's good. We actually, I kind of want to end our... Well, they're not going to end it right away, so we'll probably have to end that later. But man, that was quick. Can we actually use iron tools? Now we can. Indulgent behavior will not be tolerated. Oh, 5 legitimacy. Yeah, we actually have a lot of legitimacy now. We actually have a... Oh, right, because the journal entry. The ongoing effect that we're under, I forgot. Also, I like this, chat. If people are exiled, you can actually click this right here, and it brings you straight to the person that was just exiled. So no longer you're going to see, like, X is exiled from X location and then have to go all the way over here and dig into your exiled agitators to find them. You can just immediately go find them instantly, and I really like that. Why are you here? You're a Carlist. Get out. Oh, you know, there is an achievement, actually, for electing a Carlist into government, which would be really funny, but probably won't do that. Right, we recognize their independence and slowly try to puppet them anyway. So, like, they're independent, but they're not really independent. Which is a funny idea. I don't know if they'd like that, though, but we'll find out. I want to switch these over to Iron Frame. That's why I keep pausing and thinking. Oh, let's do it. We have money. We have the funding, chat. We have the money. Also, our investment pool is actually giving us reinvestment. By the way, that's another thing. They actually removed the multiplier for the reinvestment system. So, oh, spring. When did springtime fire? I didn't even notice that springtime had fired. Thankfully, we don't have too many agitating movements. France is invading 2 Sicilies. Wait, they're targeting 2 Sicilies for protectorate status? Wow, France. Okay, it's a French Republic, too. Oh, are they reneging on their military assistance? Yeah, that we actually have a stronger army right now than we have a stronger army than Spain or France? I must have gotten slaughtered in a battle against Britain. Which, by the way, we don't even know how that went. But they must have just gotten massacred. We only have one university. I need more universities, chat. We're actually making a lot more money than I expected given our starting situation and the time modifier. Consumption taxes and poll taxes are probably why. And the US has formed its own power block, which is to be expected. It's only a matter of time. Another thing that's really throwing me off is that I'm having that EU5 brain of trying to find specific hotkeys and then remembering this is a different game. That's not happening. You could make the military fascist eventually. Autocracy it is. Well, we can't liberate Occitania right now because we're technically allied to France. And withdrawing from it right now actually upsets a lot of people. And they're not really going to just straight up agree. Well, they actually might agree if we do this. Could we do this? Oh, they did agree just like that. Okay. Alright. That was easier than expected. And let's start investing into our little power block here. So I'm trying to think... Making them into a subject isn't really going to happen if we do a lot of this. But what we could do is we could use this to try... I don't know if we could get treaty ports out of it because treaty ports are hilariously expensive. It is entirely possible to do. But you are going to have to, like, give them a deal and a half. It is not simple. What we can do is seek out, like, mutual trade privileges and try to get concessions from them. As I give them stuff instead of the other way around. We actually could demand money from them, which is a really funny idea. Hey, we'll recognize you if you build a power block embassy, give us trade privileges, and give us money. It's a very, like, British thing to do, I feel like. Why do you look like you came from a coal mine? Is this guy okay? He's probably okay. See, I would love treaty ports, but that minus 349 is disastrous in its expense. Because there's only so many things you can do for, like, goods transfer and giving them money. So it is very difficult to get that at all. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking instead. Is, instead of the treaty ports, is we just take money from them. And we get mutual trade rights, so we're trading with each other. Also because the mutual trade rights pulls them closer to our sphere of influence. Where is money? Now, the only downside here is that we are demanding a lot of cash from them, from their perspective. So let's just make it 1,000 ducats, because I don't think Venezuela could afford anything more than that. We could also give them military assistance, but I need to kind of save our, I should have made that more than 5 years, I just thought of that. Ah, well, it's fine. Mutual trade privileges, and then... What is, like, a minus 35 for you? There we go. And we're actually going to make this 25 years. We'll do Ecuador next. I am actually going to wait to see if Peru, Bolivia collapses or not before we reach out to them. Because their situation might be a little more drastic. I don't want to take too much money, though, because then they might just go into an endless cycle of bankruptcies. This is actually kind of silly. The fact we can easily just squeeze so much money out of them, and they're just so happy to do it. I feel like we're France bullying Haiti, but in overdrive. Let's just do this next. Recognize independence. Because if I recognize their independence, they're very happy then. But if we don't, they're very upset. Oh, because we're not formally recognizing them. Oh, wow, they won't agree to anything unless we recognize it. That actually makes some sense. They're actually really happy with it, too. I know I could demand more money from them, but 1,000 from each one is honestly pretty good on its own. Technically, I could ask for investment rights, too, but I think half of them are just going to say yes anyway because of the mutual trade. I don't want to trade too soon, though. I guess I could have asked for obligations, too, but that's okay. There we go. And that doesn't fully complete the journal entry yet, I think, because there are more countries. Oh, there's so many people involved in this one. Because there are others that need to be recognized. We have to do it for 100 of them. And it is actually telling me the remaining countries. That includes Mexico. Who actually with Mexico, chat, I do want to get a defense agreement with. But we don't have enough. We don't have enough influence yet, so that might not go any further. Because I'm thinking of defending Mexico from the Americans. Because sphere of influence shenanigans. Speaking of which, wow, that is a lot that they're getting over them, really. That's a lot more than us. Oh, because New Granada hasn't agreed to it yet, that's why. Are they debating a treaty from us right now? Or did I just skip them and not realize it? I think I skipped New Granada and didn't realize it. Oh, no, they're already considering it. There we go. And now, chat, we are making 5.4k from treaties. Yeah, more influence from trade centers might be sorely needed. We're actually negative in our influence now. We might have to break our alliance. I don't want to break our defense pact with Britain, but I might break our defense pact with Britain. Actually, maybe we should break our defense pact with Britain. Oh, but they're giving us military assistance though, chat. I do love a good military assistance treaty. That's in our favor. Window to Utopia, inspiring. I don't want anything else to do with your Utopia. Poor intelligentsia are getting like all the bad events. So there's still a couple countries to do it for. We just don't have the influence to do it, and that's fine for now. Because a lot of these are actually either drifting easily towards us, or thanks to the US, it's kind of neck and neck. But I think a lot of them we could actually invite into once enough time passes here. Power block, embassy, trade privileges, we're still orchestrated. We can build the Penna Palace. What is the Penna Palace? I don't know. I don't even know where you'd go to find the Penna Palace. I assume the Penna Palace might be something for Portugal, because again, I have absolutely no idea. Oh yeah, there it is. It's Portuguese. 5% legitimacy from including head of state and government? I might have to kill Portugal. We might have to kill Portugal, chat. They have stuff that we want. Speaking of things that we want, we do need a lot of... 65? I was wondering where all our iron mines were. They were hiding... The Carlists were hiding our iron. And I guess we should probably queue up 2 textile mills somewhere, huh? Yeah, I guess. Oh, no. I really should have that only domestic so I don't build it overseas as well. Because we don't want to be building it overseas. Which, that reminds me, the Philippines. I don't know what's going to happen over in these colonies, but it should be very fun to find out. Hopefully nothing bad. Right? Nothing bad would ever happen in the colonies. We're actually making enough money, chat, that I could arguably conceive to make 2 more construction sectors. Making our former colonies pay us is very nice. And unless they break that treaty, they will be paying us for at least 25 or more years. Which I think is fantastic. There's a revolution. There's a revolution in Sweden already. I think Madrid doesn't have a palace building option, but it is something somewhat similar. You don't want to be our subject? No? Okay. Madrid has a railway, and I don't know if this is going to be a, hey, this railway affects everything like the one in India does, or if this is a just the state itself. I hope it's an everywhere railway, because those are fun. There we go. We have free trade. I wanted to get free trade because mercantilism was making it harder for us to import goods, because it was giving us a negative relative trade advantage. But now we don't have that negative anymore, which is nice. We do have some relative advantage issues elsewhere. But European potato famine makes imports easier. Speaking of which, that just ended, which is nice. And now we get to decide our next law, chat, which I'm going to show you here. The rule folk now have this, and it's their parent law. So the industrialists will never support removing this amendment. We also can't remove it for 10 years. So these amendments, unless we repeal the law itself, I guess, are strong. And I'll show you right now they're not gaining the +1 bonus because, you know, hey, they're not in government. But they are gaining a permanent 20% political strength bonus that actually jumped them up to almost 5%. Yeah, that it doesn't give the legitimacy, but I think it's still fine. Do we unban the combination axe? Probably not. I don't know where we're going to go on the trade union, actually. They're really not on the list of things to address. If the landowners aren't happy... No, they're 30%, 33% clout. The landowners won't even negotiate with us at that point. So I think we have to go dedicated police force next to weaken the landowners further. They're very powerful as it is. And can we negotiate with the landowners? We cannot. They're refusing. Already letting law go. Oh, I see. I see. They will refuse if their approval's high enough. That's actually cool. So, what do they want? Vows to improve the lives of the common people. That does not sound like landowners. I'm sorry, but that does not sound like the landowners at all. Missing funds again. Do we really want to give them more money? 15% bureaucracy negative. I feel like I can't afford that, but I feel like I can afford that. You know what? We don't need to negotiate with them. Take your -1. 35 to 15, it'll pass just fine. We don't need to negotiate with them this time, chat. Maybe next time. Yeah, iron is very expensive. We actually have access to steel tools because we are researching railways. I need to get more things up and running, but our investment pool is so weak. It's barely functional. We don't even have a company as well. I don't think we can have a company at the start. Speaking of which, probably want to not nationalize these. I have to remember where the privatization button is. Could nationalize them. Doesn't mean it's a good idea. Oh, molds. What is molds? So wait, this just straight up hires more people to make more tobacco. Yeah, there's like no reason not to do these. That's cool. I'd like the tax actually. Thank you very much. Hey, there we go. The Spanish-French Association just ended. Bribes easy, right? Could just bribe them. We could just bribe them all. Well, it doesn't mean we should, but we could. I think we go ahead and we end this treaty with Britain as well. We could just go for, like, mutual trade privileges, maybe. Oh, no, I'm negative influence. I can't even negotiate its end. I just have to wait for it to end and then just throw it out the window right away. Really? Huh. Neat. I don't like the fact that we're spending a lot on tool subventions. Actually, let's spend less on the subventions for tools, chat, mostly because I don't want the trade centers to choke the tooling workshops out of business. Because that would be a very big problem. We need to just lower it just enough to where the wages are stable. Ish. Stable-ish. Do we have enough fertilizer? We have next to no fertilizer. In other words, only the rice farms get the fertilizer. Just the rice farms. And do we have sulfur? Of course not. We're not using sulfur until now. Can we even make sulfur in this area? I actually don't know. Oh, yeah. Wow, we have... I'm not going to say we have plenty of sulfur, but we have an area with 44 sulfur. Which... He does get a 10% bonus in the area as well, so technically it's good. Okay, so there are some wars going on now. Oh, kind of close. So, what are they trying to conquer? Wow, I mean, they're trying to conquer dang near everything. How much infamy are you getting for all that? What is your infamy at? 85. 85 infamy. My god. Technically, what we could do here is ask for the war goal to make Bolivia a protectorate. That is not expensive. Because we have our timed modifiers actually making it cheaper. The alternative would be to ask Bolivia to help make Argentina a protectorate, but I think it's better to support Argentina here. Just because if anyone else joins, it's an easy victory. We have 99 now. Oh, we got like a half the Carlist army. That's why we have so many troops, chat. We got half the Carlist army. That's why it seems like we suddenly have a lot of troops out of nowhere. It's a lot of journal entries going on right now. What increases our tension? High turmoil, low legitimacy, net approval, loyalism, base tension. A monument to the region. No. The Carlists will love you so much for gaining protectorates. I don't know if they actually will, but we can pretend they will. Wait, did they just back down? Okay, so it looks like in the end they backed down and our demand was a secondary demand, so we got nothing out of that. Huh. I didn't actually think they'd just back down like that. Also, the Americans are attacking the British, so we're in a good timeline. It's a very normal timeline, you could say. Can I get this any higher? I kind of need higher acceptance for them. We're already orchestrated as it is. Technically, more trade would do it too, but that is going to be its own issue. We have access to railways now, and we're going to grab... maybe let's help central banking finish really quickly, chat, just because it's almost done. I also love how now there's a little check mark for all the techs you've done. So if you have anything like the Austrian map stuff, where it makes it a little harder to see if you've done the tech or not, it's a lot easier to read. At least Argentina loves you, right? Someone loves us. We actually have more authority now. We could pass more taxes. Or... God, what else could we use it for? There's a lot of things you can use it for. Why is Bolivia being attacked by South Peru now? What's going on? Technically, I could... Oh, wow, the Carlists actually have a lot. We could technically do a decree. Not that I feel like there's a lot... The only decree I could think of doing is something like greener grasses to get campaigns to us, but even then, that's not really going to do much. Do we actually have turmoil here? We actually have turmoil in Madrid. Interesting. And that is primarily... really just Pops having a lower standard of living. Even though our standard of living is actually doing better. Let's just pass another tax. And there we go. I wanted to grab banking real quick since it was almost done. That does technically make our minting a bit better. And drops interest rates. What we also probably want to go for, even though companies have been nerfed, is probably maybe a company next. I'm not too certain what company we'd want to do. I actually haven't considered that at all. There is technically the special Spanish company right here that gives you 15% innovation, which would help our research speed. But there are several kind of decent companies that Spain has. And we might also want to watch the ownerships, because there are a number of different ownerships mixed in here. The food consortium I love just because pop growth, but we do have some other ones. Oh, that's all the way in, that's all the way in the Americas, never mind. Technically we can make prestige wine as Spain, which I find funny because that used to be just a French thing. And now the Spanish can do it too. We do have sugar and tobacco in Spain proper if we wanted to move away from crops. There's also a news... it's motors and engines. Or not, sorry, it's engines and cars is what I meant to say. There's a lot of the generic ones mixed in here. There are some decent special ones for Spain, it looks like. But I don't know how many of them I'd actually want to do. And then you have a lot of the South American ones that are kind of popping up in our feed too. And then I think some of these, this is all the way in, yeah, the Philippines. Is that... There's another form of special liquor now in the game chat. Where is this? In Eastern Cuba. And it gives you weekly liberty desire. Cuba's literally just being given the keys to its rebellion. How awful. So I think what we do first is water to boiler. Because I need that to improve the mines. It also allows us to make vacuum pans for sugar plantations. So, you know, why not? And then, oh, you know what, chat? I didn't know we didn't have dialectics. Let me grab dialectics really quick because we need that for the research speed. We will go ahead and grab that really quick before anything else. Also, can we, because I think it's been 5 years, right? It's been 4 years. Okay, we'll check back in a year. We're gonna have some fun times. I also completely missed this. They're actually going to war. Oh, well, that's okay. Let Bolivia... What is... Can we even oppose that? So if we don't oppose it, Argentina probably becomes a British protectorate. But I don't... Do we even have a navy? We have a navy of 9 ships. We can technically mobilize skirmishers, I guess. But we don't actually really have enough of an industrial base. And we actually still have a defense treaty. I don't think I can even oppose them, can I? I technically could. British Guatemala, British Guyana. This would be incredibly dangerous because I'm pretty sure right now Spain actually, or Britain just beats us up. Obviously, we can't win on the high seas right now. They just kill us. But if we do nothing, Argentina is just taken. Actually, if we do anything, Argentina's probably still taken. Because we can't stop the British from landing, and if we send our own ships, they're just going to get intercepted and die. France is cautious. What is their needed protection? We're a great power, thank you very much. They actually also, it looks like, would likely have Britain join them, or Prussia join them because they're allied. So we currently have no friends, chat. Except for the US being conciliatory, I guess. So I think I don't have a choice here. I can't really oppose this. Actually, let's declare a rivalry against France maybe in the future. Do we just keep doing this? I think we just keep doing this. Oh, yeah, there we go. The moderate party doesn't even get momentum this time. Santo Domingo. Oh, what? Santo Domingo becomes a Spanish puppet. Enables colonial administration. Capiano insurgency. The U.S. gets upset about it. Sure. Yeah, welcome to the Empire. Dominican attitude worsened. They're now defiant. Official neutrality, but give them military assistance. If we had the influence, I have to end our defense pact with Britain, but I can't do that for several more months. We could withdraw from it early, but then we get 10 infamy, which kind of sucks. Because I can't even change this since we're negative right now. I probably should have done a lot of guaranteed protections. We'll try to wrestle Argentina back in the future, but for now, we're just going to have to accept that this happens. There isn't much to do about it, because we don't really have the military means to oppose the British at this time. Actually take a consumption tax off. I do want to get rid of this problem in Madrid. And then I'm thinking probably start getting a lot of these built up everywhere. Even though we don't have a lot of paper, because I need more bureaucracy. There we go. So yeah, that is something we'll have to deal with in the future. How is Qing doing? Qing is banning open. Has Britain decided to leave you alone, Qing? No, Britain is just so busy with everything else that they never got around to stopping the Han from banning opium. That is crazy. So they just banned opium anyway. Alright then. So I guess Qing is just opium free with no opposition. I would like to give women rights, but the landowners are telling me no. Why are you so upset with us? Failed negotiations, disproves the monarch statue, radicalism. Well, there's not much I can do about that. Just don't be so mean. See, I do like elected bureaucrats, chat, but I want the intelligentsia to have more clout in the long run. So I think we're gonna switch to appointed bureaucrats, which the landowners would actually support, and the bourgeoisie flat out refuse. Because we already have an active negotiation deal with them. That makes sense. But I mean, it's gonna pass without them anyway, so who cares? Prussia sides with Sweden, and there are some wild wars breaking out already. There's the extremely slim chance that the Argentinas don't die immediately, but I'm pretty sure the Argentinas will just die. And Britain has just enough influence that they're stopping us from getting influence over here. Okay, there we go. We finished our little thing with the bourgeoisie, so they're less upset now. We can actually negotiate with them. Which, we must invest in the light industries. What is that? Food, textile, furniture. I mean, tools and paper we were planning to do anyway, so we could agree to that. It technically hurts our construction sectors, though, so we lose 11 points of construction. But something I noticed is that it also makes it to where our private construction can only uses 15% less. So it's a very weird circumstance to be in. Hercules kind of agreed the landowners for once plus 5 birth rate is powerful. I mean, I guess. Why do we have a stall chance? Oh, liberal movement, right? Technically, the liberal movement doesn't want us to remove it, but oh well. Ecuador wishes to join the Pact of Madrid. We actually got one. Also, totally forgot to switch this over to the map pattern I prefer. Oh, is Peru free? Did they actually break it? They did break it. Cool. Something else to do, chat, now that we can, is spread primary culture. So now, as you see here, Spanish is now a primary culture of Cuba, along with Carabino. But what it also did, according to what it said, is that it went in and made some of them Spanish. In the capital, it made about 5% of them Spanish, I believe, is what it was saying. So, the Spanish in Cuba won't assimilate, which is nice. And then the Philippines already has Spanish as a primary culture, so you can't do anything about that anyway. Yeah, have the police back down. I'm not doing 10% in the capital. Yeah, we might go for the food industry first, just because. A known Carlist is now leading the landowners. Fantastic. This has just gotten worse. Actually, oh wow, wait. They actually left the moderate party? Why? For traditionalist monarchism. Wait, traditionalist monarchism makes them not follow parties as Carlists? Oh, it's because they don't support parties. That's definitely new. So the landowners just willingly left the party. We can actually put them back in for more clout, though. Actually, we should. Let's put them back in, chat, because they're supporting this right now, and I would like to get it. I also forgot to start building. That's my bad, chat. We've lost 1,000 years of progress. It's doomsday now. Everyone panic. Of course, before we do that, we do actually need to switch over to sulfite pulping. We did make some sulfur mines, but I forgot to pay them any wages, so they've just been sitting around doing nothing the whole time. Don't worry, it will solve itself in a couple of hours. Hours, he says. You know, the springtime didn't really do anything to us, and I'm not against that. I just kind of noticed it didn't really do anything. Okay, now that we have dialectics, we should go for company charters to start establishing companies. We should get central archives. There's a lot of text that we need to grab here. We're going to get these two set up very quickly. I am thinking... See, I really want the water tube boiler because we need better mining equipment. Better mining equipment is incredibly important for literally increasing our iron production by another 50%. So I'm thinking water tube boiler, and then we go down to the companies. Because we need to get the economy rolling so we can catch up to the rest of Europe. It'll be a lot easier to oppose the British when we actually have money. I want to do exploitative practices for more money. But I don't like the mortality it provides. I hate the mortality increase. Peru has no flag in the journal entry now, chat. It just doesn't exist. So, I actually want to renegotiate this treaty. Can we renegotiate it? Kind of. They actually don't want to do money, chat, because existing money transfer expenses. Oh, I see. Because they're already technically paying us money. That actually makes sense. Renewed diplomatic efforts. Oh, okay. So what about a new treaty? We get investment rights. You get a guarantee of independence. Yeah, that works. We can't do promote national values until we have the specific decree related to it. Not saying it's a bad idea or anything. I wanted to point that out really quickly, that we can't do it until we have nationalism researched. Afterwards, we could consider it. Man, are you guys just not happy with us? That's exactly what it is. They're cautious. Perceived fairness of current treaties. Okay, what if I just give you a guarantee then? And then Bolivia. We actually need to make a treaty with you. Recognizing and guaranteeing your independence, perhaps. Oh, this does kind of push us over, though. So maybe we do this. Because what we're trying to do is get some of them into our power block chat. Venezuela will be in our power block now, thanks to the treaty. The one we did with New Granada is to make sure that the Americans can't get them in, and obviously the British have messed things up elsewhere, so we're going to blame the British for everything. The British are the reason why nothing works. So actually, what is this? So, intelligentsia and PB clout decides a lot of... Really? The bourgeoisie, who are usually racist... Actually, no, wait, this kind of makes some sense now that I think about it. Average acceptance of power block member, primary cultures, and power block leader. Really? Okay, that's interesting. So the block leader can enforce same citizenship law. We could upgrade to the next canton level, of the canon level, for the 10% of simulation chat, but I think it's better... I really like getting level 2 food standardization for the mortality reduction for obvious reasons. Advanced research is good too. And then obviously there's the company bonuses as well. On the other hand, higher cohesion would help us get more of these in. I'm actually going to go ahead and upgrade it for the 10 cohesion bonus. Because independent non-leader members is going to hurt this a little. And so we're going to use that to kind of keep things together. Oh, so another nation we have stuff with is Morocco, chat, but France just made them a subject and probably just ruined half our journal entry. So we are going to just declare rivalry with France now at this point because I'm upset with them. Also, we were planning to fight them at some point anyway, so this is just us taking out our frustration on them. And then let's reach out to Mexico here. Maybe without improved relations active so I can actually do things. I think we just do a defense pact for them. Trade privileges. I would like to get money from them as well. But it's probably safer to let them keep the money for now so they can actually fight back against the Americans. Yeah, no, it does hurt Cultural Commonwealth too. I just checked the legitimacy. It's giving us -2 for each one. But -2 is less than what Sovereign Empires suffer, which I think Sovereign Empires suffer on -5. So it's not as bad for us as we can import opium from... No, please. I don't want opium. Okay, there we go. We'll defend each other at least. And the Americans are once again antagonistic. Well, that's nothing new. Okay, Venezuela is willing to join now, so, there we go. Who else do we need to recognize? Like Uruguay, El Salvador. I was gonna say, we might as well do the last of it now and get the journal entry finished, because that would actually push some more of them to us here. Can I not guarantee your independence? Why is that? Oh, we have bad relations. Okay. That's fair. I think let's go ahead and just get this done. I could take money from them too, but half of them are actually in debt already, so... That's not really going to give us anything if they're already in debt. El Salvador is a target, but the rest of the Central Americas are not. I feel like that's a little strange. But that's probably a better thing that we don't have to deal with them too, on top of it all. This is going to put us negative in influence again, but I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Now that's starting for Victoria 3, do you think you'll continue to post EU5 content? Absolutely. I definitely plan to do more EU5 content. I'm just going to probably jump between Victoria 3 and EU5. But I plan to do more of both. So, influence and leverage generation for 10 years, 30 relations, 100 level in all former Spanish colonies. I assume that 100 isn't permanent. I assume it just added 100 to everything that currently exists. Which, yeah, that's what it did. It just increased them all by 100, chat. So, like, we can invite Chile immediately. And then I think it is just going to drift downwards, back down to the average. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of wish that leverage was permanent. As a recognition of the journal entry being finished. But, you know, we'll take what we can get. At least we got something out of it. It could have just given us nothing. I'm not surprised that Venezuela just withdrew from the declaration, chat. They don't want to pay us money anymore, and they're in the power block anyway, so half the things from it is pointless. And yeah, because of all the members we just added, we're actually back down to the same cohesion we were just at. Ooh, do we want laissez-faire? Oh! They changed petitions? Oh no, they changed petitions, chat. If you say you'll see what you can do, it will make it to where you can't reform your government. But it will also give you enactment time reduction while you try to pass something. Do we want to pass laissez-faire? It really wasn't on my mind. Laissez-faire means no monopolies, and I am kind of a fan of monopolies in the game. In the game, I am a fan of them. But see, you know, I mean, we could do it. That 20% enactment speed is definitely new, and I do like that. And the industrialists could push a lot of reform through. We could bribe them later, maybe. On the other hand, the Carlists get really upset if we do this. How upset do they get? Oh, they're pretty passive right now, actually. They have a lot of things they don't like. Ah, man, I do prefer having control over the economy, though. Especially because they love to build things like, let's say, another wheat farm here when I'd rather have tobacco plantations, even though tobacco is extremely, What is happening here? Oh, disease outbreak. Yeah, have fun with that. We're not curing it. I think we might go for it. I see one of you said, why not? Your interstate laissez-faire to Spain would be pretty good. Fun fact, you teach economics part-time? That's cool. You know what? Yeah, we'll go with it. Why not? We'll say yes. And we will attempt to enact it right away. And so what you can actually do, chat, you don't have to negotiate with just opposing interest groups. We could actually go to the landowners and offer them something in exchange for trying to pass this. Again, I feel like the whole improving the lives of the people is just untrue. Leave taxes at very low for 4 years? We'll go bankrupt. Vow to pass land-based taxation next. Heroes of the common man for 10 years? That doesn't decay? Interesting. That's it. We'd have to increase our standard of living by 4 points in 10 years. Honestly, we'll probably fail that. But I think we say yes to pass laissez-faire easily. Because now, yeah, look at that. Now we have a 31% success chance, chat. We could go to, say, the Catholic Church. And, oh god, they really want us to lower taxes too. I'd rather not. Do we already have one existing promise? Private construction, 3 years. Existing promise, Regency period. Missing funds for 3 years. Agricultural recovery. I don't want to give out more money because we're already in debt as it is. Administrative corruption would suck. We could just say no. I mean, this is already going to pass anyway. Yeah, let's do administrative positions. We'll see what it puts us at. Minus 136. It will stop these from going. Let's actually just cancel these for now. Get some of it back. The Catholic Church is now powerful. Fantastic, chat. What have we done? We actually have enough authority to where we can suppress the Carlists. Technically, it might be the liberal movement you'd want to suppress because they're actually a little... Nah, they'll get over it. We'll go ahead and suppress the Carlists for now. And building these paper mills will actually get us to complete our promise, which is hilarious to me that I am now doing that too. Of trying to complete promises. Sugar beets. Steam-powered mills. We're just completely skipping over vacuum pans and going straight to steam-powered mills. What? Wait, really? Wait, are we serious? Wait, so fractional distillation, chat, gives you access to sugar beet production and steam-powered mills. And steam-powered mills is actually better than what the water tube boiler one gives us. The only reason you wouldn't take it is if you didn't have engines. Which we technically don't produce right now, so I actually can't take it. So I'm kind of just making the game's point, but... Oh, that! I see. Citrus orchards now gives you basically no sugar. I see. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go to citrus orchards on those then. It's actually not a bad change. I actually kind of like that change that they've done. I don't think our reinvestment pool will be able to actually use a lot of the funds from laissez-faire, but we'll see. Let the authorities handle it. So how are paper prices now that we've actually kind of made a couple of these mills? Hey, intelligence abolitionist. Paper is still very expensive. We're actually exporting some paper, which is not great. We're also in a massive financial debt burden, but it's fine, chat. It's fine. There's no problems. We're definitely not at plus 35% wood. Could definitely use more wood, actually. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and as suspected, this happened. We couldn't have made them yeah, okay. So, this does put us at war with... Oh, wow, Russia might join. If Russia joins, we'll actually be fine, chat. The only issue is that the Americans could technically naval blockade us. They do have a larger navy than we do. We can try to do something about it. But the biggest thing here is to try to seize something. We could seize Liberia, which has actually gotten smaller in this patch, I've noticed. They are actually smaller, wow. You guys used to have so much more land. What happened? I mean, Florida did used to be a... Wait, why does this all go to our puppet? Why... What? Why? Why does this all go to Santo Domingo? What? Game, are you okay? I mean, I'm not against the idea, but I am very confused. Funding Eastern garrisons declared bankruptcy. Wow, Haiti is just in turmoil. They're not having a good time. So, can I actually give them investment rights as a puppet? Really? Oh. So, I have ideas, chat. I have ideas. Oh, do we not have an interest there? Oh my god, you're right. We don't have an interest there. But you know what? Letting Santo Domingo rule over it actually sounds better. I actually like the idea of Santo Domingo ruling over it more. So, let's go ahead and just do that. Can I add more war goals? Wait, what? Wait, what? I can add more? Oh, is it because that didn't cost 25, right? Or hey, chat, help me out here. Did they change how this works? Because it used to be when you responded to a call to arms as the ally, you got to make one secondary demand and that's it. I can now make several secondary demands, and I am very confused as to why the game is allowing me to do that. Oh. Oh, that's broken. Oh, I see. I may have just found an exploit, chat. So, if I make the secondary demand a demand of my subject, I can keep applying demands. We could have kept applying demands if I didn't put transfer Liberia there. That does not, that does not sound intended. Oh, wow, these, we have irregular infantry, chat. That's not a good thing. I do not think that is intended at all. Oh, we should try to use that later. Oh, France really sided? France sided. Really? Is it because they're allies? Yeah, they're allies. Okay. So, now we're gonna have to defend our border with France, which I think France shrunk their army, didn't they, Chad? 89 battalions. Yeah, 89 battalions is definitely less than what they usually have. So technically we have access to skirmish infantry, chat, but I don't want to use our skirmish infantry right now because we have no way to make any ammunition. We don't have explosives yet. And I'm gonna have to raise taxes now because of this war. Hey, Coronation Day! We lose the Regency period. That's nice. Does the Regency period help us fight wars? Because, yeah, that's gonna be a problem in a minute. Where is our army that we sent over here? There it is. I'm gonna need you to defend the line. Because I feel like... See, they're probably not gonna win this over here, are they? They have... Oh, yeah, because they're just gonna conscript everyone. And I thought maybe Russia would join because they're at plus 78, but they're not joining, chat. So this might not be a victory. Are we gonna lose anything? There's nothing against us, so if this doesn't go well... Eh... Yeah, if it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well. But we have some of their army over here at least, so there's that. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Russia's going after Persia, Brazil's going after... Oh my god, so many wars just broke out. And we just lost patriotic fever. No! What if I negotiate you with really quickly? Oh! Chat! Political concessions to the armed forces to make them powerful. Which, that's actually great, chat, because now that they're supporting passing laissez-faire, they're actually giving us support, which is great. Oh, we are losing. You know what? We are losing a lot of troops. I really don't want to upgrade, though. I can't afford to upgrade to... Shoot, did they really kill all of our troops already? Because they all have skirmishers, don't they? And we don't. So I have to upgrade. The upgrade's gonna be too little, too late, but I have to do it, I guess, and then just hope we can import the ammunition. Where are we getting it from? I assume we're importing it. Yeah, that's to be expected. I think it's gonna be too little, too late, but we'll see. Society should be ruled by philosopher kings. Because yeah, I don't think. Yeah, this war's already lost. There's no way to really beat the Americas here, in this case. The Americans. France joining kind of made this a wash. With France joining, there really is no way to win this. Because the numbers just aren't in our favor. France has almost 200 battalions, and the US has almost 200 battalions. So we're kind of 232 versus 419. So... I was hoping we'd get Florida out of this, but at this point, we're not going to win anything. Because as you can see here, they've already steamrolled Mexico. There's no point in staying in the war. It's better to just get out and save the economy. And we'll just have to beat them up later. Oh, yeah, let's do that, and then Progressive Party. And we'll just make sure the Progressive Party wins. Right, they're crippled, but they love us. But they're also crippled, so they're less valuable. But they will join our power block at least. Actually, several will join our power block. Ah, there we go. We have laissez-faire. Philippines wants investment rights. Government petition is done. So, we're having some good things happen. It's just, yeah, we probably should have modernized the army before the war, but I think we lose the war regardless. And now, chat, the armed forces, who have little clout to begin with, are at least getting plus 20 from political concessions sponsor. So our free trade and laissez-faire laws have some interesting things attached to them on the side. Maybe we should ban slavery next. You know, that's another thing we could do is ban slavery, right, chat? We're good people, right? We would ban slavery. Please say yes. Please say yes. Right, we can't switch to public schools because we're on state religion. Wow, so we actually have to switch off public schools if we want, or switch off state religion if we want public schools. What do you want, Britain? No, go away. Go away, Britain. I don't like you. Where's all the iron? Where's all the coal, actually? Because we have iron everywhere. It's all kind of up here. And then you have, what, +5, +5. So there's a lot of areas you could build these in. Because we have iron everywhere, right? Iron's kind of what really matters. So I guess kind of just build a few steel mills around here. We also need to get more tools and then more engines. And I'm thinking just one engine for now. We're probably going to fail our standard of living journal entry objective, but I wouldn't be that surprised if we did fail it. Right? We could try to keep giving them political concessions. We actually can revoke one of our amendments, chat. We can actually repeal it. That's the one that's letting us have votes in the first place, though, and we're using the votes to empower the armed forces. We'll join the Agrarian Party on the next election. Oh! It's actually telling us that the rule folk are getting ready to form a party. I actually like that. I actually really like that, chat, that it's telling us that they're going to form a party on the next election. That is really cool. I really want to give women rights. Just to liberalize. Because we are being ruled by a woman, chat. So I would kind of like to say that they have rights. You know? I know it means less birth rate, but we can get the food industry company here eventually to help pass it. Plus, I want to use the negotiation system more. The negotiation system is really cool, and I want to show it off. They want us to build more universities? I'm game. More universities. Let's go. I'm gonna ask the bourgeoisie to help. No, actually, let's not. I love how they want us to build more universities. That's actually really cool. Maybe it's because of the whole state religion thing, though, so maybe it's not as cool as we think it is. Maybe if the armed forces are willing to negotiate. Yeah, sure. Have your concessions. That's funny. I wonder if there's any special ones we can find from, like, the industrialists. No, but we can give them political concessions, too. I don't know if we should be giving the industrialists political concessions, though. I don't think we will. I'm just trying to kind of see the different little negotiation things that we can do. So this is more of a test than anything else. Now, the downside to committing to construction again is that we don't have any... Excuse me. We don't get as much construction, which is not great. But we also spend less money, which is great. It's very confusing. Don't worry about it too much. Just be happy that wood is no longer expensive. That is all you need to worry about. Wow, we have a lot of trade. Well, relative to our size, we have a lot of trade. Newspaper officer support. Well, I have to say yes, because if I say no, we get an increase to our stall chance. And I'm pretty sure the landowners don't want to negotiate with us, because, yeah, they're refusing, chat, because of time modifiers. They technically already have an active deal with us, which we're probably going to fail. Hey, the North German Federation exists. Cool. Bolivia is dying, chat. More news at 11. Oh, the United States butchered Mexico way harder than I thought they were going to. Yeah, that's a rivalry right there. Unfortunately, our two rivals are allies. So Britain, who we technically don't like, chat, Britain might be our new best friend against the French menace. Because, yeah, there's a lot of folks that don't like us right now. And we may have to ally the British. Faith knows no borders. It does when it comes to the French. Yeah, I'm sorry. It looks really bad over there. We might not be able to fix what the Americans have done. I apologize. You may just have to deal with that forever. Politician and general. Well, good for you. Hey, women's rights are going to pass a lot easier than expected, at least. We also have a lot of negative authority now, which is fun. Very exciting. Probably should remove whatever's causing that. It's probably because our leadership changed, chat, which is usually a source of troubles. You know, your leadership changes, suddenly someone else is in charge, and now everyone hates you because it's a different person, and they want the old person back even though they won't tell you that's the reason. Stuff like that, you know? Yeah, as soon as the steel mills are up, we can switch over to making tools from steel. That will actually free up iron for other production, which is going to be very nice. There we go. Central Archives is done. Now we can research corporate charters, which probably should have... Why do we have progress in corporate charters already, Chad? Did we get something from that? Something must have given us progress in corporate charters. I don't remember doing tech in it. Or no. We were researching it. It was tech spread. I'm sorry. It was tech spread because it's on pharmaceuticals now. We got tech spread and I got confused. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There we go. That's our... valued investments queued up. And now we'll switch over to making more tools, which means at this point, chat, we can stop financing the import of tools from the trade centers. We're still going to need to import them. Oh my god, France, what have you done? I don't even have nationalism yet, and you're already ruining my journal entries. Everyone give France a round of applause. We can murder them in 5 minutes. Not really. I wish we could, but the reality is that France having the US as an ally is a problem. So, even though I don't trust the British, and I'm pretty sure the British are going to pull us into a lot of wars, I kind of need to make an alliance. Must have... Oh, they already have an alliance? Boo. Boo. We're never going to find an ally. Maybe we could ally the Germans, who are probably already allied. Yeah, they're already allied. I'm guessing they're allied to the Russians. No, they're allied to the British. That's right. That's right. So, maybe the Russians will ally us once they like us. Oh, I don't like the notification spam from the British Raj. They really need to tone them down. I could probably hit a button to tone it down, and I'm just choosing not to. So, some good news we have is that we can start upgrading government administration here. I'm not going to do all of them right away because I don't have enough for everything, but we are going to try to squeeze in a little more education. We are going to kind of let this tick upwards. Actually, you know, we don't have that much government administration. We could just make more paper. It is expensive, though. So I think that's what we do next, chat, is we'll just start making more paper and sell it everywhere. Yeah, that might be because I technically have high aggression set to the AI, because usually the AI is a bit too passive in my games. I kind of left that on and didn't change it for this one, so welcome to that. We also forgot to build food industries so we could just, you know, have food everywhere. Oh, good, we can build it in capital. That'll be nice. We're not going to have a monopoly on it, but that's fine. And then, you know, aside from some overseas issues, chat, I think this is actually going really well. Now, our cohesion is bad, but that's why we'll just get the next cannon, which I guess makes our own culture less angry at us. Problem is that we might have people drift away from us, but oh well. So actually, here you are, chat. Venezuela can actually be given our primary culture. And 5% of their capital their pops in their capital will actually become Spanish. So if we look here, right now there's no Spanish in Venezuela. Congratulations, there's now almost 5% Spanish in Venezuela. Yeah, high aggression does cause them to do more border gore in the game as well, which could be a negative consequence. But, you know, it also means they hate each other more. Ooh, the Anti-American Association. That's an association we could get behind, chat. They don't like the Americans, which obviously we don't like the Americans, because have you seen what they've done to the borders in Spain? Actually, what law do we pass next, chat? We did pass a couple of laws. We really should pass another one. That is true. Well, higher fervor just means it's harder to convert our pops in foreign countries in areas where they would convert our culture. I am kind of considering switching down to racial segregation too. Not that we need to. We're just kind of running out of laws to pass that isn't getting off oligarchy. Technically, we could do a social security law, which would be bureaucracy, which we're already spending. I kind of think getting rid of slavery would be a good step. Just because slavery isn't useful in my opinion, and I just don't like it. It will disable violent treatment, but I don't like violent treatment anyway because it massively scales up mortality, so there you go. Now, the landowners are going to be upset about this, but that's normal. They get upset about a lot of things. You know what? Political concessions for banning slavery is actually up my alley. And then the armed forces, give them more political concessions. Yep, we're technically giving some to the industrialists, but this also makes, in a way, you could say it's the industrialists helping to ban slavery, so they technically earned it in this case. technically. So wait, there's only Spanish here, chat, in the capital, but it's telling me there's 99.9% Spanish. Someone here isn't Spanish and they're not telling the truth. In reality, I think the pie charts are just bugged out and they're maxing out at 99.9, even though they technically go to 100. Technically a bug, but it's just a visual bug, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Annoying, yes, but that's kind of the full extent of it here. How much... I think we actually have enough fertilizer to just barely sustain this. And drop food prices slightly. So that's good. They're actually eating fruit, mostly. Yeah, we'll probably fail our common people commitment, which is 80% of the landowners in Spain become radical, decede for 15 years, worthless words. Wow, failing this is worse than I thought. What if we just abandon it? We will suffer all the penalties. Well, okay. I mean, at least the game's honest about what will happen. So, we probably go for pharmaceuticals right after. Oh, no, there we are. Carabino appeared, and then it disappeared. Oh, a lot of our pops are actually emigrating, chat. They're actually emigrating to Cuba, probably because Cuba now accepts them as a primary culture. So Cuba's just getting a lot of our pops. Which I find funny. We can Sure. Why not? Why don't we? We could announce a delay that would buy us, I think it's 3 years' time. I'll only do the delay if we get very close to it expiring and we haven't resolved the journal entry yet. There's no point in doing it before then because we could actually finish it before then. So for now, we'll just leave it up in the air. We need to make more tools. Yes, landowner power reduction would be good. I would very much enjoy that. Where's our tools? Just get a bunch of tool workshops built everywhere. That way, they have access to them all over the place. The bright side about being, The bright side about laissez-faire is that a lot of our stuff is kind of just automatically getting sold. Oh god, Brazil, what have you done to Bolivia? They've butchered my boy. Oh wow, did they really drop below 20 just from that? They did. I'll just take the free legitimacy for... Yeah, just free legitimacy. I'll take it. Why not? It's free legitimacy, chat. Standard of living's at 10 now, too, so we're not that far behind. Okay, there we go. So, Chile and Ecuador now have Spanish as their primary culture, too. I don't think that's going to mess with their journal entries, but I guess we'll find out. Oh. Oh, you know what? Could we join this? Oh, no, we still have a truce. Oh, no, the war starts before our truce ends, chat. Yeah, that is very ironic. So I guess we're just going to start our own war, chat, because our truce will end after this war begins. We have a truce until August. So, do we want to make our second one paper then? We discussed paper a short bit ago. I don't have it built up in the capital, though. The paper would be in a different location. It doesn't have to be in the capital. I just find it funny to centralize it all in the capital for funsies. Paper is kind of a good export, though. The Grand Theater of Havana uses paper for fine art. Interesting. Very interesting. We could liberate Occitania from France. We could take Occitania from France. Part of it, actually. There's a lot of companies we could get, because there is a special... See, we could get this company for the arms industry, although really the iron and the coal, that's what I'm thinking. There's a lot of decent companies down here. Technically... We could get the one that's quickfire artillery, gives us 5 offense. A military one is not bad, but we probably want to reduce our input expenses. We can Spanishinize it to an extent. Just keep in mind, if Occitania is liberated, anyone that's Occitanian would still stay Occitanian and would probably assimilate into Occitanian. even if we go ahead and make Spanish a primary culture. Just because Spanish is a primary culture doesn't mean they don't convert to their own still. There is also a restriction on this, and this is probably the big issue with it that limits its effectiveness. Spreading the primary culture has a restriction. It has to be of the same language trait group, to my understanding. If we go here, allow spread primary culture to compatible primary culture. Now, unless we actually get someone like France, it's going to be hard to see if it'll actually work that way. Let's go ahead and do the paper, because I think we are going to need it. Oh, right. I forgot we can get them industry rights, can't we? So have your logging camp. I don't want to give you anything right now, actually. But yeah, you can have logging camps, because those are actually important. And then, since we do have more paper now, let's just switch over to a standardized filing system. It'll help these all fill up, which will be good. So, we know a big war just broke out, so we could actually declare war. The US will probably join against us. See, what I would like to do, actually, is seize Morocco from them. I would like to seize Morocco, chat. Because they took Morocco from us, and I think Morocco needs to be Spanish. We could probably sway the British to joining. I don't know if that will work, but we might be able to. Okay, so this still does max out at 35. That's good to know. Because the question is, do we just liberate? I mean, if we liberate it, it would be easier to take it later. So probably what we want to do is liberate it for now. That is probably what we do. I would love to seize Algeria from them too, though. Let's go ahead. We'll liberate Occitania just to weaken the French, because losing the southern half really does hurt them. I love how taking Moroccan West Sahara costs 0 maneuvers. It doesn't cost anything. Is it because we have a claim here? No, but it's funny that it costs nothing. Is it? Oh, because there's basically no one here. There's 16,000 pops, so the game's just like, it's worthless. The game doesn't consider it to have any strategic value. Oh, do we not have a... No, we do have one over north. Interesting. I wonder why I can't target Algeria with the war goal, chat. The Conquer State war goal. Even though France is the leader. There's probably some new restrictions going on that I'm not aware of. Because I just checked, we have an interest over the whole area. But, you know, that's fine. We could seize the rest of Al Rif. We don't need that. And you technically don't have a port, so I can't reach you. What we could do is liberate Algeria as well. That's just to weaken the French. And then, of course, treaty article, money transfer. Oh, see, I don't want to do too much money transfer to where we're over our infamy cap of 25, because then everyone's just going to hate us. So maybe we don't do that. Technically could enforce the treaty port. And treaty ports do work now. In even great powers. I don't know if they've changed it to where the AI will actually revoke the treaty port once the 5 years is up, though. They might not do it still. They might do it now. But we could take one for fun. Although I don't think we need it. Actually, what is this? Provence? Provence? However you say it. I don't think I can treaty port it because it's going to be liberated, right? No, I can treaty port it. That's really strange. Enforced non-colonization agreement over North Africa. So they wouldn't even be able to colonize anymore. It's 28 infamy for a non-colonization agreement is kind of excessive, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't do it. It's way too expensive. Let's just go with that for now and mobilize the army. Since they're busy in a war with the Germans and British, I am moderately optimistic about our chances. But we have to wait and see if the Americans did join. And the British will only join if we give them things, which kind of sucks. The Egyptians are willing to join us for an obligation, and to be honest with you, I'm going to agree to that. Because since the Americans joined, I know the Americans are busy with their own conflict right now, but it's a risk. And I don't want to assign any American territory, it would be funny. It would be really funny to do. But without someone like Mexico involved, there's nothing we can do. And we already have this going, so I can't even get the alliance to work anyway. So what I'm thinking is let's just focus on knocking France down. While staying kind of relatively within our expenditures of this. Could liberate Corsica too. I don't think it's worth it. I think we just go with this for now. And I think because the Americans have joined, we just raise conscripts immediately. Okay, there we go. That's what I've been waiting on. Because I want to switch to public healthcare, chat. I know there's no support for it. But oh god, there's no support for it. Wait, there's no support for it. I can't pass it. Oh no. Do I have to go private health insurance and then skip over to public health insurance then? I think I'd have to. Yeah, because charity is not bad by itself, but I'd rather have public health instead. So let's actually not give it to you. Armed forces could get political concessions, and I guess we can just change the law and give them political concessions again. Vow to pass both voting next? No. Let's just do that. That way it passes, chat. I know the Catholics will be very upset. Yeah, the Catholics will be very upset about this, but that's okay. It'll be fine. God, how many troops are they sending over here? Let's actually get our Navy back over here. And I forgot about our research. I kind of want to get nationalism next, chat. And I think we'll do it. And the reason why is because we have a couple of journal entries that... Fernando Po. I guess. I don't know what that will do, but let's do it. It's a lot of options favor. Anyway, I was saying that because we have at least one or more situations that requires nationalism to be unlocked for us to gain it. Oh, they actually returned it? Really? Oh. Oh, Fernando Po starts out as owned by the British? Oh, well, there you go, chat. We've regained territory. A very small amount of territory, but territory nonetheless. And I just realized the National Guard is not upgraded yet. Okay, you just defend the borders. We'll just take over Morocco first. Just dig in at the borderline for now. If they try to attack us... I was gonna say, yeah, if they try to attack us, we'll just wipe their armies out. And then hopefully what that means from there is they lose a lot of manpower very quickly. From just really bad attacks. There is actually one that we are losing, but it looks like we won 2 of them, which is good. And then what we're going to try to do with Home Affairs is just get more conscripts. Which we can do. Raise those up and realize that we're probably going to go into way too much debt for this war and it's not worth it. You know, for laissez-faire, we really are kind of paying most of the costs. Because our private pool is not that strong still, despite everything. I know that dropped, and I'm trying to just keep the other ones happy at the moment. Peasant movement. I think... Yeah, the army in Morocco is dead. I can let my subjects' army handle that area now, because there's basically nothing there. Let the subject handle Morocco. We're going to push into France proper now. Because we need to do that. We need to do that before they can unify their forces against us. If they unify their forces against us, chat, we're doomed. Like, we're genuinely dead. If that happens. And I need to end this war before the debt crisis kills us instead. I'm also going to drop military wages to normal because I need to just conserve funding. Speaking of which, Uruguay can now have the primary culture. Paraguay can have the primary culture. We have switched to private healthcare, and now we're going to move on to public healthcare. Which, if we can negotiate the armed forces, we'll give them their political concessions back. I actually will give political concessions to the intelligentsia through it too, because we need a powerful intelligentsia, chat, for our power block. A powerful intelligentsia improves our cohesion. So it's better if they have more. Technically, the bourgeoisie do too, but I don't trust the bourgeoisie, so. There's that. Yay, 10% agriculture throughput, which isn't much, but, you know, maybe grain will be 3% cheaper. You know, after losing that previous war to the US and French, I'm very happy that we're now taking advantage of a crisis and just destroying the French. It's very pleasing. Oh, one of our armed forces who was important just died, chat. Make sure to attend his funeral. He was a very good defender of the people. Oh, I guess we could give the bourgeoisie a little bit of clout. Just a little. Not a lot. By the way, I know we're not doing our full construction, chat. I am going to kind of purposely let our construction die a little here. And the only reason I'm letting it die a little is because we are spending a lot of money. Like, honestly, I need this war to end very shortly. And then, I don't know, we built some more textiles, probably. And I think we're just going to spread those out. That way, everywhere has a bit of textile access. I know I just said I wasn't going to construct, but this war is going to end in a few months. Sorry, a few weeks. I'm thinking of the wrong game. There we go. There we go. France just lost Occitania. Algeria is liberated, and Morocco is now a puppet state. Literally, it is a puppet state. That isn't going to single-handedly kill France, chat, but they are going to suffer from the Algerian fiasco, which is going to hurt their prestige. And that might drop them to major power for a time. For a time. We also have public health care now, which at least gives us +1 to our standard of living. Of course, that has to round up, which it hasn't. Transfer Acre. I mean, that's cute, but I'd rather you be a subject. Oh, well. Hey, there we go. The budget's now just barely balanced. It's just barely balanced, chat. Oh, do we have Puerto Rico as a colony, too? I didn't notice that at all. Hi! How nice. Oh, wait. Do they have a different... No, this is kind of the same. Okay. Alright, that's fine. How is migration going? I assume I'm still losing pops. Yeah, we're kind of losing pops to migration, but it's at a slow speed. It's not... We're not losing a ton of pops or anything awful. Oh, Bolivia left the pack of Madrid. I guess the rebels won. Or they backed down to the rebels, which kind of sucks, but... Eh. It's not the end of the world or something. It's just one of those sad moments for us. Why are... Oh, all of our generals are dying because they're old. That's why. They're all really old, chat. We might not get that 13.8 standard of living. I might just have to let the landowners get angry at us. The problem is that they're going to get really angry at us. They're also less than 20% clout, though, but they actually have a lot of clout. We'll join the moderate party in the next election. Oh, no, the progressive party is collapsing. Quick, we need to find a progressive that's been sent into exile and bring him back to Spain. Oh, there's a modernist, I guess. It's actually 2 of them, wow. Modernizers, I should say, but close enough. Can I actually make you a part of... I can make you in charge. Okay, there we go. I think they're still going to flip to the moderate party, though. Yeah, they are. Wait, no, I'm sorry, what? No Home Guard affairs or guaranteed liberty laws from no Home Guard affairs. But we have a National Guard. That does not make sense. I don't feel like that's what it should be. It could be wrong. Like, it's not meant to be that, but it is that. Political concessions for slavery banned. That sounds silly. How much are we giving the armed forces now, chat? 4. They're getting an 80% increase from political concessions at this point. God, the armed forces are back, chat. You can actually make them exist again. Do we do colonial exploitation, chat? Because we could colonize. I don't see a reason not to colonize and make even more Spanish subjects. Really, I'm probably asking something that I don't need to, because we can just get the cure to coastal malaria. I call it coastal because there's 2 different types of malaria in this game, and one of them is way more disastrous to face than the other. On the other hand, really need all these techs over here, such as mechanized workshops. Mechanized workshops buffs coffee? There's just a lot of new things they've added in here that I'm having to pay attention to. There is also an argument to be made to help out the food consortium, because it's not productive enough. It just can't reach good productivity. Actually, that might be because it's making too much liquor. But it's also probably... Our culture is obsessed with liquor, though, so it kind of has to. Okay, let's grab baking powder first. Let's buff the economy, and then we can go about this. And I think we do the colonization, because if I don't start it now, even though it's going to be really slow on us... It's going to be really slow on us if I don't get the... I'll revert it here. We're going to go for it. And I kind of like resettlement more, just because it makes it easy to bring people to the unincorporated territories. It's just easier to pass exploitation, but let's go for resettlement. Do I really want to give you political concessions again? Not really. Actually, I will, because they're not going to be strong anyway, and we can just use this as an easy way to pass the law, because now there's no opposition to it. So we don't need to care that much. I might have to tax fruit at this rate. Wow. 1855. That was early. Hopefully it's not a strong one. The Krakatoa is already occurring. Next one's in 4 months, so we can't get it. Yeah, we could do a 3-year delay, I guess, but we're not really going to get it even then. We could drop taxes? Oh, I can't give concessions to the armed forces in this case because they're the ones already voting for it. They're the reason we can vote on it at all. What happened? Oh, Morocco's in this, so now they have very bad opinions of us. I see. That's fair. Is Morocco at least lowering in its liberty desire? No, it's slowly going higher. So if this fails, chat, then for the next 15 years, the landowners basically hate us. Oh, it's relative to... Oh, it's relative to how close or how far away we are from successfully passing it, I see. Or completing it, so... I could technically lower taxes before we fail it so standard of living rises. Because our reinvestment pool is just buying, privatizing. Oh, our reinvestment pool is privatizing, chat, so it is technically paying still, thank God. Make sure the... Oh, shoot, the trade union exists now. What? Hi! You guys appeared out of nowhere. Yeah, they just exist now, chat. That's cool. I love that for them. You're not rising in standard of living averages, are you? You technically are, but you also aren't. See, I don't want to announce a delay because I think we're going to fail it no matter what we do, because in 3 years' time, nothing's going to have changed. But I guess we'll announce a delay, and we'll see if we can do it then. I know furniture's expensive. I glanced over that. That's why I really want to get mechanized workshops. Hey, a Spanish national awakening just occurred. So that's pretty cool. So now the Spanish are a little more enlightened, you could say. I don't think I should be giving you anything, but it sounds funny. We got our prosperity bonus from our paper, at least, because it's way more profitable and they love logging camps. So that's free bureaucracy for us, chat. Also, they're going to give us the better paper. In the next... Oh, wait. Oh, no, right. We have to finish the journal entry first. We have to be top 3 in the producers, and we're not even top 3, are we? We are top 3. There's craft paper. I didn't see it at first. What? Hi! You guys appeared out of nowhere. What? Hi! You guys appeared out of nowhere. 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 Hi! You gu That's not affecting everywhere. I was gonna say, that's only affecting, like, our little colony in Africa, otherwise it's not having an effect. So I'm actually just gonna ignore that. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, is that we're gonna start losing people in the pack now, chat. Because our cohesion is dying. Because a bad cohesion makes it easier for them to slip out. What are the Ottomans doing? Ooh. What if we brought the landowners into government? Technically, if I kept them out, it would be better, but let's bring them in. I don't think I can get Algeria to say yes, but I'm a little curious here. Ideological differences. Oh, right, the landowners themselves have ideological differences, so that's not happening. We're already 20 years into the game. It does not feel like we've been playing for that long, but I guess we have been, haven't we? How are we on our research speed? 82 uncapped out of 114. So we should get another university everywhere, chat. To at least bolster that a bit more. Our GDP's gone up a bit too, but not by a lot. It's at least kind of gone up. Let's actually go ahead and give someone something here. Let's get the... Ooh, you know what? I would like to make more trade centers instead. But I guess we'll just give you your political concessions. That way it passes. If everyone gets political concessions, have we really conceded enough? Yeah, let's kind of build these everywhere too, actually. I think that'll be a better idea. It will send us back into negative bureaucracy, though. Oh, that'll probably be fine. It will probably be fine. Probably won't be, but we'll see. Nope, let me renegotiate that. I can't. I have negative influence once again. Oh, well. Hey, at least we're making good progress. We never got nationalism done, did we? No, we did get nationalism done. Can we not get it because we've made them a subject, so therefore the journal entry's just dead? Yeah, they need to not be a subject. So we're just gonna skip eye for an eye, I guess. I blame the French. I genuinely blame the French for that. Do I have an interest there, really? Okay, well, let's remove our interest from Italy, then. So we have yet more... There's so many amendments, chat, and it's just... We gave them political concessions twice? On the rule folk. How? How did the rule folk get twice the political concessions? This is shenanigans. How did they do this? I don't even remember doing that. I'm the one who passed the law. There's some weird things afoot here, chat, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Oh, I would like technocracy. Oh, well. Let's see. Could we actually convince the Catholics? Maybe, but not the landowners, who are still quite powerful. It might be better to wait and let them cool off. Oh, they already cooled off a bit, actually, because we switched over to public health care. Wait, really? Oh, wow. Enacting slave trade literally gives you minus 25 influence. That makes sense. I'm just a little surprised by it. But if you think about it, it does make sense. So why can't we do homesteading? No one supports it. Well, I guess when you're off-tenant farmers, there isn't really much of a need, is there? Well, let's let everything sit for the moment. We're actually drifting more towards conservatism right now. Which is not great, because the conservative movements have a lot of just support in general. Sure. You can be reliant on us for guns. That won't go poorly for you later. Oh, and of course the British are now colonizing down here too. That's good. I love that for us. The English just can't stop getting in our way, chat. They just cannot help themselves. Oh, a coup in Sweden. I saw that. A coup just occurred in Sweden, chat. There was a notification. Oscar Bernadotte is still in charge, though. Yeah, victorious coupists. The rule folk just couped the government. That's cool. It's not really cool for Spain, I guess, but oh well. What is this? The leader supports an absolute monarchy founded upon Catholic values. They reject the outcome of the liberal wars, which removed the traditional King Miguel I from the throne of Portugal. I'm sorry, who are you and how did you get in here? Did Portugal send you? I think Portugal sent you. Portugal, take your person back. Oh, Portugal is having a problem. You know what, Portugal? You're doing okay. I would like to annex our subject, please. They're being a nuisance. Hydraulic cranes for more trade is something you can never have enough of. You can never have enough trade. Speaking of trade, we export 1,000 paper now, chat. If you're wondering why our paper prices never really came down, it's because almost half of our demand is just exports of paper to the world, and Britain imports a lot of it. Okay, chat, so we do need to make a small decision. Do we actually get off oligarchy and enact wealth voting? Because technically, oligarchy is making the capitalists stronger. And, like, the aristocrats and stuff. And if we want to increase the cultural commonwealth's cohesion, we need to make the intelligentsia stronger. And a more liberal voting law would help. You know, I said we'd go kind of towards a somewhat liberal Spain, so I guess we could do it. Yeah, why not? And I love this, too. The government petitions, you can also request it. You can also request and discard as well now at will, which I very much like. So let's go ahead and do it. And I know there's actually 1 or 2 special amendments that can be made for this, I believe. Like, let's check the Catholic Church. They have none, so I'll let them get upset. Let's check the industrialists. So I don't know if this is meant to be available for everyone, the 200 franc suffrage, or if it is meant to be something for everyone, if it's just French. But we could pass this. This makes it to where wealth threshold for voting goes up by 10, chat. So instead of the wealth threshold being 20, it becomes 30. It also gives the capitalists more clout. It also gives us 50 authority, too. So it'll actually give us more authority than oligarchy without amendments. I think with amendments, we are getting 10%, which actually I think you can get that on anything if we just keep controlling the outcome. So yeah, let's do it. Oh, the Catholic Church just had a change of position. A royalist is in charge now. Okay. That sounds fine. And then no one else will negotiate because either we tried and failed or they're marginalized, so good luck. The Carlist movement is actually threatening civil war because of this, which I'm not too surprised by. So we're just going to suppress that movement really quickly here. Actually, the rate this is going, we're probably having a civil war almost guaranteed. Although if we do, we'll deal with it. Actually, in order to expedite the speed up, we could kick the landowners. It immediately just falls below 50. Thanks, game. Oh, yeah, we're definitely failing the Common People Journal entry, by the way, chat, because our standard of living has stalled despite dropping taxes down to normal. Could be all the consumption taxes, but I think the real reason why is because almost half the population are still peasants. Oh, I really don't want to have to fight a civil war over this, but I don't think I have a choice. Especially considering the landowners are very angry regardless. Will be very angry regardless. It just switched positions. Why would you do this? Oh well. No, you can only negotiate once, and once they're supporting it, you can't negotiate it with them again. It's like once you've negotiated successfully with them, or just negotiated at all, it can't do it. And if you tried and failed, it doesn't matter. Then it won't let you do it. Because once you've negotiated, that's it. You get that one chance to negotiate with them, and if it doesn't work, oh well. So we are going to have to fight another war against the Carlists, but the good news is that they're very restricted in their power. They're only going to take about one state and a couple of troops, plus any bonuses they get for being a separatist movement. We don't make glass at all. Now, yeah, of course, the nobility is going to be very upset here, but oh well. It just means we can defeat them in the Civil War. Hey, we make craft paper now. Let's go. How many gold mines do we have? Oh, yeah, Spain definitely has extra gold mines, I think, compared to prior updates. I guess we'll just benefit the north for more wood. 50 wealth threshold. That would be insane, and you know it. You know that would be broken, and they'd have to go patch the game. So food industries here will get better shortly. The demand for groceries will spike once that recovers, our little funding here won't be necessary. Actually, it's already recovered. It's already higher now. Fantastic. At least this will kind of kill the Carlist movement. It's gonna suck to fight a civil war, but we're just gonna plow through it and we're gonna put them down the hard way. Yeah, and unfortunately, the U.S. is starting to kind of pull people into its market, so I think we're just going to have to do a big war against the U.S. and pull them back. Russia is actually at war with them right now, so we might be able to... Russia's almost willing to have a treaty with us, but I think we're not strong enough, and that's why they're not keen on the idea. So I think what we're going to do, chat, is just start developing a navy. That way, the next time we go to war with the United States, we can actually reach them. Because we've already made it to where we don't have a land border with the French, which is good. We could make Occitania a protectorate, but it's almost 70... Oh, God, it's almost 70 infamy to do it. But we'll have to worry about that after we deal with the revolt down here. Which, at least the Carlists won't be that difficult to beat. Yep, we're still going to make sure the Progressive Party wins whenever we can. Actually, thanks to the Civil War, does that increase our turmoil? Yeah, it greatly increases our turmoil because we're in the middle of a civil war. Which makes sense, but like, they're very unhappy. Another bit of good news, chat, is that our reinvestment from our financial districts and company headquarters has gotten a lot higher. So we can now actually invest a lot more into construction and not die because of it. Devout scandal? Well, what are you led by right now? Force him to step down. Oh, good, chat. The royalist has been replaced with a Carlist in the middle of a civil war against Carlists. So now I really can't negotiate with them if I could before. Why do you have no morale? Oh, because they've been attacking multiple times. There we go. It's crushed. And that will temporarily destroy the landowners. They will recover probably really fast, but that's going to give us the legitimacy we need to keep things going for a time. We can actually bring the rural folk in. Why not? Come on, come along. Can I negotiate with the rural folk now? I can. Vow to pass homesteading next. I don't know if that's a good idea. We could give them more political concessions, chat, but do we really want to give the rural folk more concessions? Really? You want to give the rural folk more? I mean, I guess we could do it, but that's just weird. It is funny, though, but it's also weird. I guess... why not? Keeping them alive could be funny. Oh, homesteading. Well, we could just do that anyway. And giving them more clout through this might actually be a good idea then, because they'll have more clout to pass things. So where's our tension going to now? It's drifting towards 41? Right, because there's less loyalism, and government legitimacy is down. That makes sense. Hey, we're actually going to have enough wood to get things done. Also, I need to just quickly go to state actions here, because I know they'll have changed things in the state when it broke free. And of course they did. That's not a surprise. Wait, where did our company go? It forcefully moved the company to the capital, chat, so it's in the capital anyway now, despite not initially existing there. Good. So now the capitalists have more just clout focused here. Fantastic. I love that for us. Well, that's a nice civil war over there. I kind of want the +1 standard of living. But it might be better to get the next company level instead. See, they're both good. Efficient canning practices we can't use yet. Higher standard of living is good. It can also be bad because it can hurt your pop growth at a certain point. But let's focus on getting these slots opened up and also getting our company throughput bonuses up. Because that alone is just going to bump them up by 10. Right now, the people owning paper is the capitalists are opulent, and then for the food consortium, they're also opulent, but it's more aristocrats than it is capitalists, because that's how that works. Although, funnily enough, the aristocrats owning urban buildings, they are still very landowner based, but they get a little bit of intelligentsia, just not a lot. All right, it's passed. We now have wealth voting and all the glorious negatives that come with it. Get out of our party. Yeah, because the downside is that with oligarchy, we were getting a lot of legitimacy based on clout, and then we were also gaining the votes on top of it, so we were kind of gaining a lot with it. Oh! So we didn't... So the amendment that we gave the industrialist chat, it must be for only... It's only for France, and us being able to put it in is a bug, because it didn't apply it. So we didn't actually get it in the end, which means we could go census suffrage if we want to just double down on the liberalism instead. Why can I not pass... What do you mean, do they not support it? Oh, I kicked them out of government, that's right. Because we suddenly had no clout. That's right. I guess we'll wait for the next election, which is in a few years. The Catholic Church actually has way too much clout right now. It's kind of insane. We kind of need to neuter that, I think. But the problem is that if we try to go for it, they get angry. Yeah, oh well, we'll make it work anyway. How is... Where's our motor industry? Oh, I think we had a motor industry in the state that revolted, chat, and they just ripped it apart, and it's just gone now. So that kind of sucks for us, but... we'll live. Oh, I forgot about a colony, and the British have taken most of it. Oh, I didn't even have the interest established. It got ripped away from us. Cool. Yeah, so the British, unfortunately, have just colonized everything. Which, I guess, is normal. So we're gonna have to beat up the French later. British, French. Look, I'm not really good at identifying who our enemies are, because they're kind of everywhere. British, French, the Americans, everyone hates us, chat. If we try to go after Occitania and make them a subject, we do get a lot of infamy out of it. And my concern here is that a lot of people would join against us then. It would be funny to do, but a lot of people would be really angry at us for doing it. So what maybe we might do... See, annexing Morocco would be 38, which is not worth it. I think it's better if we just... focus Morocco down here. And just kind of do all this, just knock them down and then annex them. So maybe we annex Morocco at the very least. That way we can make all of this more Spanish. I do want to form Iberia though, so at some point we have to murder Portugal. Like that's just something we have to do eventually. Which means we'd have to fight the British at some point. There we go, we have influence again. The Mexicans are also now partially Spanish. So that's fun. Doesn't do much for us. I just thought it'd be funny to do. It is giving us more average acceptance of the primary cultures. Which does help us a little. Let's see. Oh, we could build the power block statues for the decree cost reduction. No, not really. They'd be useful, but they're not that useful right now. It's not a high priority. We export a lot of... Oh, right. Why are we exporting coffee? Wait, where are we getting coffee from? Because you're not in my market. I was going to say none of you are in my market. I guess it's because of Morocco. Oh, right. No, Cuba. It's because of Cuba. That's right. Because Cuba is now actually 3 states, chat, instead of 1 state. Which means Cuba has a lot of agriculture potential, it appears. And they're they're making a lot of coffee. Don't ask how. You don't want to know how. Just... Oh. I see. What is happening? No. What is this? Blame the main on Spain nonsense? Give me a minute, chat. I gotta turn on the lights as well. I can't see. Okay, sorry about that. I really need to just have those lights prepared in advance. But yeah, so I guess the US is just blaming the main on Spain on us here, and they're coming for our territory. Oh. Oh, but there's people we can sway into this to get a land war. Okay. Let me get the interest set up, chat. And we do need to decide on our initial... Can I do... What is the most I could do without... Ah, see, that's not as much as I'd like. I'd want more. We could take some territories from them to give back to Mexico to make the borders look better. Yeah, that's right. We're technically under a coup threat from... Well, the Catholic Church doesn't have anything, so they can't coup threaten us anyway. Let me see if I can wait it out. No, it's not going to be up in time. Okay. So maybe... I can't humiliate you. Is Liberia free? Oh, wow. Liberia is just free from them. Okay. So they have no subjects now. Cool. Regime changing the United States into a state religion monarchy would be really funny. Also highly impractical. I guess let's just take the Rio Grande back from them. Because what we're going to do is we're going to pull these two in. We can call in Britain as an ally, but we can also... Well, we can also call them in as an ally. But I think what we do with Mexico is probably call them in... Oh, we can return state Texas. I mean, I'd rather get the borders straightened out for Mexico here. What is the most expensive one? Technically, they spend it anyway, right? Yeah. And then we can call in the British, too. We could actually call in the British to liberate a country. Oh, this is good. The US may have walked right into a really bad time. What I'm thinking is liberating something like California isn't much. Liberating New England is actually a lot, chat. It doesn't sound like it would be, but it's all that coastline they no longer have for their ships. They don't have a lot of ships up here. Oh, they actually have 11 universities up here, chat. So they would lose what is this? Almost 20 innovation they would lose. Something else we could go for as a treaty port too, but let's get the British in first before we do anything else, because if we don't get the British in, we're gonna really suffer afterwards. There we go. The British are in, and the Mexicans have been targeted by the Americans, which is good. We do want to see that happen. Our interest is not a staff. Oh, chat, I think they might have made a small change to where you can't demand territory if you didn't set up the interest ahead of time. I think they may have done that ahead of time here. Because, yeah, see, I can do claims against the French. Because I have their capital already. That might be a change they've made to the game. Which I wouldn't say is a bad change. It is noteworthy, though. Do I want Puerto Rico to have more territory? Not necessarily, but it wouldn't be a problem. Although I can't reach France that well now, so... Kind of sucks, though, because it means I can't take more territory from the Americans than I was planning to take. Because I was planning to take more territory, but it looks like you really need to have your interests established ahead of time now. I'm sorry? What? Chad, I think I know what I want to steal, even though I can't reach it. We're gonna try, okay? We're gonna kind of reach and try, because that's a bit too funny. And then we'll go for a humiliation goal as well. I do need to send one army over to help them out, though. I don't think we can get the Confederation of the Rhine, but it would be so funny if we could. Let's assume we're not going to be able to do it, and we're just going to mainly focus on our war against the Americans. I do have to leave one army home because they could naval invade us, and vice versa. We could naval invade them if given the chance. But it's going to be a long time before the Navy's actually set up, because remember, most of our construction is being taken from us. I really don't want to add more infamy, but Guyana would be... Let's try to take French Guiana as well, just because it would be of good benefit to us. Actually dig you in. I don't want the Mexican forces to fall apart. Because with the British on our side, they should just plow through the Americans right now. Well, that's what I hope happens. They could just die instead, and we sit here looking like idiots. But we're not going to know till it happens. Yeah, let's get chemical bleaching done next, chat. It's almost done spreading to us. That'll help our paper industry. I don't think we could get a naval invasion to be pulled off, chat, but I do see the British are already doing their own naval invasion. So we're going to see if the American and French forces are just too spread apart to where we can just walk in. Like, just land on the beach, drink some champagne kind of stuff. Although I guess we're not French, so champagne is not what we'd be drinking. Where are these dye plantations? Oh, build more of them. I don't think... Did there used to be dye out here, chat? I don't actually know. I never paid attention to the islands. Reinforced concrete gives you access to several... The Kaiser form. Wait, I'm sorry. Hang on. Kaiser form. Is that where I think it is? No, I initially assumed... Oh, it's in Austria. It just gives 10 prestige, but it's neat. Another cathedral to give the Catholic Church more clout. Another cathedral. There's just all these cathedrals that are adding to the game. It's amusing, but why? I kind of want to go for restricted child labor next, chat. We need to get more education. I think we go for it. Let's wake up the labor movement. Which is funny, because we have trade unions in the government, chat. We don't even have egalitarianism researched. Thanks to the new changes they've made. We can already have them in government long before they're meant to be. Oh, the Navy got defeated. That's unfortunate. Also, marginally expected because our Navy is kind of not well invested into. You know, our armed forces are not doing great down here. Well, they are in some areas. They're just sucking in others. Well, we'll have to see once the Navy recovers and some more ships are built that they're actually able to advance. I think what we do is we kind of focus on our naval investments and government administration, because you can't have enough government administration. I guess the French fleet caught me. Oh, yeah. Oh, the British are just going to steamroll the French, too. We're actually going to get the Confederation of the Rhine, thanks to the British. You know what? I was mad at the British earlier, but I'm really coming around to the thoughts of the British right now. Just for now. Later on, I'm going to change my mind again, probably. We also just got more healthcare, which means our standard of living has actually gone up a fair bit. Which is going to temporarily cool some heads in Madrid. We actually don't have any issues in Madrid, finally. We also got a humanitarian. Oh! Oh, this is a historical character, chat, so this is a guaranteed humanitarian. Also, our current government makeup is terrible. Please send help. I am in great pain. Oh, worthless words, right. Yeah, they're probably upset about that, huh? Hey, we're doing a partial Reconquista for Mexico as well. Ooh. Brazilian slave revolt. Oh, it'd be so funny if they had said yes. It'd be so... Oh, they really don't want to, chat. That's unfortunate. Oh, I didn't pay attention to Uruguay. Oh... That's why I didn't pay attention to Uruguay, chat. It's such a tiny revolt, I couldn't even see it on the map without paying attention. I couldn't even see it on the map. Where do these earnings be strongest? Here? I build 5 more. Why not? So, are you willing to give us everything we want? Then the war goes on. Until more die. You know, the biggest loss in this war, chat, is actually the British. The British have spent the most lives for this war. Which, you know what? I thank the British for their contribution in the restoration of the Spanish. Honestly, that's really funny to me. It shouldn't be, but it is. And how are we doing on our research now? We're just underneath the cap. Technically, still need a few more universities. I'm just going to build, like, 7 in the capital. And be done with it. Oh, come on, France. Come on, give it up. Your capital is going to be under siege soon. In fact, I can send my army in now. And there we go. It still looks awful over here, chat, but I swear it's going to get better soon. I swear to you, it'll get better soon. Don't worry. I really need to shrink that down. We can see this better here. Also, can we bring the other army home and demobilize it so I have more stuff? Thanks. Okay, another leader just changed. And I've actually got to change the government makeup because we had no legitimacy at that point. I love electoral manipulation in game. I love electoral... So, for some reason, the rule folk aren't forming... Oh, because now they're considering the moderate party. They just got a royalist. Okay. Cool, so now we have a Spanish Confederation of the Rhine who's... Well, obviously, they're not going to be loyal to us at all, chat, because they're isolated, which we knew was going to happen. So we're just going to grant them their own market, which is still going to increase them a lot, but yeah... At least we have them. Subject liberty desire will decrease. Sure. I think they still revolt from us in the end, chat, unless we get good relations with them. Which is going to be kind of hard without more investments. Oh, good. The Armada's been repaired just in time to be ready after the war ends. Good news is that we can have lots of interests now. I'm actually going to put one in South China and one in Japan just because we can. Actually, maybe not Japan. I want one in Italy. That way we've got a good eye over a lot of things. I can't even colonize anywhere at this point, man. It sucks. Where can we colonize? Because I put in that effort for colonization. Everywhere which has severe malaria. So... Thanks, game. I guess we'll just colonize there, then. We'll just... One place at a time, I guess. Attempting to remedy centuries... Oh, God, what's happened? Oh! They've made it to where you can see options that are unavailable because you are missing certain things now? I like this. I don't know if this is like a new thing they're doing for specific events to try it, or if they've just done this for all events, but I like this. I like this because allowing players to see different options they could get if they went down different paths or had different laws enacted is really good. I like that a lot. National Awakening starts 240 months. No, how about we just stamp it out for only 120 months instead? God, is this how it feels for the Spanish? Everyone just wants to leave you? Congo River Expedition. I don't really want that. I don't really need that. In fact, don't even tell me about it. The Iberian Union has researched pan-nationalism as chosen... Oh! Okay. The natural borders of France Confederation of the Rhine. I mean, technically the Confederation of the Rhine is already in existence, but sure, game. We're gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Oh! We have a special journal entry for anarchists. I suppose I should have seen that coming, but, you know, oh. Okay. No, don't exonerate the slave owners. Use this as an opportunity to crush them for 5 more years. 5 more years of crushing the slavers. Italian leadership in Italy has started. Tuscany is leading it. Tuscany is making the attempt. That is beautiful. Can you be my subject? No. Oh, I did just realize, chat. Can we... Oh, see, so... Language trait group or language trait. So, yeah. we can only spread our primary culture to others that share the a language trait with us. So obviously Latin America, it's very easy to spread it to. Afro-Caribino. Who has Afro-Caribino? I'm not too sure. If we form Iberia, it would give us more options. So maybe we can get something out of that. Have him resign. He's being replaced by a Democrat. I love it. This is good knowledge to have, though. We can use this well. You know what? How many... Wait, what is our reinvestment at? Okay, yeah, let's do a bunch more construction sectors. That way we can de-peasantize further. Because nothing says less peasants like more construction sectors. Our poor food industry is also just suffering. It can't get enough... Maybe we should give it investment rights. I usually don't consider it too much. Actually, I'm surprised how cheap liquor is. It's actually very cheap. I think what we need instead then is just more grain. The problem is that I'm pretty certain at this point almost all of our states here can make things... Oh, well, we don't need vineyards that much. We can actually void vineyards in a few areas. If it's just vineyards and no other special plantations. Because vineyards aren't really on my radar compared to other ones. So we can go ahead and get a couple grain farms going. More trade centers would good, yeah. Man, the British are once again trying to get investment rights in us, and I just have to sit here and quietly tell them no. Thanks for your help, but I don't want you to have more of our stuff. Well, we're actually importing lots of things, it says. We're even importing luxury clothes, which I guess it makes sense. We haven't been making that many luxury clothes, but we arguably should because we do have access to soap plantations. So it is kind of weird that we don't make any... luxury clothes ourselves. We could technically keep just importing them, but it's weird to not make anything. Hey, rubber discovered in South Cameroon. I don't think I have the technology unlocked yet, but neat. I'll take it. Is that just because of mountains? No, the trade unions are angry with us. Well, that makes sense. Trade unions and anger kind of go hand in hand half the time. Sometimes they love you, sometimes they hate you. Technically, they do hate us because of the Combination Acts, which is basically saying they're not allowed to meet at all. Which gives us more radicals. We could switch right to associate. Oh, exploitative practices is actually banned as a result. You know, that's actually not too surprising. I kind of like it. You know, I kind of want to see what we can negotiate for here with the industrialists. Just generic stuff, unfortunately. I was hoping for something special. I don't know where all the special stuff is. No, I don't want to negotiate, actually. Maybe I should have, because now they're even angrier, but oh well. Why are the intelligentsia upset? Bad authority, and everyone's just angry in the country. Yeah, that's pretty normal. Oh, right. One, I forgot we had tech done. Two, child labor law. We wanted to get that over with. Let's actually... While we have the intelligentsia guy, I kind of want to get this. What do you mean? Oh, do we not have them in government now? Right. Let's fix that. We're changing government so often, chat, I can't remember what the government makeup was yesterday. That's how fast it's changing. Another political concession to the armed forces. Why not? And then the industrialists. You want 23 railways? Okay, sure. If that'll get you to stop sending children to the mines. I guess, obviously we can build a couple here, but then a lot of the rest of them, it just needs to be a few of them, and then we'll see where everything else is afterwards. Kind of just go from there. I forgot our research again. Thank God it's just pouring that to other points, but I feel like that's just a massive waste to not be spending it. Steel frames might be good, but there are a lot of technologies for the next era we could grab as well. We actually need improved fertilizer to activate a journal entry of ours, so that might be a good idea. Steel frames, more construction. Mutual funds into investment banks is kind of what I'm leaning towards here. I'm also kind of leaning towards corporatism just because the corporatist ideology is pretty nice. Especially since it means they will no longer oppose public health insurance. I don't think they do at the start anyway, but... Yeah, no, they don't. It's that they'll start to support welfare laws and labor associations that isn't the Combination Acts. Although they'll still support anti-strike laws, so that really doesn't change anything for us. So I think let's do this first, and then probably into steel frames. We could do steel frames first, but we do not have that much steel production. We're actually having to subsidize our steel, I'm pretty certain. Oh, they built a lot more mills. Well, I wasn't paying attention to how many mills they had built. For the steel mills. Okay, so maybe we do have more to use than I thought. So actually, let's do steel frames first, because we have more potential than I thought we did. Yeah, poor laws eventually. We might not. I don't think we're going to switch off public healthcare, just because public healthcare is better for pop growth in the long run. Private would be fun, but public healthcare gets us a lot more pops. And pops are pretty important. Oh, man, we're just using up that trade capacity as soon as we get it. We really should just build more trade centers then. I mean, we are building more trade centers. I'm just saying we should probably build even more of them. And our subjects are actually building in us. Oh, both of our subjects have trade centers. Oh, that's great. Wait. Do they own... Not the trade centers. I'm sorry. I'm trying to see. They might just be trade centers that they own in us for now. Oh, they actually own, like, tobacco plantations in one another, too. That's really funny. Oh, that's really funny. What is this? The Netherlands? Sure, why not? I'll be your friend. I don't think anyone else will be your friend, so I gotta be your friend. Shock tactics are unbecoming of this nation. Yeah, I don't know what the journal entry regarding Morocco would have been. We didn't get it in the end because they're already our subject. So, yeah, there's that. Oh, are we negative again? I guess I shouldn't be that surprised that we're negative again, but oh well. Oh, there's been a coup in the Ottoman Empire. The armed forces couped the government in the Ottoman Empire, chat. They've been couped by the literal army. That's funny. Well, not funny if you're there. Ooh. Oh, it's a shame that we have a defense pact with Britain, chat, because that revolt is small enough that well, they probably wouldn't accept to become our subject anyway, since we're a monarchy and everything. But, man, would it be funny. It's actually so small that they don't want to... No, we would not be able to Spanishanize either the Netherlands or Belgium because their language trait group... Oh, language trait group. Wait, hang on. Language trait group. Language... Romance language. Wait, romance language, right? That should count. So actually, we should be able to do it to, like, the French and Italian countries. And then... Oh, there's Iberian. Can we make Iberian a thing? Esperanto. Oh, it's an Esperanto language. Which... We'll have to try this. We'll have to try this later. We can make Occitania a subject in a little bit, maybe. I'm considering it. But right now I have to figure out why the liberal movement wants to murder us. Lack of electoral confidence is new for this. Neighboring countries, the insurrectionary radical movement. Okay, that makes sense now. I'm noticing that our tension is getting really high. Is this because of the ongoing revolution? I assume so. I also just realized I have to kill the church if I want a liberal victory. This is a, if you're trying to go the liberal results, chat, this does not go easily. Net approval of liberal and progressive interest groups. Oh, it's because they're just upset with us, I guess. And government... Oh, no. I see how it works now. I see how it's mathing. Our government legitimacy is bad, so it's going up. Okay, I understand what it's saying at this point, chat. I didn't before, but I do now. So let's go ahead and get education level 4, because that will actually activate a new journal entry, which I don't know what any of these journal entries do. I haven't looked up on them. Yeah, so it looks like we could Spanishinize Italy if we got Italian subjects. Obviously, they would still have Italian as one of their primaries, so it wouldn't change anything too much. I completely forgot to give Spain the Rio Grande. We were intending to do that, chat. In fact, maybe we can make a new treaty off of that. Should be under what? Transfer, state transfer, Rio Grande. I don't think there's really anything they could offer us, though. Because they're not going to give us a treaty port for it. I think it's better to just hand it over. Unless we go for a company monopoly. But then we'd have to want to build in their country. With the company. Well, actually, the companies can build them regardless as long as we have investment rights. What am I saying? Yeah, so we could do something like that. Why not? Let me get that set up. Is it already in here? It is. That's a 72, so maybe we can get... Not logging camps. So what about the food consortium? We could, I just... I don't have any influence, chat. We have 2 rivals and it's not enough. Oh, you know what? The Germans rivaled us, so I guess we'll just rival them back. There we go, I can get that now. And I already have investment rights from the other treaty. And then ask for obligation as well. There we go. That way they owe us, and we don't have to worry about the revolt. Did we make... Does not have Mexican as a primary culture. Oh, wait, did we already do it here? We did. I'm trying to spread our culture to a country that already has it. We can actually bring Ecuador back into the power block, chat. Which is nice. I assume this is because the American power block collapsed a bit. Oh, yeah, it did. The Americans fell down to major power status since they got humiliated. And that actually caused them to lose cohesion. Because when you're a major power, you lose 50% cohesion. And that just messed them up pretty bad, I guess. We also got another mandate a little bit ago because I wasn't paying attention. So now, we can have another company. Whatever we want to make that company out of, actually. Because we have a lot of options now. Sogandai would be nice. But Sogandai is not a main focus of our location. I would love the 15% innovation. It wouldn't... Actually, I don't know, because it would be affecting innovation generation, right? We'd probably just hit the cap anyway. Because I assume it would just affect this. I wouldn't have to build more universities for a long time. So it'd be more about whether or not we want to be investing into cotton. There is a simulation one in Ile-de-France, but you'd have to take Paris itself for that, which is probably not happening. What I want to do, honestly, is grab this special company here. Because then we can just get iron, coal, and steel going. All 3 of them at once. Which I think is a good investment. Because we get more iron, we get more coal. And then steel is never an issue. And I don't know if you noticed, but we have a couple of really big deposits. And then a lot of small deposits. I say we go for that next. Of course, that is not going to be based in... Oh, it's based all the way up here in the north. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, it is true. We get the prestige steel as well. I was kind of just debating through it because my brain wasn't too certain if that's what we wanted to do. But I think that's what we want to do. We can also give it logging camps, but Castile paper already has that, so there's no point in doing it. We've urbanized Spain, which I think means... Yeah, we should be below 35% peasants now. No, that's farms to factories is what I'm thinking of. There's been a revolution in Japan. More news at 11. Okay, let's check our trade centers. We can actually still export more. Let's actually build you up a lot, because it looks like you have a lot of export potential. Hey, there we go. Value investments is finished, so they're not going to be angry at us and try to murder us for the next 5 years. We could go state atheism, chat. No, let's just go freedom of conscience. We do actually need to weaken the Catholic Church, so this is something we need to do. And before they flip out on us and get angry, let's actually negotiate with them. Oh my god, 5-point increase? No, can you just take your administrative influences in exchange for not resisting this? Or are they still opposing it? They're still opposing it, chat. It just made it to where they're not... I guess what it made it to where they're not going to be too oppositionist. Commit to increasing, they want us to double the size of the army. Oh my god. Build 20 artillery foundries? The Cultural Commonwealth statue, it is the same one as the Sovereign Empire. It gives you bureaucrats and a 25% decree cost reduction. I mean, I guess we do need to increase the size of the army at some point, so I guess we can swear to it and just do it in the next 10 years. The industrialists. Oh, God, I don't know. I really don't want to do that for a decaying 10-year modifier. I guess. I need to make sure this passes, and that's a good way to make sure this passes. Yeah, it's a good way to make sure it passes in the end. Man, our turmoil is just getting worse as time goes on here. Well, we are trying to pass something now that they don't like. So I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. Progressive Party? Yeah, Progressive Party. Let the Progressive Party pass. Because that's going to be huge if the Progressive Party gets into power. We have no construction going on right now. Why is that? Ah, because the new company is doing all the privatization. That's why we suddenly had a massive spike in expenditures as well. Why don't we invest into some gold mines then, perhaps, chat? Not too many, of course, but... Oh, right, we can invest in the Netherlands now, can't we? Well, that's nice. Just investing into a few other things, too, here. Just get it all going. This is going to kind of put us in such a hole that I do need to raise taxes to high, even though that hurts our legitimacy even more. I think it's just something we need to do for now. No, I don't want to do the private insurance one, just because, like I said before, we get more... Wait, the Ottoman Empire back down to Montenegro? Oh, that's funny. Oh, but they got subjugated mountain earlier, so they already lost. It was like 14 years ago. A revised proposal. Oh, special journal entry. Possible event effects. 10-year bonuses. Okay. I mean, there's no reason to say no, right? Government intervention and the death of the hired architect meant to oversee construction. No proposals met all criteria until now. And so what, we just have to build the building? I mean, I don't see why not. We just build it. Problem solved. It's not going to be that hard. But I prefer public insurance because you just get a lot more pop growth out of it in the long run, in my opinion. Obviously, your pops... Oh my god, that's a Austria-Romania? Romanian subject? Weird. Obviously, if your standard of living gets too high, it can have a negative impact on your pop growth. But where we stand right now, we're actually just benefiting from it. That being said, we do need to decide our last principle. I kind of want to do market unification just so we have a customs union with all of our power block members. But on the other hand, it's all just gone to pot and this place is on fire over here. It's kind of a mess. Although getting them in our power block, not our power block, I'm sorry, our market would make it easier to keep it all centralized. The PB clout would be nice, but they already have a lot of clout from political concessions, and then the intelligentsia are getting a lot too, and we need both of them for our cohesion. So we're kind of benefiting either way. Let me just grab level 3 food standardization for now. Make our pops a little less angry at us, which should actually reduce our tension meter a bit. It dropped it to 69. That's good. And then we'll actually reform government because we can actually make a decent government finally. Oh, they're all kind of withdrawing from these. Do you want a power block embassy and investment? No. What if we negotiate based off of this? Diplomatic stance with Spain. Negotiating treaty being... Oh, that makes sense because they technically are losing more than they're gaining out of it. Okay, let's just do the investment rights for now then, I suppose, because that technically gets us some influence over them, but I think they're just going to drift into the American sphere, aren't they? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I hate it. They shouldn't drift over to the Americans. The Americans are evil. Evil. Yeah, so I think they're just going to buy up a lot of buildings for now and not build up anything else. Which is fine for me. There's been a coup in Romania following its civil war. Well, that's just a bit too realistic in some cases. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, we could do external trade for the extra influence. That is a decent idea. Actually, we have a lot of influence right now thanks to several things finally breaking. Which is good for us because it was really holding us back. Also, we can start switching over to steel frames. I'm going to lightly do because I know we don't have a lot of glass production in the country. It is going to be a bit before we're under a lot of glass production. I really should finish that sentence. But we can do our best here. What is happening? Oh, the Americans are and the French are attacking. Why do they keep it? They really hate each other, chat. Actually, let's wait for the British to call us in. There it is. There it is. Because I want to test this. Because I think... oh, is it only going to do me now, though? Is it not going to have my subjects? No, there it is. There it is. Okay. Okay, because I want to test this and see if it works, chat. It does work, doesn't it? Oh, no, I think it does work. Oh, no. Don't tell me it does work. It does, doesn't it? Oh, no, chat. Oh, no, it does work. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, you're not supposed to be able to do that. I'm pretty certain you're not supposed to be able to do that. Oh. We're gonna gain so much infamy out of this. Oh, but if we could take Georgia as well. Oh, that's so much cotton plantation. Did they... Is it just me, or did they add more arable land over here? Hang on, wait. Is it just me, or does the southern area of the United States have a lot more land, arable land? It might just be me, chat. I haven't played in at least over a month, so I could be forgetting, but I feel like there's more arable land down here than before. Again, it could just be me. Also, we have to keep in mind that the Americans could just back down and we get nothing out of this, just like last time. So I'm really hoping they don't back down. I'm really hoping they don't back down, because I would like for them to keep fighting here. What do I want to take from the French? Because I could take more from the Americans, but I think the Americans are just going to back down. Could take the West Indies. Actually, wait, West Indies is not listed here. Okay. Well, that's fine. In that case, we could try to take more. Ooh, this all kind of sends us over the limit, though, that I have set. Does that set us over the limit? Barely. I could stomach that. Or Louisiana. There we go. That works. Definitely shouldn't work, but that's how it works. We're not going to mobilize, because I need to kind of wait and hope that they don't back down. If we mobilize the army, they're going to be more pressured into just backing down, because we'll have that scary army that's mobilized and ready to fight. And I'd rather they actually fight this. Oh, right, the Germans joined too on our side, didn't they? Okay, good. There we go, chat. They did. They bit the bullet. Now, we are running a really severe deficit thanks to all the construction, because our private pool is not really using it that much. So, hopefully they will start using more of it soon, because I have to raise taxes again. It is also most certainly because we're running yet another bureaucrat deficit that I need to resolve. And probably resolving that would fix a lot of our issues. Okay, there we go. So now we can switch these over to secular administration, which is going to at least partially weaken the Catholic Church, which we need to do badly. It also means we can now do public schools, which they're going to hate, but we're going to do it. And I don't think they're even willing to negotiate. They're not. Oh, I could promise more light industry, sure. I don't mind. Research for the camera. That's a 50% chance to pass it now, so we should be good to go. It is going to increase tension as well. The Carlist movement might actually tick towards civil war. No, they can't. They were violently suppressed earlier, so they don't even have the potential to. Fantastic. I did just realize, chat, that did we not move our army over here? We did. I was gonna say, because they're not doing too well. Oh, we're actually suffering a naval invasion over here. Or an invasion through the French Republic. Probably should have raised our conscripts too, but I wasn't paying attention to that. Yeah, I think they might just barely win it, but I'm not too certain. Yeah, sure, give it migration attraction. And now let's give it a month tick or two and see, does it benefit everywhere? It does, chat. Okay, so this is another railway that benefits you everywhere. So if you can get this railway and the one in India both built, you can have a 40% boost to railway building throughput globally. We have actually not finished the promise to the armed forces yet. We probably should do that. I made the promise and then I forgot about the promise. Really need to stop forgetting our promises here. And we'll kind of do a mixture of more infantry and more artillery. It is going to take us a long while to actually build up all that because our private construction is finally using its construction again. We also have a lot more demand for other goods. Oh, research finished. Cool. Oh, that was mutual funds. Fantastic. So now we can switch to publicly traded, which gets us bureaucrats instead of shopkeepers. But more importantly, we should see the capitalists taking up more of the investment. And over time, we should see a bigger investment pool. International exchange standards. Okay, the Confederation of the Rhine just had a civil war break out. Who is this? Authoritarian. No, thank you. We can't accept that. Authoritarianism isn't our way of life over here. Probably. Anti-country lobby targeting Spain. Ah, targeting Britain. The armed forces are starting to petition for us to go beat up the British. Which we might eventually do. We might eventually do it. Let's actually raid convoys there, too, to stop the French convoys from doing anything productive. We're not dropping out of this war quickly, are we? No, we've actually been targeted. That's good. If we've been targeted, then that's a very good thing, chat. That means we're probably going to stick to the war for a long time. Are we not winning this? Oh, you want to know why? It's because the front line here is extremely small. So you can get almost no one up there on the front line. Two Sicilies is making its move to try to unify Italy after the previous contestant just failed. Which is amusing. This next candidate will probably also fail. If we're honest here, they'll probably both fail. Slowly switching over to more iron, more steel-based construction. We also have the 6th largest GDP in the world. We've almost reached Russia and the North German Federation, which is good. I don't think we can push, chat, despite the numbers being slightly favorable. I'm keeping our forces from pushing because I think we have to just keep ourselves dug in defensively until somebody breaks. Speaking of, actually, let's just send the rest of our forces over. I know this means they could start winning down here, but the front line is so tiny that we ourselves can't make any pushes, which is kind of rendering our assaults down there pointless. So we need to just find somewhere else to make our pushes. We're also still effectively at our trade capacity, exporting 4,000 paper. That is silly. I suppose it is the 1870s, but I feel like that's still silly. I guess we could do an external trade as stated. It does give us trade capacity. Why not? Okay, we got the Armed Forces journal entry done now, too. Oh, I totally forgot to give us first aid for our medical support. You know, that would have been a really helpful thing before the war started. Yeah, that would have been incredibly useful. An absent mind. Doctor needs to see him. Right of assembly, really. I'm gonna say no, just for now. Fervor still gives war support, yeah. See, fervor, primary culture, it does give war support. So higher fervor for us would technically slow it down. I don't think ours is high enough, though. Or maybe ours doesn't matter because we're... I don't know. I don't know when it starts to affect it. I assume at any point in time. Now we have public schools as well. We should see the Catholic Church, yeah, start to drop pretty hard here. It won't be enough on its own to wipe them out, but they are getting weaker. We could try to liberalize our election laws further. It would get rid of the political concessions. We could actually liberalize the census suffrage and... see that we probably lose our electoral clientism over time, though. Yeah, it's worth considering. No worker rights. Well, that's just sad. Guess we can try to pass poor laws next. It'd at least get the industrialists something to chew on. The armed forces are not in government. Well, maybe they should be. On the status of the regional tongues. Well, that can't be a good thing. So, what is this journal entry? Oh, wait. All states Spanish homeland? Population is equal... Oh, or 60% status of Spanish. Dismissed forever. We'll attempt to integrate the speakers of regional languages, rewarding us with additional primary cultures. This will require high cultural acceptance and fulfillment of our regional agendas. Or we can attempt to assimilate them. Doing so will reward us with powerful bonuses pertaining to the centralization and homogeneization of the state. Well, I guess we know what we're doing. This is definitely going to anger them, though. You know what? I need to get my authority back then, but I can't afford to drop taxes. So, promoting national values, which it still sucks that it got nerfed, but oh well. Well, it got nerfed in one sense. And then I guess Catalan too. The thing is, you only get up to 60%. 60% is what it's going to get pushed to. Oh, right. So, yeah, these two areas we actually do need to focus on. I mean, look at how high that fervor is. And the only reason the fervor is going down right now, chat, is because of timed modifiers reducing their fervor. Otherwise, they have really high fervor just from war casualties and literacy. And that fervor increase is permanent. That's why I feel like assimilation has gotten such a hard nerf in Victoria ever since they added fervor as a mechanic. You can partially overcome it, but there's not really that many methods to overcome it. So we'll try to assimilate here, and we'll see how long it takes. It's actually a good argument for the power block statues if we ever get around to them. Okay, we're not waiting 35 more weeks for that to finish. Or 55. Oh, in the end, Hawaii got puppeted by America, so America got the event. Or they just did it themselves. Either one is possible. Religious workhouses. Oh! This is an advance? Ooh. Oh, I mean, we do need to kill off the Catholic Church's clout, but that bureaucracy cost is kind of nice. Ooh, see, I don't know now, because it would make the institution a bit cheaper in the long run. Nah. Yeah, I guess we'll go full in our liberalism of the two Spains. So are we winning over here at all? Yes, we are. In fact, the Americans are dying really badly right now, which is great. So if the Americans losing is what we want, and we can now establish a fourth company because 3 wasn't good enough for us. I kind of want to do tools for the precision, but maybe actually instead we do another special one. Ideally something that gives us another thing that we can expand into that isn't the same stuff we've been doing. I was going to say, we could establish this one, but you need automotive industries for it. Colts Patent Firearm Manufacturing Company. Yeah, if we owned Connecticut, maybe. John Holton Company. Oh, yeah, John Holton Company. You just need rubber plantations in Nigeria, which we have no presence in. The 10% kind of helps. We'll see if it is really good, but I'm holding my breath on it. Let's put it that way. Let me also look at our subjects really quick, chat, because we have to keep in mind they can invest into us. So there's no reason to do the plantation companies because Cuba already has the plantation company. Technically, Morocco could get it too, but I think we're safer to just annex Morocco. So we definitely aren't going to get any form of plantation company since that really wouldn't benefit us. We could do premium home goods because that would allow us to access lead. And premium home goods technically, not technically, but usually tends to be very profitable. Because, I mean, shoot, we're already getting a lot of Cuban cigar assistance in producing them. I don't think we need anything else. Yeah, I think let's save up for the furniture. And we'll get it to be established in the capital as well. That way the capital is just depopulated of everything that's not important. And then I kind of want to do human rights into feminism so we can get more of our pops to be working pops. Just to increase demand. The alternative would be to go over to more of our economic text, but I think let's keep going down the path of liberalism here. And using the negotiations for fun, because I do find them fun. Oh, the bourgeoisie are powerful now, by the way. Which is fun. Sweden also hates us, I guess. Which is less fun, but oh well. Actually, you know what? We could attempt a naval invasion now, chat. We have the Navy. We actually have the Navy to do it. No, Ryan, you're not getting... You're literally in a civil war and you're asking for increased autonomy. That's cute, but we're not doing it. We really are just manipulating our elections endlessly. Wait, the landowners are in this? Oh, no. Really? That's going to make it take even longer because they have to be very weak. They have to be within marginalized. Okay, well, welcome to the club, I guess. 126 universities? Are they mad? That's so weird. Yeah, I thought the Cultural Commonwealth... I thought that one was going to boost assimilation or maybe like disable fervor's effect in the area or something. The fact that it's just decree cost it's nice, but I don't feel like it quite fits what it is. You know? It's just really weird to me. Okay, DC has fallen. I don't know if our naval invasion did that, but DC fell. So we'll get Florida, Texas, and Louisiana sent over to us. Which is very nice. And also the French are dying, which is also nice. There we go. A new company's been established, and we will give it lead mines. Not that we have a lot of lead mines in our own area, but it's something, which is better than nothing. Yeah, there it is. Santo Domingo now owns it all, which is really weird, and they have Dominican orchards. Oh, Dominican orchards does include sugar. But I think the plantation company includes sugar too, so that's just really weird in the end. You get prestige, you get colonial growth speed. Yeah, that's just really weird to see. And now we did just make it to where they have Spanish as a primary culture on top of the other cultures. Oh, wow. Okay, so... minus 1% birth rate and an additional minus 10 political strength from receiving welfare. That's a debate event. No, I think I'll just take the setback for success chance. Santo Domingo owning all of that really doesn't make much sense, but it's just too amusing. What? Really? Are we doing this again? Have they not learned from last time? Please, I couldn't possibly give Cuba land. The Philippines owning the Hawaiian Islands. Oh, that'd be so funny. Oh my god, this is broken. This is not supposed to happen. Oh man, I can't. This really should be a different... This really should be its own subject down here instead, but I can't. I have to. It's too funny. Oh my god, that's just too funny. Where's the army? Quick, bring it back. Mobilize it for a second confrontation. They're down. I'm going to tell you right now, chat, they're going to back down. The Americans are absolutely going to back down to this. They're not going to stay in. And lots of people are going to get upset with us now and maybe leave the power block because of our, what we've done. But I think that'll be okay. Actually, are we maintaining it with Mexico at least? We are, because the high infamy is making people kind of drift away. But some of them are staying at least. Wow, are they not backing down? Oh, it's because the French joined. Okay, let them come then. Let them come. Because there's no way the American army has recovered from the last war that they just lost. What I think is do is we defend for now. Wait for the... Oh, actually, we can attack here. We're over 30%, so that's a pretty good chance to just win it. And we'll just kind of convoy right outside DC and New York, because what that should do... we could just blockade it, actually. That would probably work just as well if we blockaded it all. You could do either one, really. You could blockade it or not. New York has no trade centers? What happened to you? What happened to your trade? I should just naval blockade you instead, because then you'll have no trade at all. It would have crippled the lower stratus clout, yeah. Which would have been amusing, but the one thing I don't want from it is... It would have... Wow, we have a lot of influence now, chat. I just realized. Although I don't know if I can use it well. We can try to improve relations in various areas. Because at least by improving relations, we might be able to keep them in the power block or something to that effect. I mean, we'll see. I should improve it with Morocco as well, since we intend to annex them. And having better relations will make that easier. Actually, there's a good chance they would just agree to it. Well, I need to make them loyal. That's what I need to do. Because once they're loyal, it'll be a lot easier. Okay, so they brought up the army in the end. Economic initiative is done. We have no resources for this. I'm not doing that. Actually, if they've sent a lot of their troops over to the... Well, I can't really leave the Texas front now, can I? Yeah, thankfully, we ourselves have a lot more troops now, so we can partially maybe win this. Technically, there's a chance that we don't. And what I really should do is drop our taxes from very high to high. That would actually make our government a lot more stable. Actually... Drop us to normal taxes because a tenth of the country is radicalized. That'll help make things pass a little easier, too. Yeah, I think if I just wait it out, they'll eventually kind of just break. They might not. We could also end up losing the war instead. It's really hard to say right now. Really? Don't know if we want an alliance with them. Not really. It's not... We could invest into them, but it's not that useful. Well, yeah, I guess they're more middle... The intelligentsia are more middle strata, but I just don't want the birth rate reduction. I don't like the idea of reducing the birth rate even more when higher standard of living is already going to cause that. Why is this having such a bad standard of living? I actually don't know why. I guess many of them are peasants. Who knows? Only they know why they're not doing so well. We didn't get the next mobilization level yet. Yeah, so this is kind of stalemating on us right now, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Oh, right, France is in this too, aren't they? I totally forgot that France was in this war. I'm wondering if we hold out long enough, if France backs out of this war. Yeah, at the rate this is going, France will back out of the war soon, a lot sooner than we would get knocked out of it. Not that they can knock us out, thankfully. Switch over to more steel frame construction. And get market squares going, because apparently we never did that. And then I don't know if we have a lot of it, but we really should get explosives if we haven't already. I think we have some explosives, and I'm just going to kind of spread it out. Because what I'd like to do is start using explosives in a couple of buildings. For mining purposes, that is, of course. Just mining purposes. And construction. Yeah, we already fulfilled the armed promises, because you see how our journal entry doesn't have anything regarding the promises. Also, our food industry is finally successful enough to give us the 5% birth rate bonus. Which they haven't given us for several decades. Okay, now that the French army is gone, we can win this. Because the French army was adding a significant amount of manpower to the entire situation. You know what? I can agree to that. No defense pact, but we can agree to invest. Algeria's done a lot of investments. I would love to make them a protectorate if I didn't have such high infamy costs. I'm actually wondering, is there anyone who could be given block leader action? Because I think at this point, everyone already has our primary culture. No, El Salvador doesn't. Puerto Rico doesn't. Paraguay does. Uruguay does. Okay. Oh, there we go. Solved the issue in a few states. That Carlists movement is still around, but it is a shell of its former self, finally. It's not that strong anymore. It still has some strength to it, but what is happening to the Pope? France is attacking the Pope. How unsightly. That doesn't matter. The Pope hates us too, so... Oh well, I guess. We might be able to get more political concessions to the armed forces, but right now they're not winning elections, so they're just kind of suffering in the background quietly. Quietly suffering as they do. Where are we on unemployment anyway? We're less than 1 million peasants now. We only have 21 million pops though, so there's that. I hope we can form Iberia in this episode, but we need to get pan-nationalism for that, and we're working on feminism right now. I think after feminism, we'll drift towards pan-nationalism with the goal of unification with Portugal. I assume we can do this peacefully, but maybe we can only do it with violence. I have no idea. We won't know until we try. Okay, there we go. I was going to say one of these 2 points should break out for us eventually, and one of them kind of did. I say kind of because we got a bit of a breakthrough, and then we started attacking in mountains, and mountains are fun, I assure you. I've been told they're the best places ever to be. Hey, more armed forces generals, and one of them just died. Actually, I forgot to check if you were like royal. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You're historical, so you're going to be whatever you are already. Oh, authoritarian. Cool. It's not really cool, but, you know, I had to pretend it is. Okay, so these like, slow pushes are not working in our favor. Let's try a naval invasion. Oh, there's a Confederate uprising. Okay, game. What is that flag? Congressionalist Convention. Okay. What a weird flag, though. I don't think we... Oh, of course, yeah, we're just gonna roll blunder on our first attempt. Blunder is just kind of a death nail for that already. It's just a lot of loss in a short amount of time. I was hoping we could just naval invade and take this over, but if we're gonna roll like that, we're not winning it. Norse trade penalty, that's good. I guess we'll have to naval invade that in a minute. Okay, yeah, this is not working out at the moment, so let's quickly just temporarily cancel it and deal with the Confederate uprising. Where'd the Navy go? Oh, wow, the Navy ran away. So, no wonders we couldn't win that then. The Navy lost its admiral and just fled. So we couldn't win that if we tried. Oh, something else just finished, and I have no idea what, because I hit the button as soon as it appeared. Ah, feminism, that's what it was. Let's go for women's suffrage, chat, because why not? Bourgeoisie. Well, none of these are great, but I had to pass it with something. Could probably liberate more countries out of France eventually, but we have to get good naval invasions. Unless we get Occitania on our side through some measure of violence, perhaps. We're gonna have to do naval invasions to actually get over there. Staple crops. No. Vow to pass presidential republic next. Aren't you constitutionalist? Yeah, you are. That's not very constitutionalist of you. Oh, the trade unions are being led by an anarchist before I've even researched anarchy. I guess someone researched anarchy, and that just made it a thing. Which, you know, that's fine. We can survive that. And the trade unions are gone. Well, it was nice to have them around while they could last. But I guess they couldn't last anymore. They must have fallen out of power. You know, 26% success chance thanks to the bourgeoisie are the only reasons now that we can pass this, actually. Unfortunately, the only way to get the political concessions is that the armed forces need to be in power, but right now they just obliterate our legitimacy. So I can't go adding them. Because our legitimacy just craters right now if I add them. Which is not good, in case you haven't noticed. This Confederate uprising was very ill-timed for us. We can put it down, and hopefully once it's down, it doesn't get back up. I had to read that very carefully and make sure that was the one we wanted. No, I don't really want to support Norwegian independence right now. Man, are our troops just bad at fighting? Or do the Americans have, like, very good defenders? Because they're losing a lot of fights where we have the advantage. Okay, we're finally getting good advances. I think we'll be fine. What do we need to occupy? Okay, so we have to occupy the capital, basically. The Crusade for Change. Can we get the landowner guy out of here? I really don't like him. I know he's a Democrat and everything, but can we just kick him out, please? Yeah, we're just gonna let it push. It looks like eventually we'll push through and win the war. It's just a matter of time. And we just have to let the time tick in the background, basically. We're doing pretty good overall. Grain is getting a little expensive because all the peasants aren't really working, you know, their previous job anymore. So after we get pan-nationalism, I do need to improve our grain production because we do not function very well anymore grain-wise. Which I'm sure will be fine. Nope, don't slow it down. Keep it going. It's actually good that we're letting private construction handle it all right now, because I do not have the funds to handle most of it. I am also going to just switch us over to explosives, even though it's going to probably cause a bit of a shortage. Which is fine, because that shortage just tells me what I need. And then realize we have basically no peasants. Because we've built up too well. Which is still fine, in my opinion. So what else do we need to activate the journal entry for Iberia? Oh, we have to choose Iberian unification, which I assume... Yeah, there it is. So... Yeah. And that should add it to the journal entries here. There it is. And you can choose to forsake it in the end if it's been active for more than 5 years. So let's see, we have to be at peace, no diplomatic play, all involved countries share at least 15 active laws. So we have to share 15 laws? Really? That's insane. Okay. I think it needs a... Oh, we have 12, actually. Wait, hang on. We actually have 12. So we just need to, what? I have to either convince them to change their laws or convert to laws that they have? Oh, great. I gave women rights, and that actually made it harder. Elected bureaucrats. Tenant farmers. National Guard, which already have those. Mercantilism. We could give grain production to the groceries company. I just like to invest in plantations more, so I'm kind of like thinking, what if we just import most of our grain, chat. This could be a problem. Wait, we import most of our grain. That's actually hilarious. It should actually scare you, but I find it very funny. So I need to change 3 laws in order to establish Iberia. And hope to God Portugal doesn't change any of its laws in the meantime. And what sucks is some of the laws that we need, we actually switched off to. We actually switched off of. I would have to, like, revert on the rights of women or child labor. I had to click back and forth here. They have colonial exploitation. That's something we could try to pass. If we involve the industrialists. I wasn't going to do that, chat, but let's do that because I need to somehow just get that to work. I need to get that to work. That's actually going to remove a lot of our ongoing clout bonuses too, which I think is okay. But yeah, because they're not really agreeing to get political concessions. Yeah, it didn't show it for the bourgeoisie. I just checked them a few seconds ago. I checked them for that reason exactly. To see if they would agree to it, and they said no, so yeah. Hopefully this war ends soon, chat, because we are really starting to deficit spend for it. Our GDP has also shot up to 70 million over time, which is good for 40 years in, I think. Probably not good, but I haven't played this game in a month, so that's my excuse. I really don't want to give anything to the landowners. Another coup in the Ottoman Empire. Who's in charge now? Oh, it's the army again. I guess they lost power and then couped again. So, you know, eventually they'll coup once more and we'll be back at it. Which sounds funny to me. Mexico owes us an obligation now as well, which I am very happy about. Probably isn't that necessary, but yeah. Yeah, there we go, chat. Oh, I wasn't paying attention and Cuba got that instead of Santo Domingo. So now it just looks like an absolute mess over here. You know what? Even though it's an absolute mess, I'm actually okay with it. I'm actually okay with it, chat, because they both have companies for these regions anyway. And they both have various cultures for it. They're gonna have revolts that we have to help put down, but that's fine. We'll just help with it. How are we doing in conversions? Yeah, see, they're still over 80% after all this time, and their fervor's going up. Their fervor's, like, really going up now, actually. Wow. Yeah, so, this is gonna take a very long time. Way longer than I'd like. On the bright side, the food industries are doing a lot better now that grocery demand has skyrocketed. We can have some in Aragon, why not? We don't really have a lot of other places to build because we don't really have unemployed anymore. Unemployment is kind of a thing of the past. We're actually to look towards automation. So I guess now that you know this, that you know you need to have matching laws for all involved countries, which is just you and Portugal, really, thankfully. You know that then you just need to match their laws and you can try to stay as matched up to their laws as possible. The problem is that I have to revert some of our policies in order to match theirs further, like changing our bureaucracy as an example. Which is a bit problematic. We could do it. It just might hurt for a while. Hey, we can make more sugar because why not? Trade capacity is not that high anymore, but I'd say we build this all anyway. Some of it's just to import fine art. Yeah, that's cute. You know, it's funny is that we established this law to colonize and we barely did any colonization. The British did all of it instead. Oh, I forgot it's not pausing on these events when they pop up anymore. Or the general state of the public treasury. We have to complete 6 reforms in 20 years. Which we could indefinitely gain. Legacy of regeneration is added to laissez-faire. Oh. Minus 20% loan interest rate? What? Ooh. Or we can deactivate it for now and postpone it for 5 years. Well, obviously we need to do it. Okay, so we can employ creative counting on all of this, and it might succeed. Base chance is determined by your free speech law and then upgraded by home affairs level. So, oh, we'd have to get off tenant farmers, which is a problem because we need tenant farmers right now. And you can decide who to side with, which gives it a bonus. Oh. Expanded law reform. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's interesting. So it would convert it to where it gives contribution efficiency instead of taking it away. That's interesting. We could just conquer Portugal state by state, but keep in mind, Portugal's states are like 20 to 30 infamy each. And that sounds like a pain. 80% need to be active fertilizers. That's not hard. We get a population boom in every state fulfilling the requirements for 10 years. Or you get falling birth rates. Cool. I love that for us. We will be able to double the effect of one of the mining-related state traits in Iberia. Ah. And we have to do all 6 of these, right? So we have to finish them all in some way. Manufacturing boom. Railways, which is just what? Level 3? Oh, that's easy. And then what? This one. We need to have 4 subjects that are companies or colonial countries with low liberty desire. So, what? I'd probably have to turn Spanish Gabon into a colony to finish that, which we could do. Average standard of living is 15 or greater. And then at least one of these, all of these. Okay, so we either have to end tenant farming or keep it, and we're probably going to keep tenant farming. Okay. I had to just sit there and review those for a bit. Let's get started. And immediately, the mining one's done, because we already met it, I guess. And so yeah, whichever one we pick, it will literally double that state's trait for its production. Yeah, it literally is just like what? It just doubles it. So Murcia has how many? 21 lead. Lower Andalusia. 44 sulfur. I'm trying to see like which one has the most. 65 iron. Or 72 coal. Oh, I feel like we should do one either coal or iron. We might not do homesteading. Yeah, it depends on how the journal entry goes. I mean, you always need more coal. Yeah, let's do it. Agriculture needs us to switch everything over to fertilizer, which, speaking of which, we may want to improve our fertilizer plants because that is going to be a little expensive, fertilizer-wise. Just switch them all over for now, and we'll see if we start progressing on that or not. Okay, there we go. 80% do meet it. And they have to meet it for 2 years. So that'll be done in 2 years. We've actually completed 2 reforms already, chat. Another reform finished, and I didn't even see what it was. So we're already done with 2 of them. And then we can reduce it if we don't feel up to the task. Stylish furniture is done, which is a bit unrelated. Oh, so one of these actually requires the interest group to be the strongest in government, which we're not doing. Okay, so we're on a bit of 2 different pseudo timers here. Not to worry, we'll get through it. We'll get through it. We'll join the Democratic Progressive Party in the next election. My brother, you are in the Progressive Party. Unless that's a radical version that you're about to form. Oh. She became cruel, chat. At a time when we need... Wait, so she just became cruel at a time when we have a journal entry that requires us to... improve standard of living to an average of 15 or greater. I love this game, chat. I really do. It hates me, and I guess I hate it. I don't know. I just said I love it, so that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You know what? Sure, you can have like 5 buildings there. You're already building stuff out here. What are you building? What do you mean you're building 12 levels? What are you building out here? Oh, Glassworks, I see. You know what? Let the investment pool just have at it. I need to drop expenditures here. Maybe just stop taxing liquor for once. Because I think there's more areas over here I need to convert into Spanish. Try to, at least. Yeah, there we go. It's still going to take pretty much forever, but we can at least try to speed up the process a little bit. We already have the 50% for education, too, and the 10% from our power block. I don't know if this civil war is going to end at all, chat. It's kind of stuck. They're actually not drifting down at all because of their primary culture's fervor, so we're kind of just stuck in a forever civil war, which is a little painful, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, for whatever reason, she chose violence. I don't know why, but, you know, it's not my place to question her. And China is having a military revolt. Cool. So I know we need 3 railways everywhere, regardless if they're profitable or not. Although we do actually need more railways in one state, so... Sweet. Yeah, there we go. I don't think that's every single one of them. Strategic region is Iberia. Okay, yeah, so this one does count over here. There you go. It'll take time to get that done, but it won't take too long. That should put us at 13 now, right? Does it need... Yeah, there we go, 13. So I have to copy 2 more here, so we may have to switch back to elected bureaucrats, which will actually give you your bourgeoisie clout, so there you go. Yeah, I think we're going to have to switch back to elected bureaucrats then. Which, technically, the intelligentsia support. Do we want to give the industrialists more political concessions? I don't feel like they need it, but... why not? Just to help pass this faster so we can get it done and over with sooner. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. In fact, Madrid is just slowly filling up. I need the Catholic Church and the landowners to get weak in clout. The Catholic Church has gotten weak, but the landowners, as long as they're led by that Democrat, it's just not changing. Actually, maybe we can use the army to change that. Well, maybe. That really... I don't think they have anyone in the army anymore at all. Yeah, it's all members of the armed forces. The problem is that to give them concessions, they have to be in government. But if I put them in government, we have no legitimacy. And then, since we have no legitimacy, the tension of this journal entry skyrockets. Because it is heavily based on your government being either legitimate or not legitimate. Come on, Two Sicilies. You know you want to give me something. Actually, a Sardinia Piedmont Protectorate would be great, except for the fact that they're trying to unify Italy. I'd rather just let that play out in the background. I do find it funny that we accidentally split it between 2 subjects. Oh, the Great Eastern Crisis started. That we split the south part of the United States into 2 subjects. I don't know if they're doing well down here. Oh, Santo Domingo actually incorporated Texas, chat, and I think it's because of the Mexican culture since it's Hispanic. Or more likely, it's because it was cheap enough for them to incorporate. Because I know the AI will incorporate various states at this point. That's not too bad. The railways one will eventually finish itself on its own, and agriculture is going. It just needs to hold out for 24 consecutive months. It says currently 0. Is that a bug? Or is it just not showing it? Oh, wait. Oh, it needs steam power. I didn't read that clearly. I need steam power thresher machines too. That's my bad, chat. I was not reading. Forbidden City from Qing. Maybe, if you want to make the map look like a mess. Ooh, yes. Can you take 10 infamy off me? Yay, there we go. The obligation we got from Mexico just got cashed in. If completed, all involved countries, Eastern Crisis contained. Eastern Crisis unchecked. Yeah. We're involved in the Great Eastern Crisis, chat, just because we have an interest in the region, so it's just kind of letting us know what's going on. It isn't really going to do much in the end. Positivist movement. Why are you upset? Oh, elected bureaucrats. Well, yeah, I guess that would upset them, wouldn't it? Okay, so we just need to pass one more law and then we can form Iberia peacefully without having to resort to violence. We could have also just resorted to violence, but we've come this far. We could... Oh, well, reenacting colonial slavery is going to be a bit difficult. Mercantilism would be a bit difficult, too. We could try to switch to landed voting. Restricting the rights of women wouldn't go well. Child labor allowed wouldn't be hard to do. It would just kind of suck to go back to it. You know? It would just kind of suck. Also, I think we'd suffer a revolt over it. 1 billion legitimacy from head of state. That would be really funny, but it'd be really weird. Because they don't have a lot of laws that we can match, aside from the ones that we already do. Because I really don't want to go back to mercantilism if I can help it. Also, no one endorses mercantilism at this point. No one that matters. And these, except wealth voting, match. And this is tenant farmer, so it technically matches. I could technically try to switch one of the healthcare systems back. But then we're going to have to jump through hoops to get public health insurance enacted again. And we do... See, I don't want to have to go through that pain. I'd rather go through the pain of trying to make landed voting work. Problem is that the radical movement and the positivist movement kill us on that one. I really don't want to, but I guess we'll just grit our teeth and bear with it for now. We'll just reenact child labor, let the education system fall a bit, and then try to pass it back again. I think that's the best we can do. Ooh. Sure, I mean, sure, I guess this isn't necessarily a free war, though. Because Qing has joined it. Hang on, Qing has joined it. Oh, no. So Qing did join this, but I didn't have North China selected. We actually could have stolen Beijing from this war. Let me just let it tick in the background, because we'll see. If not, we'll just get a treaty port in China. But I have to kind of let it tick in the background here really quick. Okay, there we go. It's active. Oh, okay. No, we can do it. We can get Beijing. So, why not? We're gonna try to look, I will try to get you your Beijing, but we're not going off of public health insurance if I can help it. I am holding my ground on that. We will be staying on public health insurance. Okay, I just wanted to see what that would do. There's no need to negotiate to pass this. It will pass. Where's our army? Oh, it's all the way down here. I was like, where the heck's our army? It's just gone. Of course, we won't be able to form the Iberian Union until we're at peace, but... I mean, we'll see. We just have to go help invade Russia, and that's it. They'll take care of everything else for us. Although this forever war with the Confederation of the Rhine really sucks, because there's no way for us to reach it. It's impossible. So we're just kind of stuck. Okay, what are we looking at for the parties? Democratic Progressive Party. Oh, wow. Hang on. What happened to our legitimacy? Oh, they just left government. I see. Okay. I love how every election result has just been us manipulating it. Oh! I didn't read. I just gave it to the Progressive Party like an idiot. That's my bad, chat. I wasn't paying attention there when I was reading it. It's because they both have the word part. It's okay. We'll be fine. It is kind of funny that I just gave the landowners a political clout boost when I meant to give it to the Democratic Progressive Party. Look, they both have the word Progressive Party in there, and I got confused. I didn't pay attention to it. Yeah, So we needed to switch these over as well, which honestly, that's fine. I do actually need to invest into a lot of automation now that I think about it, because we have almost no one to employ. So it does need to be done. Forbidden Love. Hello. Yes, I'd like to make you an enlightened royalist. How did you know? Is that still indefinite? It is still indefinite. Fantastic. That's even better. Yeah, Russia's just getting steamrolled by this alliance. And eventually we'll get our Beijing. It will just take time. So now land reform should start ticking. Not land reform, agriculture's ticking now. And then I guess after we form Iberia, we have to get off tenant farmers, which isn't that difficult. Honestly, we could go ahead and drop taxes again. We could get rid of our tobacco tax. We're doing a lot better now. Tax-wise. Shoot, really? You do not have that much authority anymore, do you? So I guess I actually do need to negotiate its passing now. Oh, I meant to click on the bourgeoisie. More light industry? Okay, I guess. I just need their help in passing this law. Lack of electoral confidence is really eating our legitimacy here. We might need to stop manipulating the elections, chat. Because it is really starting to hurt our legitimacy. Especially now that there's a lot of IGs in power. Oh, I should have read that, chat. That event gave political concessions to child labor allowed. For the bourgeoisie. Which is not a problem, but I probably should have read that before, instead of clicking. They really did change a lot of things. Which is good. I'm glad they did. But also, wow, they changed a lot of things. Do we have a lot of unemployment now? No, we still have next to no unemployment, so it's still a situation where... Oh, shoot, they have their own food industry company. Now, that's not great. It's fine, but I don't want it. Korean uprising in the middle of this war? That's funny. I mean, they're not going to find it funny, but I find it funny. Morocco, are you willing to be annexed soon? I mean, maybe you are. We're in the middle of several wars, so I really can't check. Because we're fighting on the same side in a war. Backroom deals. Does this do anything? Nothing of concern. It'll just help us pass the law faster. I suppose we'll get more construction, but we really are kind of, without investments elsewhere, we're kind of at the tail end of what we can do with it. You know what? Do we already have investment rights in Mexico? Yes, we do. Okay, well, never mind then. We're just getting a lot of money from consumption taxes now as well. That's why I've been starting to drop off some of the other consumption taxes, because we don't really need it anymore. War goal enforced on Russia. We could honestly think about lowering our taxes even further if we don't mind losing our pop growth. Mindlessly giving them political powers, just... Right? It's technically in line with what we're trying to do. There's also a revolt going on in India now, but we don't really care. We just want Beijing. I feel like taking Beijing is going to be a massive mistake because that's 16.5 million pops when we're at 23 million. I feel like it's going to be such a massive mistake, but we'll see what happens. Man, we have a big need for tools. You know what? We're just gonna build tools everywhere here. I don't care if there's a lack of unemployed. We're just gonna build tools. And then we're just gonna mass enforce the water tube boiler to just greatly decrease the number of employed pops. Because right now, I don't have enough unemployed pops. I need to just inactivate everything that will increase automation. When you're playing other countries like Russia, you usually don't reach this stage until much later in the game. Like, even later than we are right now. But as someone like Spain, where you don't have as much of a population, you definitely hit your limit sooner and need to start automating. Which is great, because it'll give better standard of living in the end. Yeah, to some extent. This is presuming the wages are good enough. If the wages are terrible, then not so much. Need you guys to focus on Beijing, please. There we go. You know, I was really upset with Britain early on in this game, but they've helped us in a lot of ways. Oh, you know what, chat? I'm just gonna capitulate out of this. I'm gonna give up the Confederation of the Rhine, because if I don't give it up, chat, we can't do the Iberian Union. Because we need to be at peace. And being at war with a civil war means we aren't at peace. So we have to give up the Confederation of the Rhine. Which kind of sucks, but we can't reach the revolt anyway. We can't do anything about it. We're giving that up for a unified Iberia, which means we get all of Portugal's colonies too, by the way. So we can start colonizing down in Africa better. It just instantly annexes them. It is instantaneous. I mean, I should have expected as such, but the fact that it was so instantaneous. There's not even an event that pops up for a chat. I just clicked a button and it happened. Oh, I see. Hang on. It's because it needs like a... There we go. There's the event. I was going to say I clicked and nothing happened. This new Iberian Union promises a golden age for the peninsula, one greater than ever before. It also adds Portuguese as a primary culture, which means any Lusophone nations would be affected by this. Actually, can we... No, because they already have one of our primary cultures, so yeah. And the Positivist Church has shown up. Cool. Oh, did we just inherit something? Wait. Wait, did we just inherit Portuguese journal entries, chat? Because we didn't have this. I guess we did, because suddenly we have a new journal entry related to, Isn't this related to connecting the colonies? I think it is. A stronghold. It gives us... Yes! Yes, that is an easy acceptance, chat, because it gives us claims to a bunch of areas. I think it gave us claims to South Angola. The problem is that they've already colonized here. I think they'll still be colonizing. Oh, now we get Glorious Eden, too. Which, I'm pretty sure is another Portuguese journal entry. Yes, it is. Maybe constructed in the state panel. Yeah, that's cool. So you just inherit all the Portuguese journal entries. 5 legitimacy for head of state. Okay, that's just the positivists. We have a lot of journal entries in our way now. Anyway, now that we've done that, we can start changing. Oh, yes, commercialized agriculture. 75% financial investments into... Oh, that's slightly different. Only slightly. It's not really a big, important difference or anything. I'm just kind of noticing it. Okay, something changed here because we have a contested government again. Not that I'm complaining, I just kind of realized it changed a bit. Let's negotiate with the intelligentsia. I am not doubling the size of universities. You are insane. To 14. Oh, yeah, no, 14 we can do because that's just the Portuguese territories that we took that needs to... That need to just kind of get up to speed. Well, that and all the colonies in Africa, which probably just hate us. I say colonies. Speaking of which, we do have to make a colony at some point, so... We might, after the open hearth process, we might want to research civilizing mission. Actually, that is spreading to us. We don't need to research it. And then we'll just make a new colony or two down there. The only downside is that we are going to have Portuguese as a primary culture now, but I think that's okay. We formed Iberia as intended. So did it give it to these areas too, or did it only give it to those areas? It only gave it to the areas that we already had. But 5% birth rate for 5 years isn't bad. Even though our birth rate has collapsed because, yeah. Might need to violently suppress that just a wee bit. And incorporating is possible, but wow, is that going to be expensive. Violent suppression will help get the port back up in time. We'll see beyond that point, though. I am a little concerned, though, because usually in my experience, the Forbidden City stops employing later on. We'll see what happens. Oh, God, the armed forces are led by a moderate. Oh, no. Oh, we'll see what happens. We're already working on land reform, and we'll get the other ones soon. So I'd say this has been a pretty successful... What is happening? Oh, the radical movement's just upset right now. I see. Because there's a neighboring revolt going on again, like last time. Oh, we've had the max shared canton mandate. We've had that for decades. I'm going to be honest with you. The assimilation, the 10% assimilation it gives you is nice. But by the end of it, I don't feel like you get a lot of it. Because look at this. Galician is still 77% Galicia. And we started doing this years ago. I'm pretty certain by the time we get to the near, like, 1920s is when this will maybe be almost done. And honestly, I'm actually glad that we have the journal entry related to it, this one. Because I think showing how almost impossible it is to finish will show you just how bad assimilation is in the game now. In my opinion. Temples of Humanity. That can't go wrong. That's my personal opinion on it, though. Other people may have a different belief for it. Is Britain the only one that's ahead of us in great power status? Yes, and by a wide margin because of the massive navy. Which really isn't that surprising. We could easily build up our own navy for it. There's a feminist movement. How nice. There, our civilizing mission's unlocked. We should get the journal entry for Africa now. Unless it's changed at all since I last looked. Oh, that's malaria prevention. Where is... There it is. Established colonial administration. I was going to say, it should be around here somewhere. We have to be at peace, but we can't be at peace because there's a revolt. Oh, yeah, we got the Hawaiian Islands at some point, didn't we? I totally forgot we had done that during the war with the U.S. We actually got the Philippines, the Hawaiian Islands, so the Philippines actually stretches across the Pacific. How amusing. That's spreading at a good pace. Open hearth process is good. We have a lot of literacy as well. It is kind of stalling out since we gained the Portuguese sectors. Oh, you know what? I didn't check, chat. I thought when we annexed them that we automatically incorporated all of the territory. This was never Wait. Chat. This state's been unincorporated all game. This state next to bordering France has been unincorporated all game because I never bothered to check if we had it incorporated at the start or not. Actually, we're going to make these colonies, so I really should incorporate them. But yeah, it turns out that when we annexed Portugal and got all their stuff, none of it got incorporated. Which I could understand their coastal like areas in Africa and stuff, why those wouldn't get integrated for obvious reasons. But I thought that it might at least integrate their territories in Iberia proper. It didn't, which is fine. It doesn't take that long to work out. I just have to keep that in mind. And I finished the positives journal entry on purpose because even though they nerfed it, you still get research speed for 5 years. It used to be like 45%, but they nerfed it. I'm still gonna take it because it is extra research speed. Why would I not want the extra research speed? There's no reason not. I'm sorry? Apparently the industrialists for Spain / Iberia gets a utilitarian leader but around the 1870s to 1880s. Who? Chat, quick question. Is it utilitarian for the utilitarian to endorse colonial slavery over slavery banned? Is that... I assume this is because they're trying to adopt the fact that the British Raj gets utilitarians early, and it will probably have some form of slavery. And it could extend to the British, who probably have colonial slavery at times, but I don't think this is working. It's just... What? I'm so confused. So, is he going to eventually petition for us to enact colonial slavery at some point then? If he's around long enough? There's a revolution in Russia. There's a revolution in Russia, chat, and we can't partake in it. That's actually a sizable revolution. Speaking of which, I am going to put more interest down, just kind of across the world here. Just so we can interact in more areas. That revolution still loses against Russia, in my opinion. But it actually is a sizable enough revolt that it has a chance. Unless the Russian government does something stupid like join a war against the Ottoman Empire at the same time, in which case, yeah, then it may lose. I want to say Catholic missions. Actually, no, we don't want to make a strong Catholic church, I don't think. There we go, that completes the next one. That's the main reason why we did that. Technically, there's other areas we could give it, but whatever. All I needed to do was that exact thing right there so we can complete the journal entry, because you need subjects from it, colonial subjects specifically. So all I need to do now, chat, is do land reform, which we're already working on, and then we just need to have a very legitimate government. Oh, shoot, what? Oh, wow, that snuck up on me, chat. I wasn't... So when I heard the revolt noise earlier, chat, I didn't think that revolt noise was for us. I thought that revolt noise was because I clicked on Britain. Apparently, no, we had an ongoing revolt in the background, and I didn't even notice it. So now we gotta go put it down. It's not a hard revolt to put down, it's just annoying. Our GDP also hit a 127 million before this became violent. So this needs us to have what? Just 75 legitimacy? And this is currently our most legitimate government. So I actually have to let the next election go without interference so we can improve our electoral confidence. I can't say confidence, I guess because I have none. So yeah, we have to, what, colonize all of this then? That's gonna take forever. Oh my god, we're getting another event to build another thing. So if it's built, we can then get prestige or conversion for 10 years. So, where is this exactly? Way over here. It's gonna give the Catholic Church political power, but knock yourself out. Why not? It gives us prestige. I'll take it. Let the chips fall where they may. We're actually going to not interfere this time, chat, and it's solely so we can get more clout by not interfering. Which is kind of funny. Because our electoral confidence is so weak that we actually lose a lot of legitimacy. We're just going to help the Radical Party win, and that'll be it. But I love how we've played almost half the game and we've just been manipulating our elections the entire time. Just the entire time up until now. And we're only not manipulating it now because we're trying to finish the regeneration journal entry. Which, by the way, chat, with the way we're going, we're going to get an achievement out of it. We're also going to have the Han uprising in Beijing and we're going to have to put them down violently, but, you know, one problem at a time. I'd love to make tobacco plantations over here, that's for sure. Maybe we should get off national supremacy if we're going to have all of these Han pops now that I think about it. I hadn't really considered that. But, oh well. Get experience early. No, thank you. So once this election finishes in 2 months or less, we should be fine. I am going to just preemptively find and reposition the Navy, though. It's actually another national movement against us. Fantastic. Actually, chat, I could just delay these. Technically, we could enact subjecthood, but that would slow our simulation. But subjecthood might fit because we're an empire. It's just that a lot of people oppose it. Like, a lot of people oppose it. It would slow simulation too, which kind of would kill the point of what I'm trying to do here. So I guess let's just enact racial segregation instead then. Because that will at least stop the militant movements. Polish naturalization. You mean the thing that's only for the Haitian revolutionaries? Yeah, I guess I can't sway them then. Oh, Scandinavia formed. More news at 11. Because that happens pretty often. Okay, the revolutions of the Venice Palace are now complete, so... Yeah, I can get its migration attraction. And then this... Average standard of living is greater than 15, which we're struggling with. Because these areas do not have that. Well, I mean, some of these areas are vaulted against us, so obviously that's not going to happen. And then this has actually not been integrated for a very long time, so its standard of living has just been suffering, because, yeah, totally forgot. Oh, we're fixing it now, at least. Let's get a rotary valve engine next. So, I did forget we need to also... We also need to have a good enough standard of living, which... Our ruler being cruel is making a little more difficult than it should be. But I guess what we could do is drop to low taxes. That gets us the legitimacy, and then maybe the standard of living here goes up. It did just went up to 9, but I'm hoping it'll go up a lot more than 9. Although, apparently there's actually a lot of peasants here. Oh, because I think this was a part of the revolt, so it's just in a terrible condition right now. Speaking of revolt, apparently it switched some of these over too. Which I'm not too pleased by. But that's okay, we can just switch everything over. Lower the death rate a bit too while we're at it. There we go. Actually, maybe don't do fig orchards. Kinda need the other stuff. We could go total separation afterwards. I'm just trying to minimize some potential revolt risk. I'm hoping the drop in taxes raises a lot of our standard of living back up. But this state's just suffering because it's getting minus 10% nappy right now, which should resolve itself in a bit here. Yeah, keyword is should. It might not, but one can hope, right? I don't care if they have the room for these or not. I'm just going to expand all the gold mines so I have something to build into. Because why not? I don't need to listen to the Great Eastern Crisis at this point, or the Path to Suffrage. Colony 2 of 3 is not a split state. It's owned by the Iberia. Oh, I see. It's like both areas. Okay. That makes sense. Discourse within the Catholic Church. Well, when is that not underway? Yeah, so the issue is that 15 areas that are Spanish homelands all need to have greater than exactly 15 standard of living. This is pretty low on that bar. The average is not doing too well for the pops at 9.4, but now that it's incorporated and gets the 10% mappy and also gets the standard of living bonuses, it should see a much better improvement, except its wages are terrible, but, I mean, we'll see. Hey, new documents. Okay, it is rising a bit at least, so that's good. We could try to cut taxes again if it takes too long. We've got 12.5 years. And now we got a rotary valve engine. Kind of want vacuum canning. I don't really need it though. What is that? That's new. Oh, right, the Grand Theater of Havana. I was gonna say I haven't seen that before, to the point where I don't remember seeing it at all, even though we had just seen it. Kind of want to research anarchism. But it doesn't really give us anything. Let's research Zeppelins. It'll give us more market access price impact. And then we could probably just go corporate governance, get another company going. We're kind of in that stage of the game. We're through almost half of it. The Great Garment Factory fire. Yep, arrest him. Remove him from power. Get him out of here. It's another positivist. We're doomed. The despot of Constantinople. I mean, how are we really any better? Well, I guess we are, because they don't hate us, but I don't know if that means if we're better or if they're just ignoring it. Let's just build the power block statues, I guess, now. All over Iberia. Just to celebrate our triumph and murder everyone's ears for 5 minutes as I build things in the background. I don't mean to do that on purpose, it's just... The sound plays every single time you build one, which... I suppose on the one hand is fine, but on the other hand, I feel like a lot of people do not like that. But who knows? I could be wrong. Did Russia ever put down that revolt? Oh, it definitely did. Oh, we got the achievement, chat. We did it. Yay. Plus Ultra. So, Isabel gets 50 popularity. Indefinitely, we get the miracle of the Meseta for 20 years, which includes 10 legitimacy. And we get Legacy of Regeneration added to laissez-faire, giving us a loan interest rate and contribution efficiency. So, what is our interest rate now, chat? I'm very curious. It is 0.6% at minus 95%. So we permanently have a minus 95% interest rates for the rest of the game as long as we don't remove laissez-faire. Actually, if we could get the bourgeoisie to be loyal, we would have over minus 100 permanently. They're actually just not happy right now because we're moving towards racial segregation to reduce the pain that we're under from other sources. So let me raise taxes back to normal. And I think what I'm just going to do is raise government wages now. Which, funnily enough, isn't going to hurt us that much because we just tax some of it back afterwards. But that'll make the bourgeoisie happier. And they'll probably get happier once their members actually go up in standard of living a little. How's the Philippines doing? Having a civil war, apparently. Well, on the verge of one. 21 million GDP is not bad. Cuba's at 32 with about 3 million from the territories they were given. Taming Amazonia. Well, that sounds like fun. And then how is Santo Domingo doing? Have they incorporated anything else? No. I just realized Mississippi and Alabama are still slave states because Cuba has slaves. Oh, no. Oh, no. So when we took this over, we never liberated the African Americans in these two states, chat. They were just put under new management. Oh, no. Oh, that's really bad. What have we done? Anyway, I'm gonna lower the taxes on the upper strata now just because I can. Actually, we're just gonna drop taxes in general. If you consume coffee, that is. If you don't, boy, do I got news for you. You're still paying a lot of taxes. So, are we assimilating in these areas too? We are. It's kind of all of those areas. Why are there French down here? I'm not against their presence. I'm just really confused. Really, really confused. Now, given enough time, their standard of living in Portugal should catch up to the rest. But it's probably going to suffer for a while because their wages are pretty depreciated. I don't think we can maintain control over Beijing because the unemployment here is really bad. But for whatever reason, the turmoil has dropped below 25, so we might be able to build it up enough to where maybe it doesn't revolt. I'm very doubtful because the unemployment is really high here. And the worst part is that because we have women's suffrage, the unemployment is only going to grow. But we can try. What other journal entries do we have that we can maybe activate that are special? Eye for an eye is not happening. We already know this. That's kind of it right now. It looks like we've kind of passed anything else that maybe we could have done. Maybe it's because we're Iberia now. I don't think that's the case, though. But it's technically possible. Okay. And now, as you mentioned, we could try to pass something they want. Which... What are they led by? A radical? Well, that explains why there's suddenly... I mean, if we go from combination acts to anti-strike laws, that's technically an improvement for the trade union. Technically. And the Catholic Church likes it, so there's that. Falling in line. Anti-American Association, let's go. And yeah, so now, chat, with the bourgeoisie being loyal and that special bonus to our laissez-faire economic law, we have no interest rates. Just no interest rate. As long as the bourgeoisie are loyal, we don't have interest rates. In fact, it's minus 115%. They should be paying me for taking out loans. They should be paying me for taking out those loans. Yeah, see, no interest rate despite the fact that we owe money. So, Honestly, a Republican coup in Brazil. We just don't care about going into debt at this point, I guess. So I don't even need to think about lowering taxes. In fact, why don't... Sorry, increasing taxes. Why don't we remove our transportation tax then? Because I don't owe any interest. I take out interest-free loans. Also, the Russians are bullying Persia again. Someone should stop them. By someone, I mean someone other than me, because I don't care that enough. Unless Britain calls us to their aid, but I doubt they will. If they do, then I will have to care. Oh, the Ottoman Empire backed down to the British. Which is kind of funny, because it looks like the Ottoman Empire was... Actually... Did they do it, chat? We never really paid... Oh my god, they sold the Suez... Wait. The Ottoman Empire, chat, got all the way to the Sinai, and then sold the Suez to the Germans. And I get they're still a great power, so I guess they succeeded in their reforms. I don't know if they did succeed in their reforms, but they are a great power. So either they got the great power status back, or they succeeded in their reforms, which either one is good for them. Let's see. We could try. See, no, the Germans would join, and the Germans are pretty strong. We would need to grow the army again. I need a third army, chat. I know we probably don't have the people to employ, but look, the Portuguese just joined the Union, and they've got to show they're made of tough stuff. So we're gonna enact mass conscription here, mass voluntary conscription with high payments. So it's not really conscription, but whatever. Oh, hey, civil war on the Ottomans. They still won't become our subject. They just don't desire to be our subject, chat. No one likes us. No one likes us enough, is what I should say. And I really don't like the border gore that we've subjugated the world to, but here we are, I guess. Honduras joins the power block. Fantastic. Maybe I can convince New Granada to join. Yeah, there we go. Now that the American power block is kind of collapsing, it should be a bit easier to pull them in. Especially now that our infamy is no longer as high as it was. That was a mass migration, wasn't it? Hey, North Italians, now that we have racial segregation instead of national supremacy, we're actually getting a lot of migration from Piedmont. Wow. 15K, 10K, 12K, 19K, and that's weekly? Wow, they're fleeing in droves. 35K are leaving Piedmont in a week? And then it stops. Okay, that makes more sense. So we just had 35,000 people leave it all at once, and then they don't want to leave from there? Oh, no, there we go. 38,000 just left. Why are so many people leaving at once? I mean, I'm grateful for the pops, but what is happening over here that they're just fleeing en masse? Has the government collapsed? Oh, well, I guess their standard of living is what's collapsed. That might be why. Of course, now that all those pops fled, I think their unemployment's fallen and that it won't happen as much. Oh no, there it goes again. The moment I look away from my screen, it happens. Because I just looked back up and saw it. Wait, are there two sections to this construction? Oh, there are. Oh, there are! Wait, there are several phases to its construction, chat. That's wild. Oh, so the first level, when you build it, it buffs the Catholic Church, but then when you buff the second level, it switches it to the industrialists. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm watching Piedmont's population just shrink. It's below 4.3 million now. I don't know why, but we're getting these populations in bursts instead of regularly. It's free pops. I'll take it. Because it's giving us a nice chunk. Because if we go, let's see, if we go here, we see all these North Italians that are in the nation suddenly. Tens of thousands in each one. And now we're getting migration from Brazil. They're leaving the New World. It's just that bad, chat, that they have to leave the New World. Switching to racial segregation was a good step. We could do multiculturalism, but the problem with multiculturalism is that it causes minus 25% of simulation speed, which, in case you haven't noticed, it's already not good to begin with. Hi, Algeria, I really got to make you a subject. I'm sorry, bud. But while the Germans are still distracted, I've got to come make you a subject. And I made it to where Morocco doesn't get involved. Well, I need to revoke that. The Germans probably joined, which will be a bit annoying. That's okay. Yeah, there we go. The Germans did join, but... oh, well. That's why we have the Navy. Which we can actually upgrade into ironclads. Problem is that the German army is actually a big army. Actually big. Where are we on population? Oh, you know what? We have a lot more pops now. There's no construction in the old Portuguese capital. I guess they just ran out. They couldn't build with anything anymore. Sure, I'll take the 5%. Why not? Because they're inevitably going to revolt anyway, but this will at least delay it and buy me time. 5% market access helps a bit. Well, they're actually kind of emigrating a little. That's cool. I don't think they're going to get far, though, but something. I do want to get off of child labor allowed, though, and get back to better education systems. But that's also probably not going to happen. Actually, wait. Wait. Yes, I can. The industrialists are led by utilitarian. What am I saying? We could easily pass this. Just give the bourgeoisie some political concessions. Problem solved. Oh, you know what, Chad? I just realized our 2 Spain's journal entry was canceled out, so we did lose some other journal entries. That kind of sucks, but oh well. At the rate we were going, we weren't going to finish it till the late 1800s to the early 1900s, because both the landowners and the Catholic Church are still above 5% cloud after all this time, even with all the modernization we did. Army offense, please, game. Thank you very much. What are the parties like now? We could buff the Radical Party. 82%. Yep, that seems fair. Well, I mean, now that we've started the election, we can just... or the progress, we can just remove it. Trying to do a naval invasion against us before we do a naval invasion against them? Unacceptable. We have to reverse course immediately. And counter with our own naval invasion. Even though it will probably fail because of all the Germans that'll come over. Which, you know, that's fine. Probably should raid convoys instead while we're at it. Ooh, what is ragged schools? What is ragged schools? Catholic Church. Pop attraction! To the... wow! That would be a great amendment if you were trying to just maximize the Catholic Church. We're not going to take it in this case, but... yeah, they used to be one you would just kind of take for the points, but now it's actually got a negative attached to it. Which I kind of like. I love how the Confederation of the Rhine just exists, but it's just a neutral... It's just neutral. No one owns it anymore. A communist movement appeared finally. That's good for them. Land reformer, why not? We are going to have eventual civil war. It is kind of inevitable, though. It is eventually going to happen here, whether we like it or not. I keep hitting different buttons because I keep thinking I'm playing EU5. This is not acceptable. Take our legitimacy bonus here. Yeah, that's going to revolt no matter what. The end of history. He just arrived and has already left. It's like, my job here is done. You didn't do anything, though. Nope, nope, job's done. Nope. British join, you have to neutralize 15 messages from them joining. Nope, we did not quite make landfall, I don't think. I didn't... Hopefully they win that last battle that we need then. Okay, they did. Wow. I almost messed it up, but they managed to win the fight in the end. I think the German army is suffering from a lack of supply. Yeah. Thankfully, our convoy raiding is causing them to suffer from a lack of supply. So even though they have their army over here, they're actually in a contest the strait specifically here to make sure. Even though they've gotten their army over here, it's only operating at about 60% effectiveness. At 60 to 70% because we temporarily stopped raiding. So they're able to get some of their ships back. Once we start sinking more convoys, we should see it pop up again. Yeah, there we go. 226 convoys sunk. Which isn't knocking them down. They're actually still going up. That's weird. If we're sinking their ships, it should be going down, not up. Maybe they were just in a convoy deficit and they started getting it back up. Yeah, because it's North German convoys that we're sinking. Because it shouldn't be pathing any other way. There's only one way for it to path, and that's through the Strait of Gibraltar. Ah, there we go. It just fell down. They probably had a deficit that they got out of and got into a surplus for a bit. But now it's a deficit again. Although, maybe we mobilize our conscripts now just to be safe. And I think unless we go to subjecthood or multiculturalism, eventually this revolts. Although subjecthood is less opposed now since we're on racial segregation. It's still pretty opposed. But not as violently as it was before. There we go. We get an Algerian protectorate now. Which, by the way, that Algerian protectorate, I didn't notice, but apparently it has Tunisia as well. I don't even know how that happened. I guess they joined a war against the Ottomans and took it. What is happening? We are getting a lot of stuff now. North Italian peoples, Occitanian peoples, South Italian peoples. I mean, I'll take it, but what's going on? Bourgeois uprising. We actually own more over here than I thought. That's weird. Where's the army? It needs to defend us. We're being invaded. Oh, good. The event that you get if there's a revolt that can sometimes happen. Horrific reprisals. 10% lose their life. 10%? In Iberian... Oh, I see. Theirs revolted too. That's why it was so big. God, you get so much infamy no matter what you pick. I guess to just scapegoat the armed forces. Because anything else is just tragic for us, I suppose. And the Navy once again lost its admiral while at war. It's happened more than once now. Unfortunately, you can suppress the movement, and to some extent it will help. But for an area like Beijing, everyone's just starving and unemployed because of the ongoing circumstances that, short of resolving the unemployment problem itself, which is going to take a very long time, it's never going to be truly resolved. Oh, God, if I reject it again, I lose 15 legitimacy. And we're already an illegitimate party to begin with. Oh, wait, how much longer is this going to be for? Are you kidding me? We just got this government. So I'm going to have to basically pass rate of assembly, probably. Or let it fail. But, like, we just got this government, and now it's collapsing on me. Actually, yeah, the parties just collapsed on each other. Wow. Which actually, good news means that government petition just closed. Because they just changed their stances. So that was a little confusing, but it's over now. Just wanted to see what the migrations kind of look like. They're nothing too big except from Piedmont again for whatever reason. Piedmont is just having people mass evacuate from it, I guess. Oh, or maybe it's doing... Oh my god. I guess they've set it up to where the mass migrations are now done in mass waves, one at a time, perhaps. Because, wow, we're getting lots of pops in specific waves. I always click the high infamy. Well, if that's what you prefer. As long as that's what you prefer. I do love the fact that I just noticed that we have no bureaucracy and I don't even know why. I probably did. Oh, translated official documents. Right. Yeah. Nope. That's my fault. Well, we'll just fix that right quick. Yeah, I'll take more out. Oh, well, we're actually going to just almost not succeed in calling people. I actually have to delay it. It's because we have a lot of Han pops. over here who are living really bad lives, and so it's just bringing the average way down. Like, a lot more down than it otherwise would be. How are we doing on our trade systems? We actually have some excess capacity. Not a lot, but enough to where we probably want to make more of a specific good instead. Which I would honestly just say is tools, because that's got a pretty decent price on it right now. We're also going to need to make some more buildings elsewhere, but one thing at a time. It's kind of like 2 railways each, 3 there. That should make it better. There we go. That's going to slightly reduce our pop growth negatives, although our national pop growth is only about 1.2% because a lot of it's being brought down by the whole starvation in Beijing thing. Tends to not look good on the numbers. Yeah, they must have changed it to kind of be in waves, because we get a tick where there's nothing comes in, and then we get a tick where a bunch comes in. Like, there's 5k there, there's nothing here. Which I don't mind. If they did that for performance improvements, there's 24k right there from Occitania. If they did it for performance improvements, I don't mind. As long as that's still working out to the same results. Might make the math of what you're getting out of it a little more wonky, but oh well. Maybe it helps performance, maybe it doesn't, who knows. Yeah, we already had the violent suppression decree in Han. The issue is just, we have women's suffrage, so a lot of its peasants are becoming unemployed because they're becoming employable pops. And what also doesn't help is that it's suffering minus 10% market access price impact. So even getting the proper demand here, while possible, is still going to take a lot of time. Oh, goody, Madrid gets to have a skyscraper too. Because we haven't built enough things for it yet as it is. Ah, nice Penna Palace. 5 legitimacy. And then how long does this construction take? Wow, it takes a long time. If you can't invest a lot. Well, I suppose that's why it's in phases. The Germans don't want to give up the war yet. They will soon, though, because they're not going to win it. I don't know. What do we think, chat? Do we get subjecthood? Do we get multiculturalism? Because I'm telling you right now, the journal entry to convert most of these into Spanish is going to take a very long time to finish. That's not even a joke. It is... Honestly, we started about halfway there, and now we're at... Actually, less Iberian states are now considered eligible, chat, because Aragon got so much migration to it. So we actually lost progress recently, which is kind of funny to me. We actually lost progress. I can't believe that. We actually got worse at it. Ooh, the Tata would be nice, except we can't incorporate the states, so that's not happening at all. I could technically do a military company, but I just don't feel like it. I might just do precision tools for the fun of it. Yeah, why not? We make a lot of tools as it is. We could export them. In fact, I didn't consider this, but we have access to rubber thanks to our subjects and a few colonies. Also, I'm just going to switch this over, even though I don't know if we have the motors. Oh, we don't have the motors at all. Gonna do it anyway, though. Centrifugal machines. That's a lot of extra. Yeah, that's a lot of extra. Wow, you can get a lot more sugar in the game now. That's kind of crazy. I like it, but what the heck. Anyway, I was going to say, we have access to rubber plantations, chat, so there's kind of nothing stopping us from just utilizing that. We've been using the best of the blister steel process this whole time. I never switched the steel mills over. Oh my god, they made all those steel mills because we couldn't get steel. Because I never switched the production method like an idiot. Well, there's no... Oh my god. Oh yeah, we can absolutely use it for groceries and stuff. Excuse me while the steel price completely collapses and iron actually finds demand again, because yours truly forgot to give them the equivalency of an upgrade that they were missing. 2 of them, I should say. So steel prices are going to collapse hard, which actually is great because it means steel is about to be a fantastic export for a short time. Shovel experience into manufacturing. Do we? Yes, we do. Let's get more construction. I also don't know if it's true, if I've read the patch notes correctly, but to my understanding, I think they fixed the issue with the fluctuation of construction goods, where it'll construct once and then drop, and then construct again and then drop. Yeah, because I just watched the demand there stay at 17.3k. It didn't shift. Oh, the trade unions just disappeared, and so why are they disappearing? They're just gone. Where have they gone? No one knows. Oh, they'll probably come back soon. We are running a massive deficit now, actually, thanks to our steel mill subsidization, by the way. Which, really, we have no one to blame but ourselves for. Also, a journal entry finished, and I don't even know which one it was, because I wasn't paying attention. I'm sure it's fine, though. Why is this progressing? Oh, activism. Support. But yeah, so what it was is we were using the worst production method ever. We basically almost doubled our steel production. And a lot of that is now getting exported, but a lot of that's also just being used in new construction that we just built. Thankfully, our reinvestment pool uses most of that as well, so we don't have to worry about using too much of it ourselves. We do need to worry a little, but it's okay. We don't need to worry that much. And my hope here then is that our trade centers will take care of the rest. But we'll see how that goes. We actually import a fair number of items too. I just realized we don't really make that many textiles, do we? We probably don't. I never really hard invested into it. Yeah, we actually import textiles more than we export. Or we import textiles more than we make. Alright then. How is our welfare system doing? Less than 3k in payments? Honestly, crank Social Security up then. All the way to level 5. Beijing is already being invaded by Cuba. Well, thanks, Cuba. You beat me to the punch, I guess. And they're still 12th in GDP, but they're at 42 million now. Cuba almost has as much GDP as France, chat. Even though, you know, we did kind of break France up a bit. Yeah, we'll get to the groceries next. I just need to let current constructions finish as they already are. And there we go. The steel mills are starting to be profitable again, although their owners are probably upset from going near bankrupt thanks to our mistake. We also have 1 million peasants again, not counting China, which is cool. Although, that being said, the fact we actually lost progress on this journal entry is hilarious because we got more pops from other locations. Yeah, if I go to Occitan, for example, chat, we have 804,000 of them in Iberia now. South Italian chat, we have 1 million. We got 1 million South Italian pops to just emigrate here. North Italian, even after simulation, is at 565,000. Poor Sardinia Piedmont has just lost pops. And Tuscany has banned religion, so, you know, power to them, I guess. And Parma's just having revolt after revolt. I don't think they're really happy. Hey, fire break. No socialism here, I guess. Cuba, is your invasion gonna get here anytime soon? Oh, come on. You know you want to be our subject. Why don't you agree? We could help you do so many nice things, like not die to the shogunate. Oh, well. Guess they can always just die to the shogunate. Miguelist? Oh, because we're Iberian, we can get Miguelists now. That's cool. Don't want them, but it's cool that we can get them. What's our government like? Our government is actually awful. There's almost no one in charge here. That was actually kind of funny to see, because I thought we had someone... I thought we had a lot of people in government, but we didn't. Legacy of Regeneration. That is just so good, man. It's also giving us more. I just realized, chat, Legacy of Regeneration is also... It's also basically giving us another 25% investment efficiency for the capitalists. So laissez-faire is just giving us 50% capitalist investment efficiency. that is kind of unfair. And I love it. Honestly, let's just get rid of our last consumption tax then. That way the rich get richer. Because they're the ones who are doing all the reinvestment. So of course we're going to help them get richer. I mean, just look at them. They can't even buy all the art that they want, chat. There's so much art that they need, and they can't get it. How is our liquor production doing? I know it's been very cheap all game. It is still very cheap. Honestly, we can make even more liquor, but it's so cheap that there's no point. Vacuum canning is what we need next. That'll buff them a bit. Our skyscraper's done, too, so that's nice. We're almost at 200 million GDP. And honestly, we could probably upgrade our construction queue further. Okay, the Cubans failed, so now we can send in the actual army. Because, you know, that was just the scouting force. It wasn't the real army. Yeah, no, Vincent, we are going to work with the sugar. It's just we need the technology that we don't have. Actually, we're already using all the sugar we can to make more groceries. We just have to have more built, but... I noticed that the private pool was already building more of them earlier. They're not right now, and I assume that's because the price of groceries has fallen down to base price levels. And also meat is at like 24%. Who do we manipulate for here? You know what? I'm just going to let the chips fall as they may, because I don't really have a preference here. The Communist Party is formed. The rural folk and the trade unions have both come out of being marginalized. Oh, because they were technically losers in the revolutionary struggle. I see. I see. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, let's continue. We could exile the anarchists, but I'm kind of curious. Actually, no, I can't. Their clot's less than 5%, so they're actually protected. I can't exile him. Which is kind of funny if you think about it. I can't even exile him. The Red Scare. Oh, that'll take care of them. Where's our market? I need to check it. Okay, we are kind of at... We're actually exporting 6,500 sugar. That's probably not a lot, but... You know, it is up there. So, in fact, why don't we switch to the new machines? Because apparently that's not going to increase it by a lot. Although, we don't have a lot... Oh, my days. How much sugar are we creating? Because that's a lot. So, what? That's 70 sugar plus 80 for 150 sugar. And we could use exploitative practices for another 20 sugar if we really wanted to. Except the 25% mortality sounds terrifying. We need engines and we have too much sugar. That's insane. Okay, you know what I'm going to do here, chat? We are going to just explode our construction. I'm just going to let our construction explode upwards. Oh, right. Construction sectors cost almost nothing to build now. So you finish them almost instantly. Oh, that's actually kind of crazy. You finish them almost instantaneously now. And these are all in, like, colonies, too. Oh, we have a trade port in Qing. I forgot, because the Portuguese had the trade port at the start, so now we own the trade port. Sweet. And we're gonna need to switch over more production methods to just lower employment further. Because we have too much employment as it is. Do I want to make this? We already import too much as it is, so probably not. Oh. Did I mean to do canned fish or canned meat? Oh, I guess it does. Oh, no, yeah, no. Canned meat is what we were using. I was going to say, I guess it doesn't matter. And then I saw the negatives and we're like, well, I guess it does matter. Filtering by job seekers would technically help, except almost all of our 1.2 million unemployed are over here in China. Like 75% of them are just over here in China. So it might help, but it probably won't do that much if you think about it. Partisan papers for the Free Trade Party. I don't see any bias here. There's no bias here. None at all. How much coal do we need? We're at plus 18% base price now. Sweet. Technically could use the railways. The problem is that it's usually so expensive that you can't actually properly filter it in. Unfinished masterpiece. Continues even as the articulation Grand Pastor Temple has passed away. Oh, because we got level 2 done now. Modernist magnum opus for 5 years. It requires pneumatics tools to upgrade to the next level. What does the third one give you? The third one just switches it back to... The third one just switches it back to the Catholics. Okay, game. You're funny. You're very funny. And I see that's the final level because it actually employs people. Yeah, because then we can choose one of these for 15 years. You know what? The deficit spending, I'm actually not that scared of, even though we're subventioning. We're subventioning a lot of imports for iron, actually. What the hell? Is that why iron's so cheap? We import more iron than we... Oh, dear God. Yeah, let me just drop that subvention for import to low subventions, chat. I didn't realize how much we were importing. Which I suppose isn't that big of an issue, but I didn't realize we were flooding ourselves with that much iron. And inadvertently hurting our own industry. Alright, vacuum canning so we can get more groceries and realize we won't have enough fish, but it's okay. Who needs fish? When you have half of Spain on fire, or half of Iberia on fire. Yeah, maybe making the cigars everywhere wasn't such a good idea. Because now there's just fire. Ooh, pneumatic tools is something we need for the next construction, so I guess we'll grab that. Wasn't going to, but I guess that and the combustion engine work. Oh, we still can't exile that anarchist, by the way. They're still below 5%. They barely won in the polls at all. Do we actually want the intelligentsia in power instead? Yeah, not really. At this point, we're kind of stuck between liberalism and non-liberalism. We're like a half-liberalized Iberian Union that just kind of never got all the way there. Oh, wow, you, really added on the infamy there, USA. I like your style, because it means everyone is going to really hate you. So, chat, do we help Cuba take more territory and therefore enslave more of the Americas? You don't have to answer, because I already know the answer is yes. I know it's exactly what we'd want. And so I've gone ahead and done exactly that. And we'll mobilize the entire army of Iberia for this invasion. For this defensive invasion. Because technically we were the ones that got attacked. Technically. I have to bring the Navy over again. What happened? Chat, does something look wrong with India to you? Does India look a little green? Because India's looking a little green. Huh. I wonder if that's going to be a problem later and all. Probably not, right? It probably won't be a problem. Yeah, it'll be fine. I have no idea what happened. I looked over and suddenly Britain doesn't own India at all. It just owns nothing over there. Hey, Britain just chose to side with us in this war. They didn't even have to side with us. They just chose to. Which is really sweet of them because I wasn't planning on asking for help. Oh, I think I just added that to myself, didn't I? I did. I can give it to Cuba afterwards. It's fine. This is Virginia, right? That's North Carolina. Close enough. Can I not add North Carolina to you? Okay, there it is. 35 is a lot. It's going to put us to 96, but that's fine. Our army's just not ready yet, chat, because it's not really organized. Ah, there's the French siding with them. I was wondering when that would happen. Probably only did it now because our infamy went notorious. I'm just trying to take what we can from the Americas to form our version of New Spain. Our limited version of New Spain, I should say. Yeah, they got a lot of French troops over here too now, so we kind of need to dig in for a bit. Until our armies fully recover on their morale. But also until our fleet gets into position to start convoy raiding to choke out any French reinforcements that are arriving. Because that's what our raids will do, is help just kind of choke out their supply. Let the border gore cook. We could make even more sugar. I don't know if it'd be wise, but we actually make a lot of tobacco too, chat. We really just need to make more motors, but we're struggling with that too because I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a severe lack of employable pops in the Iberian Peninsula. There's a severe lack of them. Technically, we could encourage it overseas, but I don't know how that would go. And we're using a lot of our methods already, our automation methods. Well, I really want to use rubber. It'd be really fun. I don't think we can, though. I don't know what's happening to the company headquarters, but I'm going to just assume everything is fine and ignore it. Oh, we never got our Zeppelins added for our tiny bit of prestige that gives us. Oops. Gotta make sure we get our prestige. Yeah, we could try to just use rail transportation. There's just a good chance it won't work out very well. But we could try to utilize it more. I say, where's this sugar plantation? It's all the way down here. And it's just struggling to hire is all it is. It's not that it's not profitable or anything. It's just struggling to hire. And they're not making a lot of profit because of the engine expense. Oh, if we can get electricity, we could get electric rollers for more tobacco. So what, 20 tobacco plus 45? Oh, I did notice, chat, that a lot of these used to make 50 at automatic irrigation, that they've slightly nerfed it. And I assume that's because technically with the other production methods, you can get higher production overall. These give an increased standard of living for slaves? That's weird. I guess they wanted to make it a viable option. And that's why. Because if I look, I think if I look here, for example, is yeah, transportation is just expensive in a lot of states. It's actually inexpensive in some states that we could utilize it in. I think I said here was inexpensive, for example, right? Inexpensive is in it's not hitting plus 75% or higher and just choking it to death. Oh, you know what we should have done at some point is get just a railroad company to boost the throughput even harder than it's already at. That would have been good. It's not like a massive need, but that would have been good. I love how we're making almost 40,000 sugar, chat, and we're exporting almost 8,000 of it. We need to make more food industries, but again, we don't have the employable pops. And we're just importing 10,000 wood, 13,000 iron. At least the trade system is functioning. How is the war doing? I haven't really been paying attention. It looks like they're losing pretty hard now. Yeah, the French army doesn't have its organization anymore. It's lost over half of its potential supply. So now we can just push forward. And maybe we assign an extra army unit or two. Just so they have more people to take command as needed. Fortunately, we lost our airship bonus for the 2 years. Because that's already come and gone. Kind of a while ago, actually. It kind of just came and went very quickly. Let's see, mechanical dryer. So the coffee is what, 35 from the base one now, but you can get to that a lot sooner. And then the other one, mechanical. So with that mechanical drivers, you get the 50 that you would normally have, and then it's normalized unless you exploit your labor. At least I think coffee used to go up to 50. Honestly, I could be dead wrong, and coffee used to not go up to 50. Like, I think tea actually got nerfed, because I think automatic irrigation for tea was 40. So I think unless you exploit your laborers, tea is actually nerfed for the whole game. So that kind of sucks for those. Rubber, I think, is normal, so you can use exploitative treatment to get more out of it. There's always the companies, too, but that's a different matter entirely. Their standard of living's back up to 15 if you don't count Beijing being on fire. Because it is on fire, but it does have a fully employed iron mine now, which is paying very, very appropriate wages, I assure you. Definitely not exploiting the workers there at all or anything. They would never do that. Right? They'd never do that. Free. I say that as freedom to starve pops up in the background. Yeah, maybe they would do that then. Maybe they would. Alright, let's get more trade. Why not? So we're gonna have a pro-British lobby and an anti-German lobby, or anti... No, I guess the anti-lobby for the British disappeared. It's just been replaced by a pro-lobby now. Which is good for them. Coup in Guatemala. Well, that's sad for Guatemala. But, you know, it's also just Guatemala. It'll be fine. Do I actually want the combustion engine next? I am not all that certain. I kind of just want to get towards macroeconomics for our final company. Political agitation is always fun, too. From a gameplay context. Actually, maybe we want mechanized farming. It's really hard to say here, chat. We might want to actually go for the electrical engines. For electric railways. And eventually combustion engine, because that's really good, too. So I guess the compression ignition engine down here. So let's get the combustion engine, actually. We'll just go ahead and get it so we can make cars. That way there's Iberian cars. Because our motor industries are still suffering. Well, they're not suffering. It's more like they're just... They're not really getting anywhere, you know? They're kind of just around. And I suppose they're successful, at least, so there's that. So the United States has lost this war. We're about to take North Carolina as well. So that's good. It kind of helps that they're partially distracted fighting the British in the north, who I didn't really expect to come to our aid at all, but they did, so, you know. That's nice of them. 231 million GDP. We're only behind China, I assume. We're actually only behind Britain. Well, given our size, I think we're doing very well. Although the British do actually have more pops than us because of all the direct land they control. But that's okay. We can just drop our taxes if we really want to, or in this case, raise the wages of the military since they've been fighting all these wars for us, you know. It'll make being in the military more attractive, too. And also help pay for the fact that a lot of people are going to get heavily injured by this conflict. Yeah, they're not going to give in until they fully surrender. You know, for a Iron Man game, this has gone surprisingly well. Honestly, I'd argue that it's gone a bit better than expected, which I'm not complaining about, but I am just a little surprised. Oh, I am technically at war with an uprising, and therefore I'm not at peace, so I can't transfer it yet. Oh, it's all these uprisings in India from the colonies that Portugal had. That's what all this is. Well, South Carolina's slaves will actually have been completely freed since we took it. The other ones, not so much. And South Carolina's getting freed might have actually been good, because usually it's mostly just slaves and it doesn't function properly. So, yeah. There's that. We have more dye and cotton now. In fact, we have a lot of dye now that I'm looking at it here. Maybe we should industrialize the South, is what I was thinking, and then I'm noticing the areas that they own have now run out of peasants, and it's only the new areas they own that have peasants. So I guess they've been doing a very good job. I will take 20 legitimacy, thank you very much. Makes forming all these parties easier. Problematic policing. It's not that bad. Can't be that bad, right? Oh, some domestic investments into Beijing for things like the furniture manufacturers is partially resolving unemployment. They're even starting to pay a wage that isn't completely atrocious. It's only partially atrocious, but, you know, still. The Manchu are obsessed with tea. I think that is random. I think. The Scottish are obsessed with opium. That's just funny. Well, probably not for anyone who's Scottish, but, you know, gameplay-wise, it's pretty funny. Right, can't give monopoly rights. That is just a shame. No monopoly rights. What is this world coming to? We're exporting these tools? The Germans are actually exporting the most of the tools, but we're technically exporting some as well. It'll probably help our trade capacity get used up. French migration from Occitania. Probably would have been better if it was a French migration from France, but I'll take it. It's still a benefit. Yeah, there's just no unemployed unless you're counting Beijing. But Beijing just has the issue that its pops don't have the literacy. You know what? Let's promote social mobility in Beijing while we're at it. That might help their circumstances a little. Oh, they don't even have the infrastructure. Of course they don't, because the revolt prevented a lot of things from working, right? And again, they don't have... They can't hire bureaucrats because they're discriminated against. And getting people who aren't discriminated over here is very difficult. So that's a problem. So one reason why I don't like taking Beijing is because you tend to just kind of run out of qualified people for the buildings. And later on, you don't even have bureaucrats at all. Which kind of sucks. But, oh well. At least we own it. Speaking of owning, we can now build automotive industries. I'm going to build just one just to start it off and let it roll from there. I think I could lower tax again. Why not? We could just lower our taxes again. A very legitimate government. Make more people want to migrate here. You know what? I'm going to let the chips fall where they may. They're no longer influential. They're now influential. The anarchists can technically get banned now, but I think you just get replaced with another one. Right? Actually, no. It looks like there's no chance for it. So that's good. Oh, right. The journal entry we had for the anarchists, I think, can't appear now because we're no longer Spain. We're Iberia. Kind of unfortunate, but somewhat understandable as well. Is that a Britain? Yep, that's Britain. Should be able to grant you a state now, right? Yeah. Also, technically, I could grant state all of that to Santo Domingo, but I think it's just funny to grant this all to Cuba and watch Cuba's GDP skyrocket. I think that's more fun. They're just making all this sugar that we then either use or export. Just don't ask how they're making that sugar, chat, because, yeah, you don't want to know how they're making that sugar. It's not exactly clean. Nope, I don't know what happened there in that war, but I ain't tuning in. It's not our fight, so it's not our problem. I don't think there's more people we can export sugar to, actually, because I don't think there's enough demand for sugar. Maybe there is, but I'm not so certain. Yeah, no, it's at minus 52 base price. There just isn't enough demand for sugar. Maybe with groceries, but we'll see. The issue just harks back to the fact that there's not a lot of people to employ. We could build a lot in Beijing. There's just not a lot of qualified personnel here. They don't really have the engineers they need. We're trying to change that with promoting social mobility there, in the hopes that gets their literacy to be high enough to make it fast. But even then, I don't think it's going to be quick enough. Oh, it means 573 engineers a month is actually nice. They actually have a functional university here? A partially functional university, but it is functional, yes. I'm actually surprised that it functions. I'm also kind of glad that it functions. What's really puzzling, though, is that we actually haven't had a revolt chance in a while. I assume it's because of this. Mostly because of that, yeah. And I guess we'll just suppress it to keep it down, so it doesn't come back at all. The communists are pretty agitated. I guess there is no worker protection law, is there? That is true. There is no worker protection law. We could try to pass wage subsidies and see if there's anything we can tack onto it from poor laws. Because right now, poor laws, if anyone's on it, which almost no one is, but some are. Some actually are on it. But I assume that's all over here, right? Almost all of it, yeah. Which probably isn't that. You know what? I just realized it could be pops that are employed in the buildings, too, because of how poorly they're being paid. Yeah, it probably is, isn't it? Because of how poorly they're being paid. No, they don't even get welfare. That's unfortunate for them. We could look into at least regulatory bodies. That way we minimize casualties in the workplace, perhaps. Heavy industry. I mean, sure, that's not hard. Bourgeoisie reached 20.3 in its 7.5 years. Yeah, we could try. And that'll just make it very easy to pass without any difficulties. 3-inch guaranteed to pass now, which is nice. And we might struggle to get the average up a bit, but dropping taxes is helping. Because we really don't care about deficits now. We don't owe any money ever. And if we do, we owe almost nothing. So it doesn't really matter that much to us. 2.3. Oh, you're done. You're back down to 0.5, I see. You're just not paying them at all then. Yeah, now that it has just enough infrastructure to function again, it is doing a bit better. Assuming that infrastructure network holds, it might not. But it's getting 1,000 engineers a month, and if that amount holds and they keep taking up jobs, then yeah, this might function. This might stay functional. We'll see. We're at 17 average standard of living with all of that added together, though. Africa looks awful, but that's normal. I'm told that's normal. New Granada and Ecuador. It's not a perfect new Spanish empire, but it's one that we forged through diplomacy. And a bit of violence against the United States, but, you know, that's fine. The U.S. needed a small punishment here and a small punishment there. Let's see. Oh, wow. Mexico's a great power? Wait, Mexico is a great power? 40% bonus, 25. And then just the Army and Navy that developed. Okay. I must admit that's a bit of a surprise to see. I'll take it, but, you know, wow. Great power, Mexico. Partially our fault, but, you know. At least we're responsible for something. Oh, I just didn't even need it. I was about to click on that, but I guess I don't need anything for it. Well, that's good. Let's actually get mechanized farming and nitrogen fixation. Just to help the wheat farms a bit. It's not that they're struggling per se, but I guess they are kind of struggling because we import a lot of stuff. Although we don't import as much as we used to, it looks like. We do export a lot of chairs, though. Oh, hey! I actually haven't earned the exactly 100 achievement before, so now, just got 2 achievements for this run. And that is the Spanish culture reaching 100 fervor, which, chat, if a culture reaches 100 fervor, you cannot convert their pops at all. At all. By the way, going back to that journal entry, because we're now in 1897 and it's been several decades, we need to have 100% of eligible Iberian states reach this, chat. And we actually lost progress. Aragon is still 1% off. But if you look at a lot of the others that would need it, Belarus over here, which is Catalan, which we didn't even start because I didn't realize it needed it. Let's go to Catalan itself. It's still about 72%. Their fervor's at 65 to 67. And let me tell you, they're not converting anytime soon. Because this group of laborers here, which is converting the fastest, if you look here, you get the multiplier for the fervor and the multiplier for the homeland. So your assimilation base rate just kind of collapses. Because if you look at the math here, we've got, between all this together in the power block, about 122.5% increase to assimilation speed. But because of the two multipliers at the bottom that are working against it, the base assimilation rate is 0.116%. To give you an example of what it looks like, oh, well, there's still fervor on these pops, so it's going to be hard to tell you. I mean, this one's actually even lower rate right now because of the fervor. A lot of cultures have high fervor right now, actually. The French are at 93, going on to 100. The South Italians are at 58. I don't know if there's any minor cultures we have that would be easy. Fang is probably not converting. Central American actually works. Because they're at 43 up here. They're obsessed with coffee, too. So if we take one of their small groups, chat, with a 0.56 multiplier reduction from fervor, the base assimilation rate with a 72.5% bonus is 0.193. The base rate with no modifiers is 0.2. Which means trying to convert all of these homelands, which is a journal entry objective I'd like to mention, is going to take you over half the game because of how homeland and fervor work in reducing the assimilation rate. Even though we are stacking almost as many bonuses to assimilation as we can, and we're even using the new power block, we are probably not going to finish this journal entry at all. Because they need to be 60% Spanish or more. And right now, Galicia is 36.6% Spanish, and you mainly have to convert the Galicians here. Yes, you could try to get some pops to enter it, and that would help alleviate it to some extent, but that's not going to be the full conversion. The other ones that are outside will be a bit easier to convert, but it still takes time. But then you've got things like French, which is about to hit 100% fervor. And a big source of fervor is just war casualties. War casualties permanently increase fervor up to plus, I think it's up to plus 30, but it could be higher. And so that alone is giving the French 30 fervor. You have no way as a player to reduce fervor. The only ways you could is make those countries cease to exist, make it to where they don't have academics by just brutally destroying all of their university institutions and art academies. And that's kind of it. Technically, high average acceptance works too, but if you're trying to assimilate everyone, you're probably discriminating against a lot of cultures. And having acquired nationalism and pan-nationalism gives fervor too by default, so your negative here is just easily counteracted. I mean, if you look at this, even if France didn't exist, chat, their fervor is still going to be hovering around 75 to 80. Like, yeah, I would say fervor is a neat mechanic, but it has destroyed assimilation. Assimilation still, like, don't get me wrong, assimilation still works. You have pops assimilating here. But just look at how bleak it is, how low it is from, it's below the base rate of 0.2%, despite us stacking 122.5% in multiple states. And the states where we don't have that, it's still a plus 72.5%. It's just, honestly, it's one pet peeve I have with Victoria is that it feels like there's no point in assimilating pops. You're either just going to discriminate against them and deal with it, or you're going to do either subjecthood and multiculturalism, accept them and just be done with it because you can't assimilate most of them, so why bother trying? Now, apparently the only reason you wouldn't want to do multiculturalism here, chat, I just saw that, is that by doing multiculturalism, you can't use the exploitative practices if you're wanting to use that. In that case, you could just go to cultural exclusion or subjecthood where it will allow you to use it and problem solved. With that all said, we are in 1897. We have gotten through most of the game already, and it has been, what is it, a good 5 to 6 hours now? If I can look at the timer here. So I think we are going to call it here for today. Thank you all for coming and watching. I hope you had a wonderful time. It was great to get back into Victoria 3, and I did enjoy how this turned out. How we kind of got all of this in the US, and we technically got a good chunk of the old Spanish Empire back into the fold diplomatically. We might continue this at a later point in time and see if we can get through the rest of it. But for now, I'm going to leave it here. Thank you for joining us in our Spanish game, and I hope to see you all next time.